Chapter 1 Spend lavishly and enjoy a perfect life. 2024. May 15th. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Jiangnan's biological clock woke him up from his sleep. He got out of bed in a daze, went to the bathroom, and then started to wash with his eyes half closed. Sudden. He looked at himself in the mirror in astonishment, as if he had seen something shocking and unbelievable. In the mirror, there is a man with sharp features and extremely handsome. It was him, but what made him wonder was, why did he look so handsome today when he was just a little handsome before? Due to staying up late for many years, he had oily skin and often got acne, but today his face is extremely fair. Is myopia serious? Immediately, Jiangnan's first reaction was that his myopia had worsened, otherwise how could he have such a deep filter? Shaking his head, he admired his own handsomeness while brushing his teeth. So damn handsome. Jiangnan sighed, and then, inadvertently, he looked down and saw his upper body which he always slept naked on. 1, 2, 3. Holy crap! 8-pack abs, perfect mermaid line. At this moment, Jiangnan widened his eyes, then turned sideways to look at the mirror, his eyeballs almost popped out, and he immediately clenched his fists and knocked them a few times. Bang! The sound of steel plates. Good job. This is the perfect mermaid line. Am I still dreaming? Don't tell me, it's such a beautiful dream. Jiangnan grinned. Bite. The moment he spit out the mouthwash, an electronic mechanical synthesized sound suddenly appeared in his mind. Next second. Before Jiangnan could react, another electronic mechanical synthesized voice sounded in his mind again. Because the host has a strong will and has made the same wish for 5 years, the willful life system has been successfully activated and bound. What? Jiangnan bit the toothbrush tightly in his mouth, and his eyes were as big as a cow's. System? Are they the systems in the novels on the Tomato Novel app? Hello, Wani. Life system. Jiangnan greeted him tentatively. Hello, host, you only need to communicate with the system in your heart. The system voice sounded. I want to ask, what is your role? Jiangnan swallowed his saliva, which tasted slightly like mouthwash, but he didn't care so much at the moment. When he asked this question, his hand holding the cup trembled slightly. As a century-old reader who has only read novels on the Tomato app for many years, how could he not know what this system is? Once you have the system, you will definitely take off. It just depends on whether the system is powerful enough and whether you can take off quickly or step by step. Spend as much as you want and enjoy a perfect life. The system's voice sounded, host only needs to use his own money to make purchases, and then he can get a random multiple return. Are there any restrictions? Jiangnan was stunned for a moment. Why was the function of this system a bit like the system functions of some of the super-rich novels he had read on the Tomato Novel app? There are no restrictions. Perhaps the only restriction is that the money consumed by the host is yours, and you can get a rebate. By the way, occasionally completing the small welfare tasks assigned by the system can also gain you unexpected abilities and items. System Road. Then, what about spending money on others? For example, spending money on beautiful women? Jiangnan inquired. No matter who you spend money on, it's all spending money. It doesn't matter whether the other person is good looking or not. The system replied. Awesome! Jiangnan exclaimed. His system is really awesome. Among all the systems in the online literature world, this free-spirited life system is truly top-notch. It is much better than those systems that require one to consume from beautiful women with high appearance scores in order to receive rebates. For example, he had read a book before called Starting with a 10,000-fold rebate card, The Green Tea School Beauty Becomes a Bootlicker. The book started by giving the youngest to the Green Tea School Beauty. It was so pretentious that it was unbearable to watch. Buzz buzz buzz. When Jiangnan was about to ask about the newbie welfare gift packages, the phone on the bedside table outside vibrated. Immediately, he put down the cup and toothbrush in his hands and strode out of the bathroom. I picked up my phone and took a look, and the note was baby. This made his thoughts go back to 2.5 years ago. One lonely night, he had nothing to do, so he downloaded a small game app. You can play online billiards, go bang, and flying chess games on it. On this app, he met a female netizen named Qingqiu. The two often played billiards and go bang, and over time, they slowly fell in love online. This love lasted for 2.5 years. It also turned Jiangnan, a young boy who had never experienced online love, into an old hand at online love who lasted for 2.5 years. During this period, he often boasted that he was tall, handsome, and a wealthy second generation. Although I feel ashamed every time I hang up a phone call, is it illegal to brag on the internet? It's not illegal. Moreover, he had never thought about meeting in person. Online dating was too unrealistic. Not to mention, he is in Jiangcheng in the southwest, while his online love object is in Shanghai. He had ideas for something closer, but this demon city was still a little too far away. My thoughts stopped here. Jiangnan answered the phone. Darling. A happy voice rang out. There is no coquettishness, no pinching, and not even a hint of affectation. Sounds good. It really sounds nice. Yes, darling. Jiangnan responded. Today is already May 15th, and it will be May 20th in a few days. Qingqiu's voice continued to sound. What's wrong? Jiangnan didn't react immediately. What's wrong? Didn't I tell you before? I want to spend 520 this year with you. Humph, you don't care about anything I say to you. Qingqiu snorted. I just woke up, and my mind is a little fuzzy. Jiangnan explained. He also recalled that on May 20th last year, his online lover also wanted to come and see him, but he was brushed off by saying that he had to go back to his hometown for something. After all, he was just a poor loser who boasted about his girlfriend online at that time, so how could he dare to meet her in person? This year. What excuse can I use to get away with it? Jiangnan subconsciously had this thought, and then he immediately came to his senses and wanted to slap himself to wake himself up. I've already bound the system, how can I still be so arrogant as to brag about myself online before? So, I book a flight? Qingqiu's voice continued to sound, with a hint of anticipation. I'll order it for you. Jiangnan took a deep breath and spoke. He could still afford the $1,000 for the plane ticket, and it was also a good opportunity to see if the system was effective. New books are released, and the old books are unlikely to be released. Please click to urge me to update and add them to the bookshelf. 15 is a passionate writer, so please click to add them to the bookshelf and click to urge me to update. Chapter 2, First Purchase, 10 times the reward. Darling, I'll do it myself. Qingqiu's voice sounded very gentle, and she said, your money didn't come from the wind. When I arrive, just do your best to be a good host. I heard that the spicy hot pot in Jiangcheng is delicious. I'm going to eat a few more bowls when I get there. It's okay, give me your information on WeChat, I've booked the ticket. Jiangnan will not miss this opportunity to test himself. Okay. Qingqiu's helpless voice sounded, then, you can book a flight for the 18th. I'll come here to play for 2 days over the weekend, and then rush back on Monday. I have classes in the afternoon. Okay. Jiangnan nodded, and the two chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. After a while, Qingqiu sent her ID number, name and phone number. Meng Qingqiu, damn, she was born in 2004? To be honest, after 2.5 years of online dating, this was the first time he knew the real age of his online dating partner. Moreover, he was 20 years old in 2004, and 2.5 years ago, Meng Qingqiu was only about 17 years old. No wonder she never told her age before, so this is the reason. Darling, when you come over I'll treat you to something delicious. A voice message was sent, and from the tone, Meng Qingqiu seemed to be very expectant and happy. Okay, I'll go book a plane ticket for you first. Jiangnan immediately quit WeChat, opened an app and started booking a plane ticket for Meng Qingqiu. Etc. When Jiangnan opened the plane ticket from Shanghai to Jiangcheng, he suddenly came to his senses. His online persona is that of a tall, rich, and handsome man. If he were to book the cheapest economy class, he would be slapping himself in the face. Immediately. He stepped out and glanced at the balance of his bank card. 7,852 yuan. In response, he returned to the flight booking app and directly selected the first class column. This is not just bragging, but the more expensive the consumption, the more solid the foundation will be laid for his subsequent snowballing. First class, 6,300 yuan. Jiangnan took a deep breath and called out in his heart, is the system here? Yes, what do you want, host? The system responds. Fine. Jiangnan started booking tickets directly. Bite. Soon. The bank card payment message rang. Next second. A system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host, your purchase was successful and you received a tenfold return reward. Since the host is making a purchase for the first time and has officially embarked on the path to a perfect life, the system will give you an extra insight. Bite. This time it was the notification tone of a mobile phone text message. Jiangnan looked down and saw a text message coming into his sight. Your account 4399 deposited 63,000 yuan at 8:12 on May 15th, and the available balance is 64,552 yuan. It's true. I'm not dreaming, the system really exists. Jiangnan held his breath for a moment at this moment, then reached out and pinched his thigh. Then, when the pain came, he immediately howled with excitement. 10 times the purchase return. 6,300 yuan turned into 63,000 yuan in the blink of an eye. This is more than just a cool feeling, it is extremely cool. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, his cell phone vibrated, bringing him back to reality from his excitement. Qingqiu, what's wrong? Jiangnan answered the phone. Darling, why did you book me first class? Meng Qingqiu's surprised voice rang out. Fine. Jiangnan smiled and said, it's only a few thousand yuan. It won't cost much. When he said this, there was a hint of daze in his eyes. When was there a time when he could casually say that 6,300 yuan was a small amount of money? Impossible. It won't cost a few bucks? Meng Qingqiu's mood instantly dropped, and her voice was a little hoarse. Darling, first of all, I'm not a materialistic girl. This first-class cabin is no different from economy class to me. The ultimate goal is just to see you. But I don't want you to spend so much money because of this matter. A few thousand yuan is not a small amount of money. It is a month's salary for many ordinary people, and even a year or even several years' living expenses for many poor families. Hearing this, Jiangnan was stunned for a moment. Darling, I feel more sorry for you. In fact, I secretly came to Jiangqing to see you on May 20th last year. You were still delivering food at that time. Meng Qingqiu's next words made Jiangnan stunned, and he listened to her blankly as she continued, although we are just in an online relationship, I have never been in love since I was a child, but I have truly felt the taste of love with you. When I am unhappy, you stay with me and listen to my complaints and nagging without getting tired of it. Even though it makes me angry sometimes, I think this is the true feeling of love. Hearing this, Jiangnan took a deep breath. Be good, we just booked it not long ago, let's cancel this first-class cabin. Meng Qingqiu's voice continued to ring out. Qingqiu. Jiangnan said softly, actually, that time I was just experiencing life. Although I am not as tall and handsome as you imagined, but I am indeed a rich second generation. No matter how hard you try, you have to make up for the pretense you put on. If there was no binding system, he would definitely confess by taking advantage of the situation. But now, he is bound to a system. Moreover, this system is very powerful. In just a moment, 6,300 became 63,000. With a few days of development time left, Jiangnan wouldn't be unable to maintain the persona of a rich second generation when Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangcheng. Ah! Hearing Jiangnan's words, Meng Qingqiu was stunned. I really didn't lie to you. Jiangnan smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect that you secretly came to see me last year. Real? Meng Qingqiu still found it a little unconvincing. Absolutely true. Whatever car you like, I'll drive it to pick you up when the time comes. Jiangnan laughed. It's all right. I don't care about that. Meng Qingqiu said softly. Qingqiu, it's time to go to class. At this time, a voice sounded. Okay, right away. I'll be there as soon as I tell my partner. Meng Qingqiu responded on the phone, and then said, Darling, I won't worry about you anymore. I'm going to class first, and we'll talk later. Go ahead. Jiangnan nodded. Muah. Meng Qingqiu gave him a shy kiss and hung up the phone. I'm feeling better. Jiangnan took out his phone and glanced at his account balance. Although it was only 64,552 yuan, he believed that by the time Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangcheng, the amount would at least exceed 7 digits, and even 8 digits would not be impossible. When money gets bigger, Jiangnan said in a deep voice. The leverage of 64,552 yuan is not small. Bite. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Chapter 3, Small Welfare Task, Luxury Cars Worth Millions. Bite. Feeling the host's strong desire to consume, the system assigns a small welfare task. Within half an hour, if you successfully spend 63,000 yuan, you can get a Mercedes-Benz E300. The system prompt sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. Spend 63,000 yuan in half an hour and get a Mercedes-Benz E300 as a reward? Good, good, good. When Jiang Nan heard about this task, he immediately smiled. Mercedes-Benz E300. The car is worth at least 4 or 500,000. Don't think that this car worth 4 or 500,000 is not a luxury car. Perhaps this is really nothing for rich people. But is this world full of rich people? For a car worth 500,000 yuan, even if you spend 8,000 yuan a month, it would only be 96,000 yuan a year. Even without eating or drinking, it would take at least 5 years to buy this car. So, for ordinary people, if this is not a luxury car, what is it? The timer has started. Please complete the welfare task as soon as possible. Come on. The system's voice rang in Jiang Nan's mind. We have to work harder. Jiang Nan immediately prepared to pack up and go out, but after taking 2 steps, he suddenly came to his senses. This small welfare task had a time limit. It would take him some time to go out now, and he might not even have a suitable consumption target. So, Jiang Nan's eyes fixed. Bite. At this time, a prompt sound came from the mobile phone. Jiang Nan subconsciously looked over and saw a notification from the background of TikTok. The little good boy you followed has started broadcasting. Seeing this prompt, Jiang Nan's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god, when I feel sleepy, a pillow falls from the sky. System, if I give people tips, it must be considered as consumption, right? Jiang Nan asked. Yes. System reply. That's indeed a small welfare task, a free E300. Jiang Nan grinned and clicked directly on the live broadcast reminder pushed by Douyin. Welcome Yenyu Jiang Nan to the live broadcast room, welcome to Obazaya Gooden to the live broadcast room, welcome. Hey, I just wanted to have some fun today, but I didn't expect there would be so many people this early in the morning, more than a dozen people came in at once. As soon as I entered the live broadcast room, a voice immediately rang out. Jiang Nan looked over and saw a pretty girl who looked about 18 years old putting her face in front of the camera with a look of surprise, looking at the dozen or so fans pouring into the live broadcast room. My wife wants to kiss me, kiss kiss kiss. Xiaogui's looks are so amazing, I don't know why he's not popular. No beauty filter, just straight shots from the original camera, this look is really resistant to criticism. If you want me to marry Xiaogui and live in a luxury car and a big villa, I'll be willing to do that. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments became lively. Jiang Nan withdrew and started recharging directly. In just a short while, the recharge of 630,000 diamonds was confirmed successful. Immediately, he returned to Xiao Guibigai's live broadcast room through the follow list. Open the gift bar and pull it down directly. Soon, his finger stopped at a gift worth 30,000 diamonds. Yenyu Jiang Nan presented the anchor with a carnival 1. Ha! At this time, Xiaogui, the female anchor with twin ponytails in front of the camera, seemed to see something. Her eyes widened immediately, and then she hurried closer and looked at the carnival floating on the screen in the live broadcast room. A look of shock instantly appeared on her face. Carnival? Thanks to Yenyu Jiang Nan for sending me a carnival. Wow, am I dreaming? Someone actually sent me a carnival. Xiaogui's shocked voice rang out in the live broadcast room. Immediately following, Yenyu Jiang Nan presented the anchor with a carnival 1. Yenyu Jiang Nan presented the anchor with a carnival 1. Yenyu Jiang Nan presented the anchor with a carnival 1. In just a moment, Jiang Nan sent out 21 carnivals. The boss is awesome. Fuck, Xiaogui is getting better too. He ate 21 huazi. How much is that? 63,000 yuan. My god, even if it's cut in half, Xiaogui actually earned 31,500 yuan in just a short while. Brother, please give out a lucky bag. There were not many people, so I grabbed one to buy a new light sign for my cute wife. As the 21 carnivals in Jiangnan were released, not only the female anchor Xiaogui was excited, looking at the live broadcast room in disbelief, but also the dozen or so viewers in the live broadcast room were excited. Bite. Congratulations to the host, your purchase was successful and you will receive double the purchase amount back. Bite. Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing the small welfare task assigned by the system and triggering a critical hit reward, a Porsche Cayenne. While the female anchor Xiaogui Bugwei and the audience in the live broadcast room were extremely shocked, a series of system prompts sounded in Jiangnan's mind. I got 126,000, and also got a Porsche Cayenne worth $1 million. Damn, this system is too awesome. Jiangnan looked at the 126,000 yuan transferred to his mobile phone. When he heard that he had completed the task perfectly and received a Porsche Cayenne worth a minimum of 1 million yuan, his face suddenly showed shock. The feeling of getting something for nothing is just too good. Brother Yan Yu Jiangnan? Brother Yan Yu Jiangnan? Are you still there? At this time, sweet cries brought Jiangnan back to reality from his joy. He looked into the live broadcast room. He saw a girl with twin ponytails and black-framed glasses, who looked like a cute otaku. She casually replied, "I'm here," and then recalled the insight he had obtained when he first consumed it. He immediately asked, "System, can this insight be used on humans?" "Yes." "Okay, cast an insight spell on this little rascal." Name, Lin Manman. Age, 18 years old. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Charging, 0. Appearance, 88 points. Favorability, 20 points. Soon. An illusory 3D property panel appeared in front of Jiangnan. After taking a quick glance, he looked at the column with 88 points for appearance, and couldn't help but show surprise on his face. To be honest, 88 points out of 100 is not a low score. At least, Jiangnan thought that in reality, only school beauties could reach this level. Charge. Jiangnan noticed another attribute called charging. He didn't react at first, but then he saw the charging port of his mobile phone and suddenly he understood. Original product. Jiangnan understood immediately. Good. This insight is simply amazing. With it, he can easily tell whether a girl is innocent or just appearing innocent on the surface. The same goes for favorability. With this intuitive reflection, when he faces anyone, he will be extremely clear as to whether this person is two-faced. Chapter 4 Lin Manman's Outfit, Mini-Game Live Broadcast Room. I really want to thank Brother Yan Yu Jiangnan for the 21 carnivals. Brother Jiangnan, I'm going to go out soon. Can I do a live broadcast for you then? At this time, the sweet voice of the female anchor Lin Manman was heard again in the live broadcast room. The call of "Brother, come down" made the dozen or so viewers in the live broadcast room excited. It is too sweet. Go ahead. Jiangnan sent a barrage of comments calmly, and then launched the live broadcast room. When he arrived at his homepage, he saw several private messages. Tuoba Zayaguden, can I ask you for a favor? Lend me a few hundred yuan for a meal? Young and promising, Jiangnan Dad, can you give me some gold coins? I don't ask for much, just a dozen yuan for a pig-s trotter meal. Xiaogui Bugwei, Brother Jiangnan, can you add a green bubble? He saw the private message from Lin Manman. The shock that 21 carnivals brought to the small internet celebrity was simply too great, almost all of them were maxed out. It is no exaggeration to say that, let alone these 21 carnivals, even if a few sports cars were sent over, a small anchor like Lin Manman with more than 1,000 fans would definitely come to the door on her own initiative. Jiangnan threw her his own green bubble, then closed the private message and quit Douyin. After arriving and sitting down on the sofa in the living room, Jiangnan opened the text message and started checking it. 127,552 yuan. Click. He took out a cigarette, lit it and started puffing smoke. Call. Jiangnan took a long puff of smoke and a happy smile appeared on his face. Don't ask him why he doesn't immediately press on with his victory and find a few pretty female anchors to stream to, so as to continuously get cashback rewards. I haven't even come to terms with the fact that I suddenly went from being a poor loser to a wealthy man with a six-figure deposit. To be honest, for someone of his age, having a savings of over 100,000 is really pretty good. At this time, a prompt came from the WeChat background. Jiangnan clicked on it directly, and saw that Xiaogui was not so good. The avatar was a full-body photo of her. Her twin ponytails were tied with a blue headband. She was wearing something similar to a JK, with a blue bow at her collar. Under that white pleated skirt is a pair of straight beautiful legs. Without the embellishment of stockings, it seems a little lacking in Jiangnan. But this girl's legs are so amazing. So much so that Jiangnan thinks bare legs are also YYDS. It's really YYDS, these legs are more than enough to play with for years. Jiangnan took a deep breath and put the cigarette butt into the ashtray. Soon, a voice message was sent. Brother Jiangnan, I have something to do. Can I have a good chat with you later? After listening to her, Jiangnan left her aside and quit WeChat. Instead of opening the Douyin app, he opened the Tomato novel app. Then, he clicked on a novel about urban rich people titled Everyone is Bound to the Rich System, Who Still Wants to Be a Bootlicker? The King of Gifts, worth 500 yuan. Brush. Jiangnan didn't think twice and just bought 10 gift kings worth 500 yuan. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the purchase and received a 4-fold cashback reward. 4 times 5,000 yuan is 20,000 yuan. Seeing another 20,000 yuan deposited into his account, Jiangnan immediately showed a satisfied smile on his face. This was his previous promise to the author. He didn't do much. Sometimes, it's enough to just get the idea across. There's no need to cause any unnecessary trouble. After exiting the Tomato novel app, Jiangnan opened Douyin again. Brother, welcome to my place. Step on the acupressure mat carefully. Welcome all brothers to play games here with Xiaomei. I just entered Douyin. I don't know if it's because he just watched 21 carnivals, but he directly pushed a live broadcast room to him. Jiangnan didn't click in, but just glanced at it. A girl wearing flesh-colored stockings and a mask was holding a sign that read, 1 little heart, 1 step on the acupressure mat, 1 big beer, 3 steps on the acupressure mat. You're playing too small. Jiangnan shook his head. The most he could do was wear a pair of sunglasses. A pair of sunglasses costs 99 diamonds, which is only 9.9 yuan. The punishment is to live broadcast for 1 minute while standing on a reflexology mat. Let's top up 100,000 first. Jiangnan came to his homepage and started to recharge. Soon, 1 million diamonds have been deposited into the account. Back to the recommended homepage, Jiangnan was about to scroll down when he accidentally clicked into the live broadcast room. Welcome, brother Yenyu Jiangnan. Do you want to play a little game? As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, the female anchor immediately greeted him happily. In response to this, Jiangnan shook his head and smiled. Now that he had already come in, he might as well brush some. Yenyu Jiangnan presented the anchor with a pair of sunglasses. 1. Thank you, brother Jiangnan, for the big sunglasses. Thank you so much. For the next minute, Xiaomei will stand on the acupressure mat and broadcast live for everyone. While saying thank you, the female anchor took off her shoes and stepped onto the acupressure mat wearing a pair of flesh-colored stockings. In the camera, it can be seen that her brows were slightly frowned. It's not easy indeed. Jiangnan shook his head, then put on 9 more sunglasses, ready to leave with everything perfect. Thank you so much, brother Jiangnan, for the 10 big sunglasses. Xiaomei will be live streaming for everyone on the acupressure mat for the next 10 minutes. Everyone can pay attention to brother Yenyu Jiangnan, who is number 1 on the list, to increase his fans. The female anchor's voice rang out immediately. It's quite good at giving emotional value. Jiangnan was about to leave, but when he heard this, he immediately gave her 100 pairs of sunglasses in a row. There are 110 pairs of sunglasses in total, which means 1,089 yuan. Even without the guild's cut, the female anchor can still get about 544 yuan. 544 yuan for 110 minutes of stepping on the acupressure mat. To be honest, it is not easy to make money if you step on it for such a long time. Oh my god, thank you brother Jiangnan for another 100 big sunglasses. Oh my god, Xiaomei has never received so many rewards before. I have to take a screenshot quickly. I am so touched. Thank you brother Jiangnan. Kaka. Suddenly, a sound of screenshots was heard in the live broadcast room. He thanked, bowed, and even wiped his eyes from time to time. Although we know it is an act, the emotional value obtained by Jiangnan is very good. Immediately, Jiangnan bought another 300 sunglasses. Chapter 5 Landlady Xia Jiqing was shocked. What the hell, another 300 big sunglasses? When Jiangnan brought out another 300 big sunglasses, it was obvious that the female anchor in the live broadcast room's eyes whitened immediately. Ha ha ha. A total of 400 big sunglasses means 400 minutes, 6 hours, and 40 minutes. Come on, show it, and stay on the acupressure mat for the next 6 hours and 40 minutes. I just saw the anchor wiping his sweat. Is he scared? Standing for more than 6 hours is painful enough, not to mention standing on a massage mat for more than 6 hours, that's life-threatening. Good job, big brother. This anchor has never been defeated before. Let's see if he will be convinced today. Have you never been convinced? Seeing this comment, Zhang Nan's eyes couldn't help but flicker. When he was about to continue brushing his sunglasses, a voice suddenly rang out in the live broadcast room. I give up, I really give up this time. Brothers, it's more than 6 hours of acupressure, can you let me finish this punishment first? Hearing this, Zhang Nan shook his head, smiled, and left the live broadcast room directly. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host, your purchase was successful and you received a 5-fold rebate. 400 pairs of sunglasses cost 3,960 yuan, and 5 times 3,960 yuan is 19,800 yuan. Excluding the principal, I earned more than 10,000 yuan in just a short period of time. To be honest, it is really fun to have fun and make money at the same time. Next, Zhang Nan also moved around east and west. An hour later, he successfully spent 100,000 yuan, or 1 million yuan, of diamonds. At this moment, when he saw the amount in his account reaching 970,000, a satisfied smile immediately appeared on his face. Finish. Zhang Nan flexed his fingers, then slowly got up from the sofa and glanced at the time. It was only close to 10 o'clock, which made him sigh. When I woke up in the morning, I was just a poor young man with a few thousand yuan in savings. Now I have nearly 1 million yuan in savings. This system is really powerful. Not to mention, he also got a Porsche Cayenne worth 1 million. Yes, system, where is my Porsche Cayenne? Zhang Nan thought about this and immediately asked himself. Host, please look at the coffee table. The system voice sounded. Zhang Nan followed the voice's instructions and looked towards the coffee table. He saw a file bag on it and a car key next to it. This made his eyes light up immediately. He opened the file bag and took a quick look. There was nothing wrong. He didn't need to move at all. The system was fully automatic and had arranged everything for him. Brother Tongzi, awesome. Zhang Nan gave a thumbs up. It saves trouble, worry and labor. Where can you find such a good system? If there really is positive feedback, Zhang Nan would have to give this system a super 5-star rating. Go out and spend money. Zhang Nan tossed the car keys in his hand and strode out of the door. Bang! Closed the door gently. Day. As Zhang Nan walked towards the stairs, the sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard. The house he rented was in an old district of Jiangchang. Most of the buildings here were small, and basically 6 stories high. He lived on the 3rd floor, which was quite convenient for him to go up and down on weekdays. At this moment, he heard the tapping sound of high heels and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Into the purpose. A pair of beautiful legs in black stockings stepped out from the corner of the corridor, and a pair of bright black and red high-heeled shoes must have wrapped a pair of jade feet. Next, half of his body was exposed. The blue high-necked, half-shoulder top shows off her peerless beauty from the side, with no blind spots, and she is absolutely perfect. Soon, the woman turned around completely. Her silver hair was piled up high, 2 bangs extended to the corners of her ears, and there was an airbang on her forehead. Good. The moment Zhang Nan saw her, his eyes widened immediately. What a gorgeous silver-haired young woman! Especially, her black hip skirt is so amazing. At the same time, he also recognized who this was. The landlady, Xia Jiqing. Immediately, he threw an insight spell over. Name, Xia Jiqing. Age, 30 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Charging, 1. Appearance, 92 points. Favorability, 5 points. The appearance score is as high as 92? Zhang Nan knew that the landlord's wife would be very beautiful, but when he saw this attribute, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Day. The crisp sound of high heels continued. Soon, this extremely beautiful young woman had already arrived in front of Zhang Nan, looking at him with a puzzled look on her face. At this time, Zhang Nan also came back to his senses and immediately greeted her, Sister Xia. Who are you? Xia Jiqing didn't recognize Zhang Nan at first, but after taking a closer look, her eyes widened and she asked in surprise, Zhang Nan? Yes. Zhang Nan nodded. It's only been a few months since we last met, how come you've changed so much? Xia Jiqing looked at Zhang Nan a few more times, her pretty face full of surprise. She still had a good impression of her tenant. After all, he had lived with her for almost 2.5 years. He was a young man who worked diligently. Although he would delay the rent for a few months from time to time, he would eventually pay it. In this regard, Xia Jiqing still felt that this young man was quite down to earth. She had just returned from a trip, and when she saw him today, she discovered that this young man gave her a different feeling in terms of both temperament and appearance. She felt as if male hormones were overflowing. At least, if her previous impression of Jiangnan was just a thin and handsome boy, then at this moment, Jiangnan was a sunny and handsome man in her eyes. "I've been into fitness lately," Jiangnan said with a smile. "That's right. Since you're young, you should exercise more. Compared to before, you look much more sunny and handsome now." Xia Jiqing praised from the bottom of her heart. "Thank you, Sister Xia. I remember I still owe you 2 months' rent, right? I'll transfer it to you right away." Immediately, Jiangnan took out his cell phone. At this time, Xia Jiqing also noticed the Porsche Cayenne key in his hand, but she didn't think much about it. Lighters with Porsche keys and Ferrari keys are too common among these young people. "Okay, got it. Xiaojiang, if you have any difficulties, it's okay to delay the rent for a while. I can see your character." Xia Jiqing glanced at her phone and did not immediately collect the transfer from Jiangnan. "Sister, I recently changed jobs and the salary is pretty ideal. Plus I saved some money before, so I don't have any financial problems at the moment." Jiangnan laughed. "Okay, I'll take it then." Xia Jiqing nodded, and then collected the rent for the past 2 months from Jiangnan. Bite. Congratulations to the host, your purchase was successful and you received a 10-fold rebate. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Jiangnan's mind, which made his eyes light up suddenly. 2 months' rent is not expensive, only 3,000 yuan, and with 10 times the consumption rebate, that is 30,000 yuan. Adding the few $1,000s he had saved before, that means the current balance in his account has reached 1 million yuan. Bite. Chapter 6 Welfare Task, have a 90-point confidant. Bite. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind again. Congratulations to the host, your deposit has reached 1 million. In view of the host's enthusiasm for consumption, I am hereby issuing a small welfare task, have a confidant of the opposite sex with a beauty score of more than 90 points, favorability of more than 90. Mission rewards, Villa number 001 in Tianfu, Jiangcheng, and the world's limited edition Pagani Zonda. After hearing the system's prompt, Jiangnan froze in place. Good job. This is just a small welfare task? To be honest, this is extremely difficult. It is definitely not easy to meet a person of the opposite sex with a good-looking score of over 90. Moreover, even if we meet each other, it is not so easy to improve the favorability. Just like the landlady Xia Jiqing in front of him now, her favorability towards him is only 5 points, and this 5 points of favorability is probably just the relationship of a passerby who has a good impression of him. But it is challenging if it is difficult. Besides, since the system says it is a small welfare task and there is no time limit, it should not be a big problem for me to complete this task. Jiangnan instantly figured out the key, and the worry about not being able to complete the task immediately dissipated. "Xiaojiang, I'll go back first." At this time, the voice of the landlord's wife Xia Jiqing rang out. "Okay, Sister Xia." Jiangnan nodded. "Did-day." The crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground rang out in the aisle. Jiangnan took a deep breath and then looked back. The beautiful legs in black stockings under the hip skirt are so attractive. Jiangnan withdrew his gaze, shook his head, and then went downstairs. In his eyes, women of this level were out of his reach. They were the kind of women he could only fantasize about manually at night. But now, for him who has the system, women of this level don't necessarily seem to be high above him and out of his reach. First of all, you have to be excellent. Otherwise, no matter how rich you are, you won't be able to truly conquer a top-notch woman with all your heart and soul. An analogy. Jiangnan's wealth has reached an immeasurable level. With his money, he can indeed get most of the good-looking opposite sex to fall into his bed. Even the favorability will also increase. But the favorability of this kind of woman is simply because she is attracted by money and becomes a slave to wealth. In a sense, in this case, Jiangnan believes that the favorability can never reach 100 points. Even 90 points may not be achieved. While spending, I also need to enrich myself. Besides, didn't the system say that it would send out small welfare tasks from time to time, and after completing them, it would reward me with unexpected abilities and items? Jiangnan is very much looking forward to his future growth. Arrived downstairs. Jiangnan followed the system's instructions and saw a brand new silver Porsche Cayenne parked in a parking space not far away. It's really handsome. Jiangnan arrived closer, touched the front of the car, and an expression of surprise appeared on his face. Luckily, when I was 18, I wanted to save some money to be a DD driver, or even drive a yellow Ferrari, so I learned to drive. Otherwise, I would really feel like crying when I look at the empty space when I am old. Jiangnan chuckled and shook his head. As he shook his head, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of a young man sitting sideways on a small electric scooter not far away with a faint smile on his lips. As their eyes met, the latter immediately walked over, and when he came in front of Jiangnan, a Porsche key appeared in his hand. "Little brother, do you like this car?" The young man looked to be in his 20s and was looking at Jiangnan with a smile. "I really like it." Jiangnan nodded, then reached out and stroked the front of the car, saying, "This car is the dream of most men, and I am no exception. Would you like to go up and sit down?" Hearing Jiangnan's words, the young man smiled and shook the Porsche keys in his hand. "Ah." Jiangnan was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw the young man waving the Porsche keys in his hand with a smile on his face. Could it be that? Is this car his? In response, he immediately took his Porsche key and pressed it twice. Chirp. As he pressed the button, the lights of the silver Porsche Cayenne in front of him immediately flashed, followed by the sound of the door opening. That's right. It's his. Jiangnan turned around and looked at the young man with a dull face, and said with a smile, "Hearing what you said just now, I thought I got the wrong car. I'm leaving first." As he spoke, he got into the car. Buzz. The car started and drove slowly. After the silver Porsche Cayenne traveled dozens of meters, the young man who had been standing there in a daze with a dumbfounded look on his face finally came to his senses. In just a moment, his face flushed with shame. Damn, I wanted to show off, but who knew I'd run into someone so awesome? Damn it, so embarrassing. The young man took out a cigarette with trembling hands, then lit it with his Porsche key, took 2 puffs, and quickly drove towards his electric scooter. A dozen minutes drive. Jiangnan drove to the largest shopping mall district in Zhangcheng. To be honest, a Porsche Cayenne is not considered a top-notch luxury car in a new first-tier city like Zhangcheng, but it will still attract the attention of ordinary people. At least. The moment he found a parking space in Jiangnan and got out of the car, many passers-by still looked in his direction. After all, in this world, ordinary people make up 99% of the population. Facing these glances, Jiangnan's inner sense of satisfaction was naturally self-evident. After taking a quick look around, Jiangnan looked towards the pedestrian street not far away. This is the largest and most central shopping mall in Zhangcheng. At first glance, various top-brand luxury stores are lined up in rows. Chanel, Gucci, LV. Too many. Just pick a store and buy 2 sets of clothes, pants, and shoes. Although clothes make the man, it is most important to have a solid foundation and the temperament to handle it. Jiangnan walked towards a top luxury hotel. There is a saying that goes, when everyone in the world knows your strength, even if you are wearing cheap goods, it is still trendy, and it is also an outfit tailor-made for you by an unknown master. This world is so realistic. Compared with the old saying, even if he puts on the dragon robe he doesn't look like a prince. Without the background, strength and temperament, even if you wear so-called top-end luxury goods, others will think you are wearing fake goods. Brothers, please read the comments carefully. Lin Manman has a character picture, and the landlord's wife also has a character picture. Please read the comments. The pictures I posted will give you a better idea of the picture. Chapter 7, Meng Qingqiu, the most beautiful girl in Magic City University? More than an hour later. When Jiangnan walked out of an Armani store, he was already holding several bags in his hands. At this moment, his cheap clothes were already a good upgrade. The 2 outfits plus casual shoes cost about 30,000 yuan in total. The average price per unit is 15,000 renminbi. It's not too expensive, but it's comfortable to wear, and the final rebate I received was as much as 300,000. Not only that, during this period he bought a watch, which was not too expensive, a Rolex Green Submariner for 128,000 yuan. The cashback from this Green Submariner was not much, only twice, but even so, it still allowed his savings to reach more than 1.4 million. Not bad. Jiangnan walked slowly towards his car and arrived soon. After putting his things in the back seat, he returned to the driver's seat. Handsome. Just as Jiangnan was about to start the car, a voice rang out. He tilted his head to look, and saw a girl outside the car who looked okay but was full of technology. She smiled and held her phone and asked, "Can you add me on WeChat?" "Thank you, no thanks." Jiangnan shook his head and politely declined. "Are you sure?" After being rejected, the girl with a tech face frowned and spoke something in a foreign language in an incredible way. To be honest, Jiangnan's study was not good, but he was not so bad as to not know the meaning of this word. He said softly, "I don't know you, beautiful girl." "Are you sure?" Hearing Jiangnan's response, the girl's tone became a little heavier, and she stared at Jiangnan with wide eyes and asked again in disbelief. "I'm sorry, I have something to do now, I have to go." Jiangnan smiled politely and started the car. "Sure." In response, he said sure again, and it was in a very strange tone, which made Jiangnan's face darken instantly. He couldn't help it anymore and said lightly, "I am sure and certain. Please be careful and don't scratch my car." "I'm afraid you can't afford the compensation. No matter how good your temper is, you will be numbed by Sister Sure's actions." Buzz. The car started and drove straight out of the parking space. In the car, Jiangnan kept shaking his head. He had witnessed the horror of gold diggers. The most important thing is that Sister Sure just now was so confident. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the cell phone he had thrown aside suddenly vibrated. "Darling, it's almost noon, remember to eat lunch." It was a call from Meng Qingqiu. "I was just about to see what to eat. Are you done with get out of class?" Jiangnan drives with one hand. Although he got his driver's license at the age of 18, he drove a car a few times in the following years, so he is not unfamiliar with cars. "Yeah, I'm going to go to the cafeteria with my roommates." "What are you doing now?" Meng Qingqiu asked. "I'm driving." Jiangnan returned, turned on the speaker, took a photo of her on WeChat, and said with a smile, "How about I drive this car to pick you up when the time comes?" "Which car?" Meng Qingqiu opened WeChat and took a look, then asked in surprise, "Kaian? Aren't girls supposed to have little interest in cars?" "You recognized it right away." Jiangnan was a little surprised. "Good." Meng Qingqiu's tone dragged a little, and he quickly changed the subject. "Speaking of which, darling, aren't you nervous or curious about meeting in person soon?" "I am a little nervous, but what am I curious about?" Jiangnan asked curiously. "Just curious about what I look like." "What if I'm ugly?" Meng Qingqiu asked in a low voice. "You are fat and short. Will you run away as soon as you see me, just like what people say on the internet?" "Won't." Jiangnan replied. This is indeed not the case, but it is not certain whether they will still be together in the future. This world, after all, is a world where appearance matters. If you say he is heartless, then isn't this a normal thought for a normal person? Pucci, Qingqiu, stop scaring your online crush. You are the most beautiful girl on campus at Magic City University. Which boy would be so stunned when seeing you that he would run away on the spot? It's good enough that he didn't eat you up on the spot. A laugh rang out on the phone. Yao Yao, what are you talking about? Immediately afterwards, Meng Qingqiu's reproachful voice rang out. Hearing this, Jiangnan's eyes couldn't help but flicker. The most beautiful girl in Magic City University? Ahem, darling, don't listen to Yao Yao's nonsense. Oh, really, Yao Yao, you've made me feel embarrassed now. Darling, I'm going to the cafeteria first. I'll contact you later. Beep beep beep. After saying that, Meng Qingqiu hung up the phone. The most beautiful schoolgirl in the Magic City. Jiangnan did not put down his phone. While concentrating on driving, he opened Douyin and started searching. These days, there is basically no news that cannot be found on TikTok. Meng Qingqiu. Jiangnan directly searched the name of his online love object. In an instant, the keyword column immediately popped up with relevant keywords. The most beautiful girl in Magic City University. Let's take a look at the makeup-free photo of the most beautiful girl in Magic City University. Is Meng Qingqiu the most beautiful girl in Magic City University? I just clicked on a search term and entered it. Instantly, a video popped up. In the video, a beautiful girl with a high ponytail and wearing a brown sleeveless turtleneck sweater is sitting on a bench with a book in her hand. She is wearing a black leather skirt and a pair of long legs in black stockings, which is very attractive. Is this Meng Qingqiu? Jiangnan opened the comment section and took a look, and saw all praise. This is senior sister Qingqiu. Damn, to be honest, she is not photogenic in person. In real life, she is extremely beautiful. I think she can really be called a fairy sister. Jiangnan noticed a comment on a Modu IP, which received a very high number of likes. If this is really my online crush Meng Qingqiu, then her looks are truly off the charts. Jiangnan wanted to cast an insight spell to see how many points Meng Qingqiu could get from the system. Host, this is not a live broadcast, and I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I can't use insight. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Okay. Jiangnan nodded, looked at Meng Qingqiu in the video a few more times, then smiled and was about to throw the phone aside. At this time, a WeChat message notification came. Jiangnan clicked on it and took a look. It was sent by Lin Manman, the female anchor who looked so good. Brother Jiangnan, I just noticed that your TikTok IP address is in Jiangcheng. Is it such a coincidence? After seeing this message, Jiangnan thought about it and realized that he seemed to have followed this Xiaogui Bugui when he was watching the live broadcast in the same city last year. The two of them were indeed in Jiangcheng. Yes. Jiangnan took out his phone and replied to the voice message concisely. Chapter 8: The First Meeting with Lin Manman. At the same time, at the gate of a university in Jiangcheng, a beautiful young JK girl listened to the extremely young voice in the voice bar, and a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. It wasn't that she wanted to throw herself into Jiangnan's arms, but she felt it was unbelievable that she had earned more than 30,000 yuan without any reason. So, she thought about it, wondering whether she should take advantage of the daytime to personally thank this big brother Yenyu Jiangnan who had spent tens of thousands of dollars in her live broadcast room. Brother Jiangnan, thank you for giving me 21 carnivals today. I thought you were also in Jiangcheng, so how about you do me a favor and treat me to a meal at noon? After hesitating for a while, Lin Manman sent a voice note. After sending it, her pretty face turned red. Although she seemed a bit carefree on weekdays, she was actually a very shy girl. Otherwise, with her looks, if she was more outgoing and relaxed, she might not become an internet celebrity with 1 million fans, but after a year of live streaming, she could at least become a small internet celebrity with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of fans. Not to mention that the idea of meeting the number one on the list made her extremely shy. Good. Soon. Lin Manman received the message and still responded simply. Give me the location and I'll pick you up. Then, another voice message came. It's a pretty young voice. I still have some impression of the ID Yenyu Jiangnan. Although he doesn't talk much in the live broadcast room, this ID is basically there every time he broadcasts live. There shouldn't be anything wrong, right? Lin Manman scratched her head, muttered something softly, and then gave her position to him. What does Lin Manman want to do? You can't just let her throw herself into your arms for a few tens of thousands of dollars, right? Now. In Jiangnan, we navigated to where Lin Manman was. It is a university town in Jiangcheng. It takes him some time to get from here to there, at most half an hour, at least 10 to 20 minutes. You may have to wait for me for about half an hour. It will take me a while to get here. Jiangnan thought about it and reminded her. I hope this woman can't wait any longer and runs away, otherwise his trip would be in vain. It's okay, I just need to go back to the dormitory. Lin Manman replied immediately. Are you planning to dress up? Jiangnan shook his head and smiled. To be honest, for Lin Manman, whose appearance score was as high as 88 points, even if he had Meng Qingqiu as his online dating partner, it would be a lie for him to say that he was not interested. Which man has not fantasized about eating from the bowl and looking at the pot? Jiangnan is no exception. About 20 minutes later. At the entrance of the university town. A Porsche Cayenne slowly stopped. Porsche. What kind of car is this? It looks pretty cool. It must be a Cayenne, a luxury car that costs over 100 yuan to start with. Which rich second generation is driving this car to pick up girls? As the Porsche Cayenne came to a stop in front of a university gate, voices rang out, and several good-looking girls with long legs stopped and looked over here. A car with a starting value of 1 million is a top luxury car for 99% of the people in this world. At least, if 1 out of 1,000 people can afford a car of this level, it would be very cool. Now. At the school gate, a pretty girl wearing jeans, a white short-sleeve top, and her hair tied into a bun also set her sights on the Porsche Cayenne. At this moment, the cell phone in her hand vibrated, and then Lin Manman quickly retracted her gaze and looked back at the phone. I have arrived. It's a message from Jiangnan. Why don't I see you? Lin Manman picked up her phone and just sent a voice message when she saw a handsome guy getting out of the Porsche Cayenne. Bang! At this moment, her heart began to beat rapidly. Could it be him? Lin Manman widened her eyes. Here it is. It was not until Jiangnan waved at her that Lin Manman finally confirmed that this was the Yenyu Jiangnan who had given her 21 carnivals in the morning. Fuck, so handsome. Which woman doesn't tea like handsome guys? A light suddenly flashed in Lin Manman's eyes. Lin Manman's favorability +5. On Jiangnan's side, a system prompt sounded in his mind, which made him slightly stunned. This increase or decrease in favorability will actually be reported? Honestly, this feature is pretty cool. When facing a girl, he can instantly react to which of his words are wrong and which are right. Even when the girl is reluctant to accept him, he can clearly know whether he can take the next step. Overall, it's pretty nice. So handsome, which rich second generation is this? Who is that girl? She's so lucky to be with a handsome and wealthy second generation guy. Damn it. I'm not bad looking, why can't I find a good looking, tall, rich and handsome guy like this? When Jiangnan met Lin Manman, discussions immediately broke out around them. You are Big Brother Yenyu Jiangnan? Lin Manman asked in a low voice, still a little bit unbelieving. For some reason, she felt like she was meeting someone she had known online for a year in person. It was very wonderful. Yes. Jiangnan nodded. Lin Manman didn't use a beauty filter during the live broadcast, so there was not much difference in her appearance online and offline. Jiangnan even thinks that Lin Manman looks more pure offline. I didn't expect you to be so young and so handsome. Lin Manman secretly glanced at Jiangnan. She was only 165 centimeters tall. From this angle, she saw the perfect jawline of the person next to her, which made her think to herself, he should be around 185 centimeters tall with shoes on. Oh my gosh, such a high-quality boy has been hiding in my live broadcast room for almost a year, and why doesn't he post any works? Lin Manman's favorability +2. Thanks. Jiangnan smiled and thanked him. Then, the two got in the car. Under the gazes of passers-by, it slowly drove away. What to eat? In the car, Jiangnan asked. I'm treating you, shouldn't you want to eat something? Lin Manman pursed her lips and kept scanning the car with her peripheral vision. Good job. Is this what the interior of a luxury car with a starting value of 1 million looks like? To be honest, it is really comfortable to sit on. Hot pot, I remember there's a hot pot restaurant nearby that's pretty good. Jiangnan thought for a moment and then said. The hot pot restaurant nearby that you mentioned is indeed good, but I'll take you to a better hot pot restaurant in the alley. Lin Manman said immediately, it's economical and affordable, and there are many dishes. As she was talking, she suddenly remembered that she was treating everyone today, so she stopped immediately, looked at Jiangnan awkwardly, and whispered, actually, you can go to the restaurant you mentioned. It's okay, let's go to the alley hot pot you mentioned. Jiangnan smiled nonchalantly. I'm not treating you to that restaurant just to save money. It's because that hot pot is really, really, really delicious. When Lin Manman said this, her eyes were shining. Chapter 9 Whose Porsche is at the entrance of the alley? Soon, under the command of Lin Manman, Jiangnan drove the car to the outside of a small alley. Is this business so booming? Jiangnan rolled down the window and took a look. Wow, the alley was full of cars and there was no empty space at all. Of course. How could the place I recommended not have something to order? Lin Manman raised her eyebrows and said proudly. Can. Jiangnan nodded, looking forward to it. He is a native of Jiangchang. If you ask him what is the most famous food in Jiangchang, hot pot is second. I am afraid that no other food can be called the first. Brother, please step aside so that I can get out of the car. At this time, a man in his 30s came over, handed over a cigarette, and said something politely. Elder brother? Hearing the word brother, Lin Manman, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but have a strange expression on her face. It seems like he is much older than Jiangnan, and you still call me brother? It is true that in this real world, money is the symbol of status. You're welcome. Please wait a moment. Jiangnan took Huazi, nodded with a smile, and then started reversing. His technique was pretty good and he reversed very smoothly to make a parking space. Thank you. After a while, a blue BMW 5 Series drove by. Fine. After the BMW passed by, Jiangnan arrived at his previous parking space. It's pretty good luck. After getting off the car, Jiangnan praised him. By the way, I still don't know your name, brother. Lin Manman led Jiangnan into the alley and introduced herself. My real name is Lin Manman. Jiangnan. Jiangnan replied. Then you are using your real name to surf the internet. Lin Manman chuckled. Really? While chatting, the two arrived at an open-air dam, where all the tables were full. Boy, this is really hot. Seeing this, Jiangnan couldn't help but sigh. Is that so? Lin Manman raised her eyebrows again and said with a smile. Hello, how many people are you? A waiter trotted over. 2. Lin Manman made a yeah gesture. This way, please. The waiter immediately took the two of them to a table that had just been cleared, and then said, 2 customers, just scan the code and place your order, and the dishes will be delivered one by one. Okay, this isn't my first time here, go ahead and do your work. Lin Manman smiled and waved her hand, then sat down, picked up her phone, scanned the code and started placing an order. Do you want to eat yellow throat? Eat? Where's the pig brain? No. Duck intestines? Eat? The two of them asked questions one after another and quickly ordered all the dishes. Jiangnan? Oh, it's really you. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the next table. Jiangnan and Lin Manman looked to the side at the same time, and saw a yellow-haired young man with a spirited little sister looking towards them. When the yellow-haired young man saw Lin Manman, a look of shock immediately appeared on his face. Wow, such a pretty girl? Who is this? Lin Manman asked in a low voice. A colleague who used to deliver food with me. Jiangnan just nodded slightly to the yellow-haired man, and responded when he heard Lin Manman's question. Delivering food? Hearing this, Lin Manman was stunned for a moment, then scratched her head and said, It seems that you rich second generations all like to go to the grassroots to hone your skills and experience life. I saw a video online before, and it was also a takeaway boy. As a result, he bought a famous watch worth hundreds of thousands or something without blinking an eye while delivering food. Oh my god. Hearing this, Jiangnan just smiled and said nothing. If he hadn't been bound to the system, he would probably still be eating instant noodles at home, thinking about how to respond to Meng Qingqiu's request to meet in person. Honey, your friend doesn't seem to be very interested in you. Beside. The girlfriend of the yellow-haired young man added fuel to the fire. Oh. Hearing this, the yellow-haired young man smiled coldly and stood up immediately. Excuse me, which customer's Porsche Cayenne is outside the alley? At the moment when the yellow-haired young man stood up, a voice rang out in the room. Swish, swish, swish. Moment. Everyone's eyes were on him. Yours? Seeing the yellow-haired young man standing up, a waiter hurried over and said politely, Brother, there is a customer's car outside that can't get out. I want you to move it. Is that okay? What's mine? The yellow-haired young man was stunned for a moment. He had a small electric scooter, so couldn't he just move it easily? The Porsche Cayenne outside the alley. The waiter was polite and authentic. Do you think I look like someone who can afford a luxury car like that? The yellow-haired young man was speechless for a while. Just as he was about to walk towards Jiangnan's table, he saw Jiangnan stand up. In his surprised eyes, he said, Mine. Yours. When the waiter heard what Jiangnan said, he immediately ran over again. The yellow-haired young man heard his muttering on the way, Why are you standing up if you can't afford it? Fuck you. The yellow-haired young man almost vomited blood. He stood up and prepared to cause trouble for Jiangnan. But what's wrong with this kid? Porsche Cayenne? Isn't he a poor loser from an orphanage? How come he suddenly drives a Porsche? This way, please. While he was stunned, the waiter had already respectfully led Jiangnan to the outside of the open-air dam. Soon. Arrived outside the alley. Still, there was only a man in his 30s smoking a cigarette. Seeing the waiter leading Jiangnan over, he immediately came forward and shyly handed over a cigarette worth more than 10 yuan, and said politely, I'm sorry, handsome guy, your car is too close to mine, I don't dare to move. Jiangnan took the cigarette and smiled, It's okay, it won't take much time to move the car. The meaning of not daring to move is very clear. After all, it is a million-level car. If the paint is really scratched, for ordinary people, that would be a month's salary. Soon. Jiangnan arrived at the car, took a quick look, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. To be honest, the distance between the cars is quite large. However, he glanced at the car next to him, which was a second-hand BYD car. If it were him, he would probably be a little panicked. Don't think that people in new first-tier cities like Zhangcheng are either rich or noble. Let alone Zhangcheng, even in Kyoto, the ancient imperial city, the gap between the rich and the poor is still terrifying. Soon, Jiangnan also moved the car a large distance away. "Thank you, handsome." The old man thanked me and drove away. Jiangnan smiled and nodded. After getting out of the car, he was just about to head into the alley when a beautiful scenery came into his sight. Bite. Chapter 10. A beautiful lady with white stockings and a beauty score of 92. At the same time, a reminder sounded in Jiangnan's mind. Ding! The host is detected to have a person of the opposite sex with a beauty score of 90 points nearby. The system assigns a small welfare task: successfully obtain Zhang Yan's green bubble. Mission reward: 1 million yuan, mastery of piano. Ha! Hearing these prompt sounds, Zhang Nan showed a look of surprise on his face. I want to talk about the $1 million, it's pretty nice. This piano master's proficiency and skills is even nicer. Even as a layman, he knew there were 10 levels of piano playing, and there was no general term for levels above the 10th. To be honest, this master-level piano skill, even if not the best, should be world-class, right? Jiang Yan. Jiang Nan looked towards the beautiful scenery. Soon, two girls came over holding hands and laughing. His eyes were fixed on one of the girls with long hair. Her light makeup made her look very pure and sexy, and the smile on her face was extremely sweet. Name: Jiang Yan. Age: 19 years old. Height: 170 centimeters. Weight: 56 kilograms. Charging: 0. Appearance: 92 points. Favorability: 5 points. Ha! How come there are 5 points of favorability? After Jiang Nan saw Jiang Yan's attributes, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Little did she know that at this moment, Jiang Yan inadvertently noticed Jiang Nan standing next to the Porsche Cayenne. What normal man doesn't like beautiful women? Similarly, which normal woman doesn't like handsome guys? Yen, that handsome guy is good. He has good taste in clothes, good looks, and is tall. Do you think that Porsche is his? This way. Jiang Yan's best friend Li Lanlan whispered. I don't know, but he is indeed very handsome, a sunny and handsome guy, which is my type. Jiang Yan replied in a low voice, and then her eyes met Jiang Nan's. Her heartbeat inexplicably began to accelerate, so much so that she quickly withdrew her gaze. He's coming over. Damn, he looks even more handsome up close, with such three-dimensional facial features. Also, I think he's a bodybuilder. He's definitely one of those guys who looks skinny when dressed and muscular when undressed. Li Lanlan also said this nervously. Ah. Jiang Yan immediately calmed down, and then looked at Jiang Nan walking towards her with an extremely sunny smile. Wow, that's interesting. This guy's smile is so contagious, so sunny. Jiang Yan's favorability +5. In just a moment, this beautiful girl with a 92-point appearance score had a 10-point favorable impression of Jiang Nan. Hello, miss, can I add you on WeChat? Jiang Nan came over with a cell phone, looked at Jiang Yan and asked with a smile. The system said it was a small welfare task. Jiang Nan didn't think that he couldn't successfully add this girl on WeChat with 10 points of favorability. Me? Jiang Yan pointed at herself. Jiang Nan took a look and found that the pretty girl's hands were indeed beautiful. She had a manicure with sequins and diamonds that was neither too long nor too short. But if you look closely, you will find that there is no manicure on the middle finger. May I? Jiang Nan nodded and shook the phone twice. No problem. Jiang Yan nodded. Instead, she, the pretty girl who was asked about her WeChat, felt a little shy. She took out her cell phone and the two of them added each other on WeChat. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the welfare mission. Rewards: $1 million, mastery of piano. After successfully adding WeChat, Jiang Nan immediately heard the system notification sound in his mind, which brought a happy smile to his face. Although this system developed a little slower than the many fast-paced, rich novels he had read on the Tomato novel app before. But honestly speaking, this kind of slow growth and development while acquiring practical skills is really to Jiang Nan's liking. Jiang Nan, then, let's talk later. The two of them exchanged notes.
Jiang Yan naturally knew Jiang Nan's name.
She waved at him with a blushing face and started moving quickly in small steps.
Let's talk later.
Jiang Nan smiled slightly and followed her gaze. Only then did he notice the girl's outfit. The upper body is a versatile white short shirt, and the lower body is a light yellow miniskirt similar to a hip skirt. As for the pair of straight and perfect legs, they are matched with a pair of white stockings.
Good.
Moving down further, the pair of brown leather shoes immediately made the whole outfit more three-dimensional in his mind.
This outfit is simply perfect. If Jiang Nan is Jiang Yan's cup of tea, then Jiang Yan is a true heavenly dish for Jiang Nan.
Jiang Yan and her 2 daughters walked through the alley. It seemed that they were just 2 college students strolling there.
Jiang Nan also returned to the alley.
Hurry, the food is served so quickly today. As soon as they sat down, Lin Manman's anxious voice rang out, tripe, up and down, rapid crispy. Jiang Nan glanced at her, shook his head and smiled, took out the bowl and chopsticks, and began to enjoy the alley hot pot.
To be honest, the taste is really good.
At least having tried many hot pot restaurants, he feels that the taste of this hot pot is definitely among the top 3.
An hour later.
Cool. Lin Manman put down her chopsticks and shouted happily without any image.
It's really delicious. Jiang Nan nodded in praise. Of course not. The hot pot that I'm thinking about must taste delicious.
Lin Manman took off her apron with a smile, then sniffed the smell of hot pot on her body and said, "The smell is too strong. I'll just take a taxi back to school later."
It's okay. I smell bad too. Jiang Nan didn't wear an apron, so he stood up and said, "Let's go. I'll take you back." Jiang Nan.
At this time, a voice sounded nearby. Then, the yellow-haired young man came with his girlfriend, handed over a cigarette with a smile, and said, "Where are you doing recently?
You are doing so well now." "I've quit." Jiang Nan did not take the huazi, and said calmly, "Currently unemployed."
After saying that, he gave Lin Manman a look, and the 2 of them left side by side.
"Damn, you're so pretentious."
The yellow-haired young man looked at Jiang Nan's back and snorted coldly. This guy must have rented a set of clothes from somewhere, and also a car to pick up girls. After walking out of the alley and getting in the car, Jiang Nan didn't say much to Lin Manman about whether he wanted to go shopping and spend some money for her to see if he could win her heart and get out of the stage of self-reliance as soon as possible. He is not in a hurry. There is no need to rush. "Jiang Nan, thank you so much for giving me so many carnivals today." On the way back to school, Lin Manman took the initiative to talk.
More updates. Chapter 11 Goodbye Landlady, Outlook of Jiang Nan. I've been watching your live broadcast for a year.
Although you broadcast it casually, it's still quite interesting.
Jiang Nan chuckled and said, "It's not a momentary impulse, it's just an opportunity. It's rare to find a rich second generation like you who is so low-key." As Lin Manman spoke, she secretly glanced at Jiang Nan.
There was another sentence she didn't say, hidden in her heart.
That is, it is even rarer to find a rich second generation with a good personality and good looks like Jiang Nan. It can almost be said that even if Jiang Nan had not given her these 21 carnivals and had not driven a Porsche worth $1 million to pick her up, if he really wanted to pursue her, Lin Manman would not have thought of rejecting it at the first moment. The first impression is so important. Oh? So you have seen a lot of high-profile rich second generations? Jiang Nan asked back with a smile. No, I read it all on the internet. Don't they say that if God opens a window for you, he will definitely close another window for you? I feel that God has not closed any window for you. He has opened all the high-quality windows for you. As Lin Manman spoke, she couldn't help laughing. Ha ha.
Jiang Nan was also amused by her words. The 2 of them chatted back and forth, and the atmosphere in the car was quite harmonious. There was no sense of strangeness as if they were meeting for the first time. Instead, it was as if they were meeting in person after chatting online for a long time.
It's almost here.
When the car arrived at the gate of Lin Manman University and stopped, Lin Manman muttered something in a daze.
What? Are you reluctant to get off the bus? Jiang Nan joked. I feel relaxed and happy chatting with you.
Lin Manman stuck out her tongue, then unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the car door. After hesitating for a moment, she turned around and looked at Jiang Nan and said, can I invite you to dinner when you are free?
Okay, it depends on your time. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Good. Lin Manman smiled and got out of the car happily. Bye-bye. She closed the car door and waved outside the window with a sweet smile. Goodbye. Zhang Nan also waved his hand, then slowly started the car and drove away. Lin Manman's favorability +5. On the way back to the old city, Zhang Nan suddenly heard a system prompt inexplicably in his mind, which made him think about it. If I remember correctly, Lin Manman's favorability towards him has now reached 32 points. Wow, the favorability is rising quite fast. 32 points of favorability is already close to the level of an ambiguous relationship. Zhang Nan understood the favorability value of the system. Generally speaking, 0 points means a stranger, and below 10 points, it is basically just an impression. By around 10 points, this impression is already very good. As for around 11:30 o'clock, they are generally friends. If the score is above 30, if the person is of the opposite sex, it basically means there is some affection between boyfriend and girlfriend. As long as Zhang Nan wants, occasional ambiguous words or small physical touches can definitely quickly accelerate Lin Manman's affection for him. So, in this world, you not only need to be rich, but you also need to meet all the hardcore conditions. Zhang Nan glanced at himself in the car mirror, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a nice arc. When I returned to the downstairs of the old apartment building I rented in the old city, it was already around 2:30 in the afternoon. After parking the car, Zhang Nan went up to the third floor carrying a few bags. Coincidentally, when he turned the corner of the corridor, he met the landlord's wife Xia Jiqing again. Sister Xia. Zhang Nan greeted. Ha? Xia Jiqing looked at Zhang Nan at this moment, with a look of surprise on her face. Good job. This outfit is really handsome. Xia Jiqing's favorability +2. A system prompt sounded in his mind, and Zhang Nan nodded secretly. Clothes make the man, the ancients were right. Is this a consumption spree? Xia Jiqing looked Zhang Nan up and down again, her beautiful eyes full of amazement, and said, I haven't seen you for a few months. What a great watch. Armani, eh? Rolex Green Submariner? Xiao Jiang, are you done experiencing life and ready to go home and inherit the family business? Zhang Nan's temperament today is indeed completely different from before. With his mastery of piano skills and his well-dressed outfit, he really gives people the feeling of a nobleman. Sister Xia is joking. Zhang Nan shook his head and smiled. Ha, but you've really changed a lot. To be honest, if I were 10 years younger, I'm sure I'd be completely fascinated by you. Xia Jiqing covered her mouth and laughed. Her figure was not plump, but her breasts were quite big. In addition, she was wearing a slightly slim blue top. When she laughed. There are only 4 words to describe Zhang Nan's feeling at this moment. The branches and flowers are shaking. You make me feel a little embarrassed. Zhang Nan came back to his senses, scratched his head with a silly smile. If he didn't know that Xia Jiqing's favorability towards him was only 7 points, he would probably have taken it seriously and said something nasty. Xia Jiqing's favorability +3. At this time, a system prompt sounded in his mind, which made Zhang Nan stunned for a moment. Good job. This actually added 3 points of favorability, bringing the total to 10 points in one go. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I have to pick up my daughter from her piano teacher. We'll talk later. Xia Jiqing waved her hand, then walked past Zhang Nan and went down the corridor. Piano? Zhang Nan's eyes flickered. From time to time during the day when he was at home, he could indeed hear some simple piano key sounds. It turned out that the landlady's daughter was learning piano? Etc. Zhang Nan seemed to have grasped some key point, and an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. He now has mastered the piano at the master level, so it shouldn't be impossible for him to teach a little girl of a few years old, right? The landlady's beauty score is also as high as 92 points. It seems reasonable to list her as one of the targets for completing the previous welfare task. Zhang Nan's eyes couldn't help but flicker. The value of that small welfare task is extremely generous. Villa number 001, Zhangcheng Tianfu. The world's limited edition Pagani Zonda. He found time to search. The housing prices in Zhangcheng Tianfu and Zhangcheng are not low. There are sea view rooms, large flats, and 9 limited and most precious villas. According to online reports, the price of villa number 001 may start at as much as 500 million yuan and as little as 300 million yuan. Moreover, how could a villa called number 001 be bought so easily with money? Therefore, just this Zhangcheng Tianfu number 001 villa completely attracted Zhang Nan. Not to mention, there is also a global limited edition luxury supercar Pagani Zonda. The starting price of this car is tens of millions. Just a Porsche Cayenne worth $1 million is quite impressive to drive out. But if a Pagani Zonda supercar worth tens of millions is driven out, wouldn't it be a big hit and attract everyone's attention? Great! I suddenly have a more motivated goal. For my number 001 debut and my luxury supercar Pagani Zonda, I must complete this somewhat difficult welfare task as soon as possible. Chapter 12 Minigame Live Broadcast Room, Wineglass Legs. Go back inside. Jiangnan threw the bags in his hands onto the small sofa and then lay down. He stared at the ceiling blankly, and suddenly laughed out loud. All of this is not a dream. Jiangnan stood up suddenly and took out his mobile phone to check his balance. More than 2.4 million. In just a few hours, he went from being a poor loser with only a few thousand yuan in savings to a millionaire. He wondered if the world's richest man was making money as fast as he was. But in the future, no one in this world will be able to catch up with him in terms of the speed at which he makes money. This is his confidence. After calming down, Jiangnan opened TikTok. Brother, welcome to you. A little heart will walk on the acupressure mat once, a big beer will walk on the acupressure mat twice, and a hot air balloon will live on the acupressure mat for 1 minute. Brothers, please feel free to give Xiaomei instructions. It might be because Jiangnan had given gifts to the female anchor of this minigame in the morning. As soon as he opened Douyin, the minigame live broadcast room in the morning immediately pushed gifts to him. Ha! Still live streaming on the acupressure mat? Jiangnan took a quick glance and found that the anchor was still broadcasting live on the acupressure mat, which made him look a little surprised. Is he so trustworthy? Immediately, he entered the live broadcast room. Welcome. Wow, welcome to Brother Yenyu Jiangnan's live broadcast room. Brother Jiangnan, I didn't break my promise. Except for a few minutes of delay when I got the takeaway at noon, I didn't cheat for a single moment. As Jiangnan entered the live broadcast room, he instantly rose to the top of the list, and the female anchor in the live broadcast room of this small game also immediately gave him a warm welcome. Seeing that he had been directly promoted to the first place on the list, Jiangnan also understood that this female anchor had indeed never gone off the air. The price has gone up? Only then did he notice that the sign in the female anchor's hand had changed. A hot air balloon plus a 1-minute live broadcast of acupressure mats. I can't help it, brother. It's not even 6 hours yet. Even though there's only 1 hour left, I feel like I'm going to fail. The female anchor said aggrievely. Not to mention, we don't know what this woman looks like yet, but her voice sounds really soft and sweet. Moreover, the woman was wearing a pair of thin flesh-colored stockings with reinforced toes. If you look closely, you can actually see that she had red nail polish on. This red color may seem a bit earthy, but the advantage is that her legs are really good. They are not chopstick legs, model legs, or cartoon legs. But it's the legs of a wineglass. As the name suggests, this type of leg is like a wineglass, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Although the thighs look slightly muscular, the calves are actually very slender. Moreover, with the addition of this pair of flesh-colored stockings, in the eyes of Jiangnan, who is a bit of a leg-obsessed person, it is inevitable that she can play for years. Jiangnan even wanted to cast an insight spell on this female game anchor named Xiaomei Susu to see what her appearance score was. Forget it, there's no need. I just came here to get ordinary emotional value and find it fun. Jiangnan shook his head and discarded the idea. If he had come here for the looks in the first place, he would have thrown his insight away long ago. But he is not. I simply think this little game is interesting, and the emotional value that Susu provides is quite good. Now, he was extremely trustworthy and stayed on the acupressure mat for nearly 6 hours during the live broadcast. To be honest, Jiangnan still admires her very much. If I lose my insight, and it doesn't work out well, I won't be that interested anymore. Jiangnan shook his head and said, just playing on the internet for fun. If you want to see beautiful girls, there are always a bunch of them on TikTok. Can you still hold on? Jiangnan asked. Can you still hold on? Seeing Jiangnan's comment, the female anchor named Susu hasn't said anything yet. A level 52 guy said, what? You want to brush some more? Seeing this barrage, Jiangnan was stunned for a moment, and his brows frowned instantly. He ignored him and continued to send another barrage. If you can't hold on, I won't continue. Yes. I can hold on. Seeing Jiangnan's comments, The female anchor named Susu hurriedly said, "Brother Jiangnan, I can still hold on."
Okay, I'll go recharge. After Jiangnan sent a message, he logged out and started recharging. I didn't charge much, just the remaining 400,000 yuan. Soon. 4 million deuterium money has been credited to my account. Jiangnan returned to the live broadcast room.
Now.
Jiangnan took a quick glance and saw that the level 52 brother was blasting hot air balloons like crazy. In the time it took him to retreat and advance, he had already blasted over 100 of them. One hot air balloon costs 52 yuan, so 100 hot air balloons cost 5,200 yuan. This wave directly exceeded the 400 large sunglasses that Jiangnan had previously bought.
Since you said you can hold on, then I'll let you hold on a little longer. Keep going.
This level 52 brother arrogantly sent a barrage. This. Although this big brother gave her 100 hot air balloons, which cost a total of 5,200 yuan, Susu in the live broadcast room smiled bitterly at this moment. 100 hot air balloons means 100 minutes, which is another hour and 40 minutes.
Adding the 1 hour she still owed, the total was 2 hours and 40 minutes. Tired. Too tired.
Thank you Xia Yuwei for the 100 hot air balloons. Currently I still have to live broadcast on the acupressure mat for 2 hours and 40 minutes. Susu's voice sounded weak, but she soon cheered up and continued, "Is there any boss who wants to extend the working hours?" Hearing this, Jiangnan's eyes couldn't help but flicker. He chuckled and shook his head, and typed, "There is always a plus and a minus, host, how about reducing 1 minute for every gift of the same value?" Seeing Jiangnan's comments, Susu was stunned for a moment, then said, "Is this possible?" "Okay, why not?" Jiangnan laughed. Level 52 big brother, oh? You mean, you want to fight me? Try. Jiangnan smiled slightly, and then began to look for a gift that would match the value of the hot air balloon. Are there many new readers? Good brothers, come here to get the perfect life system. 111, I'll go first. Chapter 13, Big Brother, there is no need to brush anymore. You scared the second one away. With a casual glance, Jiangnan saw a really love you gift also worth 52 yuan. Immediately, Jiangnan also started clicking. But in just a short while, 100, 200 appeared. 52 yuan each, 200 pieces is 10,400 yuan. Thank you, Brother Jiangnan, for your 200 true loves. Thank you so much, Brother Jiangnan. Susu immediately expressed her gratitude, her voice trembling slightly, and it was obvious that she was very excited. Because 2 hours and 40 minutes is only 160 minutes. And with these 200 gifts from Jiangnan that truly showed his love for you, 200 minutes were instantly reduced. In fact, it exceeded 40 minutes. Xia Yuwei presented the anchor with a hot air balloon 1. Xia Yuwei presented the anchor with a hot air balloon 1. Xia Yuwei presented the anchor with a hot air balloon 1. This level 52 big brother also started to brush up hard. Similarly, he gave out gifts very quickly. In the same short period of time, 200 were swiped out. Fuck. The two big brothers started a war. Susu is so lucky. That's awesome. Damn, I don't think I have the ability to do that. It's not easy for a small game live broadcast room to encounter two big brothers fighting each other. Brothers, are you tired of giving gifts? If you are, top up your diamonds and give me your account. I will help you to give gifts. Don't worry, there is no need to pay any fees. Barrages of comments scrolled across the live broadcast room. The live broadcast room now has about 100 people at the beginning, but probably because too many gifts were given, it started to gain momentum and gradually attracted more than 400 people. I am really grateful for the support of both brothers. Susu's voice trembled even more. She was just a small game anchor with a few thousand fans. She had never seen such a scene before. At this moment, she felt indescribable complicated emotions in her heart. Jiangnan didn't say anything, his fingers just kept clicking. When he had swiped a total of 1,000 gifts worth 52 yuan, he finally stopped. It was not that he didn't want to continue, but his hands were too tired. 52,000 yuan. At this moment, seeing the 1,000 I really love you floating on the screen, the female anchor Susu widened her eyes with an incredible look on her face. This gift is so exhausting. After Jiangnan posted a barrage, he directly clicked on the carnival, which was a fancy gift worth 3,000 yuan. Brush. Yenyu Jiangnan presented the anchor with a carnival 1.
Yenyu Jiangnan presented the anchor with a carnival 1. Yenyu Jiangnan presented the anchor with a carnival 1.
The gift floated across the screen again. This time, it is still a carnival worth 3,000 yuan. He still has 3,480,000 diamonds left in his account.
One carnival is 30,000 diamonds. Jiangnan didn't say much and directly brushed 100 carnivals.
3 million diamonds, 300,000 yuan was spent in a short time.
Fuck. This big brother is really powerful. Damn, ordering carnival is more relaxed than ordering hearts. What do you mean by more open-minded than you? When a big brother orders Huazi, it's no different from us giving a thumbs up, right?
Brother, stop it, you scared away the level 52-second guy.
After Jiangnan's 100 carnivals, the entire live broadcast room instantly became lively. Thank you brother Yenyu Jiangnan for the 100 carnivals. Oh my god, I have never received a carnival before.
Brother, these 100 of yours have opened up a new world for me.
Thank you very much, thank you very much.
The female anchor Su immediately put her hands together and bowed repeatedly towards the camera.
Run away? That's boring. Jiangnan couldn't help but shook his head when he saw the comments in the live broadcast room.
Then he took action again and spent all the remaining 480,000 diamonds, or 48,000 yuan.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host, the consumption is completed and you will receive a 5-fold rebate.
Bite. The phone rang again with a text message. A 5-fold rebate of 400,000 would be 2 million.
Adding his previous 2 million, that means his current savings has reached 4 million.
Pretty. Jiangnan snapped his fingers and a look of admiration appeared on his face.
Brother Jiangnan, I'm going to end the broadcast first. Please check the private message later. At this time, the voice of the female anchor in the live broadcast room rang out. Hearing the voice, Jiangnan came back to his senses and then followed the female anchor.
Soon.
The live broadcast room is closed. Jiangnan arrived at his own homepage and a private message was sent.
Thank you for your reward, brother Jiangnan. Can I add a green bubble to you? Su sent a message.
Seeing this, Jiangnan hesitated for a moment, but quickly shook his head.
There would be no harm in adding her on WeChat.
If this female anchor only had nice legs but an ugly face, he could just delete her.
If it's acceptable, just keep it.
To be honest, Jiangnan really admires this trustworthy female anchor who earns her hard-earned money.
Immediately, he gave his existing WeChat account to Su. Soon.
In just a few seconds, he heard a notification sound from the WeChat background that a friend had been added.
Su requests to add you as a friend. Jiangnan clicked on it and agreed to the request.
Then, I subconsciously clicked on Su's circle of friends and started reading it. The first picture that caught his eye was the background image of the moments, which was a photo of a woman in her 20s holding the hand of a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. In the photo, the woman looks gentle, virtuous, and a beautiful girl from a small family. Her appearance is stunning at first sight, but as you look at her a few more times, you will be pleasantly surprised. She is the type that becomes more beautiful the more you look at her. Moreover, judging from the way she was dressed, she was simply a good girl.
You have a child?
Jiangnan was quite surprised to see that the woman in the photo looked no more than 27 or 28 years old and had a child of 5 or 6 years old.
Wait. 27 or 28 years old doesn't seem young anymore.
Having a 5 or 6-year-old child seems normal. Jiangnan shook his head and smiled, then glanced at other friends' circles, most of which were about daily life, so he couldn't help but leave.
Hello, brother Jiangnan. I am the female anchor Su.
A voice message was sent.
Thank you so much for what you did just now. I know that sometimes people get a little carried away when giving gifts. How about this? I don't have much money on hand right now. After the gifts are divided, I will return half of what you gave today, okay?
When Jiangnan was about to reply, another voice message came. After listening, he smiled.
This female anchor seemed quite interesting. Need not. Jiangnan replied, to me, hundreds of thousands are just scattered silver coins. Money spent is like water poured out. Just accept it with peace of mind. I have signed the contract. I want to ask for the free love generator. You can get it 3 times by watching the advertisement. Please support me. It will only take a short while. Thank you. Chapter 14 Landlady, Xiao Jiang, are you there? At the same time. In a small apartment in Zhangcheng,
A woman wearing a floral dress, with her hair draped over her shoulders and a mask that made it impossible to see her face clearly, sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at the message sent by her big brother on WeChat. Her eyes became moist for a moment.
thank you, brother Jiangnan.
The woman typed a message and slowly took off her mask. Even without any makeup, she is still very beautiful. Moreover, with her eyes slightly red at the moment, she looked even more pitiful and broken, making people want to hold her in their arms and love her well.
It's okay. I'll go get busy now. We'll talk later.
A message was sent, causing the woman to wipe the corners of her eyes, and then she replied obediently with a word okay.
Then she collapsed on the sofa and let out a long breath.
In a relaxed state, she suddenly felt a pain in her legs and feet after standing on the acupressure mat in the live broadcast room for such a long time. She couldn't help but put her legs on the sofa, and then slightly turned sideways and began to knead her flesh-colored calves and jade feet.
I earned over 200,000 today. I think I can add some food to my baby girl's diet.
The woman's voice rang out, I really met a good big brother, and this big brother hasn't made any requests to me.
Isn't it often said on the internet? The big brother on the list usually makes some requests to the female anchor?
Although I didn't show my face, many viewers in the live broadcast room have privately chatted with me more than once to ask if I can get socks. Thinking of this, the woman pursed her lips, then shook her head and murmured, this big brother probably doesn't have this hobby, right?
But I have to find a way to thank him.
For him, it may just be a few coins, but for an ordinary family like me, that's almost 2 years' income.
This side of Jiangnan.
He walked out of the bathroom, having just taken a shower and put on his clothes, but hadn't even blow-dried his hair yet.
Be good, don't cry. Mommy will find a better piano teacher for Xiaoying. Our Xiaoying is not stupid at all. It's the teacher who is stupid. She has no real talent and yet she comes out to teach piano.
When I arrived at the living room, because the sound insulation was not very good, I could hear the voice of the landlady coaxing her daughter at the door.
5:55.
Sobbing sounds were heard.
Jiangnan's eyes couldn't help but flicker. It seems, the opportunity has come? Squeak.
The door suddenly opened, and Xia Jiqing and her daughter, who were just passing by Jiangnan's gate, were so frightened that the little girl stopped crying.
Sister Xiaoying, hello.
Jiangnan, who was holding a black garbage bag in his hand, looked at the mother and daughter in surprise, and then put the garbage bag at the door. He then looked at the little girl and asked curiously, why are you crying?
You are, brother Jiangnan?
The little girl was also about 5 or 6 years old. They lived on the same floor and they met each other from time to time. One day last year, he even helped the little girl chase away some older bad kids. Therefore, she still had a very deep impression of Jiangnan.
Yeah, why don't you recognize your brother? Jiangnan squatted down with a smile.
After taking a look at Xia Jiqing, he saw that she didn't seem to have any objection, so he couldn't help but reach out and rub the little girl's head. It's just that my brother suddenly became more handsome and I didn't recognize him at first.
Mom, I want my brother to teach me piano.
The little girl enjoyed Jiangnan's big hand caressing her little head, and then suddenly hugged him, looked at her mother, and said, Big brother taught me to play the piano, I will definitely learn it.
You.
Xia Jiqing was a little confused by her daughter's words, and then she smiled bitterly and shook her head. Xiaoying, be good, brother is not a teacher, and he can't play the piano.
Yes, big brother can. The little girl started throwing a tantrum.
You girl? Xia Jiqing frowned, her face full of helplessness, especially when she saw her daughter hugging Jiangnan tightly. She became even more drunk and squatted down subconsciously. At the same time, the angle at which she squatted was perfectly aligned with the angle at which Jiangnan squatted. In an instant, as if she felt something, Xia Jiqing's face turned red. When she was about to get up, she noticed from the corner of her eye that Jiangnan immediately turned his eyes away. This made her feel relieved, and she stood up again without leaving any trace.
Xia Jiqing's favorability +5. Ha! Just by behaving like a gentleman, he gained 5 points of favorability? Jiangnan was slightly surprised. Big brother, you must be able to play the piano, right?
At this time, the little girl's baby voice was heard.
Meeting. Jiangnan smiled and nodded.
Xia Jiqing was slightly stunned when she heard Jiangnan's words, but she soon understood that he was following her daughter's words. She immediately nodded with a smile and said, Brother is busy now.
How about letting him teach you to play the piano when he is free?
Great, great. The little girl immediately laughed happily. Jiang Nan also stood up, but he did not directly explain how great his piano skills were. When he really needs to show off, he only needs to win Xia Jiqing's favor. Therefore, he didn't even bother to show himself.
That's just a low-level technique.
Real masters are those who pretend to be pigs and eat the tigers, giving people unexpected shocks at critical moments.
Goodbye, big brother.
The little girl was pulled away by Xia Jiqing.
Goodbye. Jiang Nan also smiled and waved.
The landlady glanced at Jiang Nan and smiled at him. Watching the big and small people walk away, Jiang Nan also withdrew his gaze from the landlady's graceful figure.
Bang! The door was closed, and Jiang Nan did not continue to consume on Douyin. He went straight back to the room and went to sleep. Bang bang bang.
I don't know how long I slept. In a daze, a knock on the door brought him back to reality from his dream. Jiang Nan opened his eyes and looked at the gloomy weather outside the window, and got up from the bed in confusion.
It's already 6 o'clock. Jiang Nan glanced at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
He slept for a really long time.
Bang bang bang.
At this time, the knock on the door rang again.
Xiaojiang, are you there? The landlady's voice rang out. Squeak. Soon. Jiang Nan got up and opened the door, and saw the landlady, who breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Xia, what's wrong? Jiang Nan yawned and asked. Just woke up?
Xia Jiqing glanced at Jiang Nan, who looked a little sleepy and couldn't help but smile. I just made some home-cooked dishes, and wanted to ask if you had eaten.
Chapter 15, The Wife Who Walked Out of the Comics. No. Jiang Nan shook his head. Okay then, pack up and come over later. The landlady smiled and nodded. Good. Jiang Nan finally came to his senses at this time.
I went back home, washed up, and then went out. The landlady lived not far from him. It was a house in an old residential area with 4 or 5 tenants on one floor, and the landlady lived at the innermost position on the 3rd floor.
Jiang Nan arrived quickly.
The door was not closed, so he walked straight in. After closing the door, the gentle voice of the landlady came from inside. Xiaojiang, the shoes at the door, I have prepared them for you.
Good. Jiang Nan responded, and then took a look.
It was a pair of pink women's slippers, but they were not small, at least he could wear them. At this time, he also noticed several pairs of high heels on the shoe cabinet next to him. Among them, a pair of Valentino high heels with diamonds made him take a second look. This landlady is also a high-heeled shoe lover. Jiang Nan withdrew his gaze and said without exaggeration that if this shoe cabinet was left outside, there would probably be only a few pairs of shoes left the next day. There was even a high possibility that some sticky stuff would appear.
There are so many news reports about this kind of thing on the internet.
Big brother. When Jiang Nan walked through the gate, the little girl immediately jumped over happily, and then threw herself into his arms as he squatted down.
Xia Jiqing's favorability +1.
He picked up the little girl and heard a system prompt in his mind. He couldn't help but look forward and saw the landlady standing there in a small apron with a dazed look on her beautiful face.
Sister Xia. Jiang Nan greeted softly. Come, it's time to eat.
Xia Jiqing recovered and said with a smile.
Let's eat. The little girl shouted happily. After dinner, handsome brother will teach Xiaoying to play the piano. Xiaoying.
Xia Jiqing's tone became more serious. Didn't mom say that brother is usually very busy and may not be able to find time to teach you to play the piano?
No matter what, won't handsome brother have time after dinner? The little girl got angry and pouted, looking unhappy.
Okay, I'll teach you later. Jiang Nan knew that the groundwork was almost done, so he smiled, reached out and rubbed the little girl's head, and spoke.
Xiaojiang. Xia Jiqing looked towards Jiang Nan in surprise. Fine. Jiang Nan gave the landlady a look.
Xia Jiqing was stunned by the confident look, and then she shook her head and said, let's not talk about this for now.
Come to the table and eat.
As she spoke, she took off her apron, and a pair of big breasts immediately came into Jiang Nan's sight.
This figure is really great, it's really wow. Jiang Nan quickly withdrew his gaze, not daring to look at him any longer. The most important thing is that this landlady has silver hair and an invincible figure.
She looks like a shocking two-dimensional lady who walked out of a comic book.
Seated quickly.
The landlady also took the little girl and started eating in her arms. However, the little girl's face was full of unhappiness, and it was obvious that she wanted to eat in Jiang Nan's arms. You little girl, you like handsome guys at such a young age, don't you want your mother anymore?
The landlady saw her daughter staring at Jiangnan and couldn't help but make a sour joke. But brother Jiangnan is so handsome.
They are already 5 or 6 years old.
Children nowadays are not like children in previous generations who know nothing. When these words were spoken at this moment, Xia Jiqing and Jiangnan couldn't help laughing. Eat, eat.
Xia Jiqing said quickly, and then looked at Jiangnan with a gentle smile on her face. How is it, Xiao Jiang, is my cooking to your liking?
It's delicious.
I like Sichuan and Chongqing cuisine.
It's spicy.
Jiangnan nodded in praise. It wasn't that he was forcing praise just to improve his favorability, but the landlord's wife, Xia Jiqing's cooking skills were indeed very good.
As long as it suits your taste.
Xia Jiqing pursed her lips and smiled.
Xia Jiqing's favorability +1.
Although it only increased the favorability a little, it is better than nothing.
Some growth is much better than no growth. And,
if he remembered correctly, the current landlady had a pretty good impression of him.
17 o'clock.
This level of favorability is already considered to be extremely rapid progress. If he is given a little more time to get in touch with it, it will be just around the corner for him to complete that small welfare task.
The meal took about half an hour. Only then did Jiangnan put down his bowl and chopsticks. Shall I serve you another bowl? The landlady said happily. I can't eat anymore, it's too bloated.
Jiangnan patted his stomach and shook his head. To be honest, I haven't eaten these home-cooked dishes for a long time.
Haha, as long as it suits your taste, in the future, if there is any dish you want to eat, just tell me.
After the meal, the landlord's favorability increased by another 3 points, and the landlord's wife now has 20 points of favorability towards Jiangnan.
The power of 20 points of favorability was immediately demonstrated.
Hearing this, Jiangnan scratched his head and said with a silly smile, I ate a little too much.
How much can you eat? Enough. The landlady said happily.
Jiangnan hadn't eaten home-cooked meals for a long time, and similarly, no one had eaten the home-cooked meals she made for a long time. Moreover, she could see that almost all the dishes on the table were cleared, which was such a great silent compliment to a cook. I'll clean up, you play with Xiaoying and don't move. When the landlady saw Jiangnan wanted to clean up the dishes, she immediately stood up with the little girl in her arms and said, Xiaoying, go watch TV with your brother.
Mom will come to accompany you later, okay?
Okay. The little girl immediately came to Jiangnan and leaned towards him with a smile.
Sister Xia. Jiangnan glanced at the table. Fine. Xia Jiqing smiled gently and waved her hand. Okay. Jiangnan didn't waste any more time on this issue.
He held the little girl in his arms and slowly walked towards the living room. Handsome brother, the piano room is not in the living room, it's over there. The little girl's babyish voice was heard.
Good. Jiangnan followed the direction of the little girl's finger and went to a small room.
Hearing the conversation between the adult and the child, the restaurant's landlady couldn't help but shake her head and smiled, muttering, that's good, it's good for Xiaoying to know that Xiaozhang can't play the piano, otherwise she would really keep pestering him to teach her piano. As she was talking, she also noticed that there was only some soup and chili left on several plates on the table. Basically, all the dishes were eaten. This made her purse her lips and a happy smile appeared on her face again.
Chapter 16, Ambiguous Atmosphere, the landlord's favorability reaches 40 points. Now. In the little girl's piano room. Handsome brother, let me play you a song I just learned.
The little girl sat on Jiangnan's lap and said with a smile, I don't like my piano teacher at all, so I pretended that I couldn't learn it.
Humph, actually I'm really good at it.
Yeah? Jiangnan reached out and touched the little girl's head, and said with a smile, then play it for your brother, I want to see how good Xiaoying is.
Good.
The little girl's smiling face suddenly became serious, and then she placed her 2 little hands on the piano.
The moment the first note sounded, Jiangnan couldn't help but raise his brows.
Then, the second and third sounds came.
Jiangnan is now a master piano player, and he instantly associated these few simple notes with a song. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. A very simple children's song.
Soon, after playing a short section, the little girl began to hum softly, the sky is full of little stars. And as she hummed, she also played along smoothly. After a short while, she played a simple version of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
It's really amazing. Jiangnan praised.
Although the song Twinkle Twinkle Little Star is not difficult at all, to be honest, it is still a bit difficult for a 5 or 6-year-old child to play it without looking at the score, which shows her proficiency in this song.
Hee hee. The little girl laughed happily. Come, I'll teach you a simpler one, Jiang Nan said with a smile. He just took the little girl's hand and started playing on the piano keys. Two tigers, run fast, run fast. Jiang Nan played the piano and hummed at the same time. At the same time. After cleaning up the dishes in the restaurant, Xia Jiqing, who did not start washing the dishes immediately, walked over wearing an apron. Coincidentally, she saw Jiang Nan holding his daughter's small hands and playing the piano, and the two of them, one big and one small, humming happily, and an unknown smile appeared on her face. Xia Jiqing's favorability +5. When the song Two Tigers ended, the system prompt sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. Sister Xia. Jiang Nan looked back and greeted with a smile. I didn't expect you could really play the piano? Xia Jiqing stretched out her hand to hook her hair around her ear. For some reason, she was a little afraid to meet Jiang Nan's gaze. These are simple nursery rhymes, very simple. Jiang Nan chuckled. That's pretty impressive too. The landlord's wife, Xia Jiqing, exclaimed, like me, I don't have any talent for musical instruments. I also thought about practicing the piano when I was in junior high school, but I really don't have the talent, ha ha ha. It's very simple, Sister Xia, do you want to try it? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered and he spoke. Me? Also? Xia Jiqing was stunned for a moment. Mom, it's really simple. The little girl jumped off Jiang Nan's legs, then hopped towards the door, pulling Xia Jiqing with her and said, handsome brother must be able to play the piano, let him teach you how to play the piano, maybe you are actually very talented, Mom? Gangnam favorability +10,086. If the little girl also had a system, she would definitely hear the system prompt sound in her mind. At this moment, Jiang Nan looked at the little girl with even more tenderness in his eyes. What a good boy. Sister Xia, please sit down. Jiang Nan stood up and made way for him. If Xia Jiqing's favorability towards him was above 40 points, he would probably let the landlady sit on his lap like a little girl. After thinking about it, Jiang Nan didn't dare to go too far as his favorability was only 25 points, which was neither high nor low. Good. Xia Jiqing sat down expectantly, looking at the small piano in front of her. Her pretty face blushed slightly and she was a little nervous. When the little girl was not at home, she would occasionally sit down and tap a few times, but she really didn't understand anything and just tapped blindly. What do I need to do next? Xia Jiqing took a deep breath, and the moment she turned around, she happened to see Jiang Nan who was leaning down. The two were very close to each other. Plop. Plop. Studies have shown that when a man and a woman are alone in an extremely tense atmosphere, a unique hormone that cannot be seen or touched will be secreted in their bodies. This hormone will make people's heart beat inexplicably when facing the opposite sex. Therefore, in this case, there is a great possibility that they will have a feeling of simulated love with the other person. At this moment, Xia Jiqing was already a little nervous. Now facing such a close distance, with her pores and heartbeat clearly visible and audible, her heart began to beat even faster. Sister Xia. A gentle voice sounded. Next second. Two warm hands grabbed her hands, which frightened her so much that she came to her senses immediately. She was about to break free subconsciously, but soon, a gentle voice rang in her ears again. Don't be nervous, I will hold your hands and let you feel the feeling of your fingers dancing on the keys. Xia Jiqing stared blankly at Jiang Nan who had a serious face, and found that his eyes were only on the piano. Feeling her nervousness, the gentle smile on his face when he looked at her was like a bullet that hit her heart with a bang. Gurgle. Xia Jiqing couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Xia Jiqing's favorability +10. The system prompt sounded in his mind, which made Jiang Nan stunned for a moment. Good job. He thought that the ambiguous atmosphere he created could increase his favorability, but he didn't expect it to increase by as much as 10 points. Are you ready? Jiang Nan looked directly at the landlady who was staring at him and asked softly. Yeah. The landlady's pretty face flushed slightly and with some reluctance she turned her gaze away from Jiang Nan's face, which made her heart beat faster, and responded with a slightly drawn-out tone. Good. Jiang Nan said softly, then grabbed the landlady's slender hand and started playing. In an instant, an extremely light tune rang out in the piano room. As the rhythm gradually quickened after a measure was played, the landlady showed a look of surprise on her face, and then she said, I know what song this is. It's called Kakujiro's Summer, right? Yes. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. You are amazing. The landlady praised from the bottom of her heart. No. Jiang Nan chuckled and said, Sister Xia, you should say that we are really amazing. Xia Jiqing's favorability +5. The landlady couldn't stand the emotional value given by Jiang Nan. Chapter 17. I'm going to tell you something from the bottom of my heart. A beautiful landlady like the landlady owns several buildings to collect rent in a new first-tier city like Zhangcheng. To be honest, even though it is an old city area, she is really considered a wealthy woman after this month. Moreover, Jiang Nan also heard that this landlady might not just be the landlady of several buildings in this old neighborhood. A rich woman like this who has been widowed for several years feels extremely empty inside if she doesn't go out to have fun. Once someone really forces his way into her heart, there is no need for the other person to take the initiative. Xiaojiang, thank you so much. The landlady's eyes were a little sad when she looked at Jiang Nan. What do you think, Sister Xia? Piano is not that difficult, right? Jiang Nan laughed. It won't be difficult if you're here. The landlady said in a low voice with a slightly blushing face. The power of 40 points of favorability is really not small. The landlady with a slightly shy expression is really lethal. Then how about I teach Sister Xia a lesson while I'm here for dinner? When you're not here for a meal, can't you teach me as well? No, what I mean is. The two of them started chatting back and forth, which gave people the feeling that they were a young couple flirting with each other. Hey! Mom, didn't the handsome brother teach me to play the piano? The little girl stood with her hands on her hips and pouted in dissatisfaction. Your handsome brother is usually very busy. Tomorrow, Mom will take you to see another teacher. She is very gentle, and there is also a cute little girl at home who is about your age. I think you won't feel bored when studying. Xia Jiqing smiled and said, don't you want to learn it well and then suddenly show it to your brother to surprise him? Yeah. The little girl's eyes started blinking. Yes. Xia Jiqing slowly stood up and glanced at Jiang Nan inadvertently, with an extremely shy look in her eyes, and whispered, I'll go wash the dishes first. Xiaoying will be left to you. Good. Jiang Nan nodded and then sat on the chair, but soon, his expression became a little strange. Why did the chair feel a little smooth? Xiaoying, you should learn fingering skills from your brother. In the future, Mom hopes to see your performance on a big stage. Before Xia Jiqing left, she reached out and rubbed the little girl's head. Yes. Don't worry, Mom, this day will definitely come. The little girl clenched her fists and nodded heavily. Thank you so much today, Xiaojiang. I haven't seen Xiaoying smile so much in a long time. The same goes for me. At around 8:30 in the evening, at the door of the landlord's house, she looked at Jiang Nan tenderly and said thank you softly. Sister Xia, it's too polite for you to say that. Currently, Xia Jiqing's favorability towards him has reached 40 points. Although it has not continued to increase, Jiang Nan actually feels that it has reached a peak. At least, without too much attack strength, it will not increase too much. But he was not in a hurry, as good wine should be savored slowly. Swallowing it all at once, isn't it no different from Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit? Okay, I'm being polite. The landlady took a deep breath, and then looked at Jiang Nan tenderly. The lights in the corridor were a little dim at night, but even in such an atmosphere, there seemed to be a different feeling. At least, at this moment, the landlady's heart began to beat faster for some reason. Well, Sister Xia, I'm going to go back first. If you have anything, please call me on WeChat. Jiang Nan was about to turn around and leave. Xiaojiang. When the landlady saw him preparing to turn around and leave, she subconsciously reached out and grabbed his arm. When Jiang Nan turned back in confusion, her stunningly beautiful face was flushed under the dim light. Plop. Plop. She could clearly hear her heart beating very fast. Call. She seemed to have made up her mind, and she let out a long sigh. Then she looked straight into Jiang Nan's eyes and said, You also know that I am a widow, and I have been living alone with Xiaoying for so many years. Sister. Jiang Nan took the opportunity to hold Xia Jiqing's hand. Maybe it was because of the night, it felt cold. He couldn't help but rub it twice and called out softly. I noticed that you are different today than before. To be honest, I was quite shocked. Xia Jiqing said softly, I don't know if you are the kind of rich second generation who likes to experience life, that's none of my business. But I'm going to tell you something from the bottom of my heart. I find that I seem to like you a little bit. And, it's the kind of liking that's quite crazy. As she spoke, there was a hint of confusion on her face. She really couldn't have imagined that in just one day, she would become obsessed with the tenant who was just a stranger to her.
This was an incredible event that she could never have imagined before it happened.
Sister, you.
Jiang Nan looked at Xia Jiqing in shock and just called out, but did not respond at this moment.
Oh, what am I talking about?
Seeing that Jiang Nan did not respond, Xia Jiqing's emotions slowly receded. She suddenly reacted and shyly turned around and walked towards the house.
She said, Xiao Jiang, I'm not a hooligan. I just said what I really think. I can't hold it back. I'll say whatever I want to say. If you don't like it, I won't talk about it anymore. Bang! The door is closed. Now. In the room. The landlord's wife, Xia Jiqing's chest heaved up and down.
She bit her lower lip lightly with her pearly teeth, leaning against the door with rapid breathing. As she listened to the footsteps outside the door gradually fading away, her heart began to beat even faster.
Covering her burning face, she immediately made an awkward TSK sound and murmured, Xia Jiqing, you have been lonely for so many years, and you can't bear it anymore when you meet Xiao Jiang, such an outstanding and handsome young man.
Buzz buzz buzz.
On the coffee table. Xia Jiqing's cell phone vibrated. Mom, someone sent you a message. The little girl's voice rang out. Who is it?
Xia Jiqing took a deep breath, calmed down her anxious mood, and slowly walked towards the living room.
Let me see, it's brother Jiang Nan.
The little girl's voice sounded again, causing the landlady to quicken her pace. Taking the phone from her daughter, the landlady held her breath at this moment, and then quickly went to the balcony, opened the dialogue box with Jiang Nan, and clicked on the voice message he sent.
Chapter 18 Sister Xia, are you asleep? Sister, I actually want to tell you something. Jiang Nan's voice rang out. This serious tone made Xia Jiqing's breathing tighten. Soon.
The next day, a voice message came, and she quickly clicked on it and listened. Actually, I have an online crush, and I must make this clear to you, sister. Hearing this, Xia Jiqing was stunned for a moment, and then the breath she had been holding suddenly relaxed, and her slightly nervous expression instantly became relaxed.
What did she take it as a big deal?
As long as she wasn't rejected directly, it wouldn't be a big deal for Xia Jiqing. Although she is over 30 years old, to be honest, she is still a very eye-catching presence when she goes out, attracting the attention of many men.
Just an online romance.
Even if he really had a partner in real life, it was of no importance to Xia Jiqing. As a widow, to be honest, she really didn't want to pursue any nominal status.
It's okay, I don't care about these. Xia Jiqing's tone of voice was much more relaxed.
From Jiang Nan's tone and the look in his eyes when they were together just now, she could feel that this handsome young man was definitely interested in her.
At this time, Jiang Nan returned home and leaned on the sofa.
When he heard the landlady's words, a smile appeared on his face. He knew that he had basically won over the landlady, but as for whether he could get to know her better, that would require an opportunity. Although 40 points of favorability is already very high, in reality, it may still be a little difficult to hit home runs steadily. Don't worry, it will be mine sooner or later.
Jiang Nan chuckled. After that, the two chatted for a while, but neither of them went deep into the topic. Everything was self-explanatory. They were all adults, so who wouldn't understand this? Around 9 o'clock.
Jiang Nan was just about to put down his phone, wash up, go to bed, and play some TikTok.
Buzz buzz buzz. The cell phone suddenly vibrated. It's really busy.
Jiang Nan took a quick glance and saw that it was a voice call from his online love interest Meng Qingqiu.
Darling, in 2 days, I will be able to see you. Meng Qingqiu let out a subtle coquettish voice. It's really exciting. Jiang Nan rode. Yes, it's our first meeting in the true sense. Meng Qingqiu whispered, I remember a certain guy seemed to like white silk.
Hearing this, Jiang Nan was stunned for a moment.
He. Meng Qingqiu just smiled and didn't say anything else. Actually, I like black stockings, too. Jiang Nan hinted.
I have worn black stockings, but I rarely wear white stockings.
Meng Qingqiu replied. Are you there? Jiang Nan said directly.
Yes, what's the matter? Look at the black stockings, look at the beautiful legs.
Okay, darling, wait for me for a moment. I'll go find some black silk. About a few minutes later. First, a photo was sent of a pair of white, glowing legs revealed under a pink nightgown.
It might be because of the lighting, it feels a bit flashy.
Meng Qingqiu sent a voice message embarrassedly. Perfect. It wasn't the first time that Jiang Nan had seen Meng Qingqiu's legs.
After all, they had been in an online relationship for 2.5 years. Not to mention the private photos, but he could occasionally see her collarbone, legs, feet, and even her black stockings.
Soon. With a vibration, Meng Qingqiu's message came. Jiang Nan checked it out. This time, it's not a photo.
It's a short video of about 10 seconds. In the video, Meng Qingqiu focuses on her own feet as she slowly puts on black stockings. The mysterious black color gradually submerges her perfect legs, but it makes the feeling even more impactful.
Hey, how is it? Does it look good? Meng Qingqiu sent a smiling voice note. Great. Jiang Nan directly sent an emoticon.
Next, the two of them started chatting, and from time to time Meng Qingqiu would send a few photos of her jade feet in black stockings. Even at Jiang Nan's strong request, she changed her other foot into white calf socks, one black and one white, forming a strong contrast. Before they knew it, they had been chatting until 10 o'clock. During this period, Jiang Nan also thought about asking Meng Qingqiu to start the video, but then he thought that he would be able to see it with his own eyes in 2 days, so he didn't ask.
After hanging up the phone, Jiang Nan went to the bathroom to wash up.
As soon as I returned to the bedroom, a message came from the landlady.
Picture. Jiang Nan's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Click to take a look. Good job.
The landlady was wearing a little black lace dress and was photographed lying on her side in an extremely seductive posture. This landlady gives off the visual sense of a lady from a comic book. Looking at her from this angle, she is more than just stunning.
On a lonely night, I fall asleep alone.
A voice message was sent.
Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh.
As expected of a 30-year-old sister, once she starts talking, her fiery enthusiasm is simply irresistible.
Jiang Nan didn't say much and just made a video call. It rang for about a few seconds. The landlady then answered the phone.
But it was pitch black, without a single light.
Sister Xia, did you turn off the light so soon? Jiang Nan was surprised. I'm going to sleep. Also, why aren't you wearing a shirt?
The landlady's shy voice rang out.
Yeah?
Jiang Nan was just about to say something. Oh, Xiaojiang, I'm really sorry, and I'm ready to go to bed, so I'll hang up first. The landlady panted heavily, looked at Jiang Nan's perfect mermaid line a few more times reluctantly, swallowed her saliva and hung up the video call.
Xia Jiqing's favorability +5.
After the video was hung up, a system notification sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. The 5-point increase in favorability made him a little confused.
At this time, the landlady is here.
She was holding a pillow, and a faint light occasionally appeared in the dark room. Her eyes were blurred, her teeth were gently biting her lower lip, and her delicate body was slowly twisting. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan, who was browsing Douyin, suddenly heard the system notification sound in his mind.
Xia Jiqing's favorability +5. Another 5 points added? Doesn't that mean that with a full favorability of 100, the landlady already has more than half of her favor towards him? 40 points of favorability is already a burning passion, so it should be no problem to do something with these 50 points of favorability, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but quit Douyin, opened WeChat, thought for a while, and sent a message to the landlord's wife. Sister Xia, are you asleep? Chapter 19 Jiang Nan, don't talk. Crash. At this time,
there was a sound of water coming from the bathroom in the landlady's bedroom.
A few minutes later, she came out wrapped in a bath towel. It's really crazy.
The landlady swallowed her saliva and went back to bed with a slightly blushing face.
Buzz. The phone suddenly vibrated. She couldn't help but pick up her phone and take a look. Sister Xia, are you asleep?
It was a message sent from Jiang Nan.
It's almost 10:30, why is he asking me this? And, he seems to know that I'm not asleep.
The landlady swallowed her saliva again, and then replied, no, not yet.
I feel a little energetic. Sister Xia, do you want to go out for a walk? News from Jiang Nan came.
When the landlady saw the message, her heartbeat immediately quickened.
At this late hour in the evening, a man and a woman are going out for a walk alone? Okay.
She wanted to refuse, but for some reason, when she thought of Jiang Nan's perfect mermaid line in the video just now, the landlady agreed as if possessed. After agreeing, her face instantly became hot again. She is already 30 years old, not a 15 or 16-year-old girl who knows nothing.
Is going out for a stroll this late at night really just an ordinary stroll? 10 minutes later. Squeak.
The landlord's wife's door was gently pushed open, revealing a woman in a black dress, high heels, and a bun with her silver hair. She looked like a bombshell lady who had walked out of a nondescript comic book.
Sister Xia. Jiang Nan's eyes widened.
Especially at this moment, Xia Jiqing's pretty face was all blushing, and she didn't dare to look directly at Jiang Nan, which made her look extremely shy.
This outfit plus this expression gave people an amazing visual impact. Xiao Jiang, stop staring at me like that. I feel a little embarrassed.
The landlady felt Jiang Nan's burning gaze and felt very happy, but also very shy at the same time. For all these years, no one has been able to look at her perfect body so unscrupulously.
Xia Jiqing's favorability +2. Sister, you are so beautiful. Jiang Nan exclaimed in admiration from the bottom of his heart. No way, I'm already 30 years old.
The landlady pursed her lips and replied embarrassedly.
Sister, haven't you heard a word?
Jiang Nan moved closer to the landlady, and a surge of male hormones instantly invaded her nostrils, making her pretty face even redder, and even her eyes seemed a little blurry as if she was drunk.
What?
To the extent that her voice sounded a little soft at this moment. I'm not afraid of an 18-year-old schoolgirl having an affair, but I'm afraid of a 30-year-old young lady. Jiang Nan moved a little closer to the landlady and whispered something in her ear.
The heat made the landlady's whole body shiver instantly.
Her face turned red to her ears, and even her neck turned a little red.
Xiao Jiang. The landlady felt a little weak.
Now that he had 52 points of favorability, Jiang Nan was naturally much bolder. He reached out and grabbed the landlady's hand and said, "Let's just walk around.
I remember there seems to be a small park next to it." Okay, I'll listen to you. We can go anywhere. The landlady responded obediently.
The nights in May were still a little chilly, but for Jiang Nan or Xia Jiqing, this was no big deal at the moment. The two of them strolled under the moonlight and arrived at a small park a few hundred meters away from the community. At this moment, two people sat down on a small stool by the river.
A breeze blew, and under the hazy moonlight, Jiang Nan looked at the landlady beside him.
Her bangs fluttered slightly, and her silver hair even had a little sparkle.
Sister Xia, you are so beautiful. Jiang Nan couldn't help but sigh again.
You have such a sweet mouth.
You are so good at coaxing people.
The landlady glanced at Jiang Nan with a charming look, then moved a little closer to him and whispered, "Don't mention it, the wind by the river is still a little cool." Hearing this, Jiang Nan understood everything and reached out to embrace the landlord's wife in his arms.
Bang! At this moment, both Jiang Nan and the landlady's heartbeats inexplicably quickened. Jiang Nan.
At this time, the landlady called Jiang Nan's name softly. Jiang Nan looked at her, and meeting the landlord's wife's expectant gaze, he slowly lowered his head.
After dozens of seconds,
a silver thread was stretched out, like the light from the moon.
Xia Jiqing's favorability +3. Jiang Nan, your hand.
At this time, the shy voice of the landlady sounded.
Oh. Sorry, Sister Xia.
Jiang Nan reacted, not knowing whether it was intentional or out of guilt. He withdrew his hand and touched his nose. The fragrance made his heart surge with joy.
No, it's okay.
The landlady took a deep breath, then leaned her head on Jiang Nan's shoulder and whispered softly, "It seems that the two of us are progressing a little too fast."
Sister. Jiang Nan was stunned for a moment. But I don't regret it. I'm already 30 years old.
If I don't go crazy, I'll be really old.
I don't want to leave any regrets in my future life. Jiang Nan, you should be able to feel how I feel about you.
The landlady said softly, "I also know that you have an online lover, so I won't ask for anything too much.
Let's keep our relationship like this.
When you are free, just spend more time with me, and I will be satisfied."
Sister Xia.
Jiang Nan took a deep breath and hugged the 30-year-old sister a little tighter.
Jiang Nan, don't talk.
The landlady slowly closed her eyes and raised her head slightly.
The familiar bright silver thread stretched out like the light from the moon.
Both Jiang Nan and the landlady's breathing became more rapid at this moment.
It's late at night, and the wind is getting colder. It's time to go home. Xiao Ying is home alone.
If she wakes up in the middle of the night and can't find me, she'll probably cry. The landlady whispered, "Jiang Nan, Xiao Ying's grandmother will come to pick her up and stay with her for a few days in a few days.
Can you come and keep me company then?" Chapter 20 Jiang Nan's Character Attribute Panel, Tips on Life Encounters.
When I got home, it was already 0 o'clock.
Jiang Nan looked at his hands, his face full of amazement. Big. It's so huge. Although you can already tell how big the landlady's house is by looking at it with your naked eyes, it's only after you actually measure it that you know how big it is. Back in the room, Jiangnan changed into pajamas and lay down on the bed. Sudden. He thought of something, turned his head to glance at the bedside table next to him, then turned over and opened the cabinet, his brows immediately furrowed. It had been almost a day since he acquired the system, and only now did he remember the diary he had kept for 5 years. It's gone. The diary that was supposed to be in the cabinet disappeared, and Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with a strange light. His memory also went back to 5 years ago. On his birthday, when he was 17 years old, he passed by an overpass and saw a white-haired old woman squatting to set up a stall. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Jiang Nan bought some things casually. Then the white-haired old woman gave him a diary and told him, as long as he keeps making wishes for 5 years, his wish will come true one day. From the beginning to the end, although he kept recording it as a joke, he never stopped. Only now, after obtaining the system, did he suddenly realize that the diary was not particularly thick, but after 5 years of recording, it seemed that he had never changed the diary. I'm really a very thick-skinned person. Jiangnan shook his head. However, he also recalled the contents of his diary that he had recorded for 5 years without repeating. I wish I were a super rich second generation. The 22 years of poverty I lived in were just a way for my father, the richest man I've never met, to hone my mind so that I could be a qualified heir. Perhaps in a sense, my wish did come true. The richest man's father whom I have never met may be this system. Jiangnan shook his head and smiled. Host, the wanton life system is just a small helper for you. At this time, the system voice sounded. So has my wish come true? Jiangnan inquired. It's done. The system's voice rang in his mind. The system recommends that the host check his character attribute panel. Oh? I can also check my character attribute panel? Jiangnan's eyes flickered involuntarily, and then he called out his character attribute panel. Host, Jiangnan. Age, 21 years old. Height, 182 centimeters. Wealth, 4 million yuan. Abilities, Insight, Master Level Piano Proficiency. Item, Porsche Cayenne. Life experience, you will receive a big gift on your 22nd birthday. After looking at his character attribute panel, Jiangnan showed a hint of surprise on his face. Unlike the attribute panels of the landlady and others, he has a final life experience. His birthday is July 15th, which means that his wish will come true in 2 months. But Jiangnan now has the system, and to be honest, he doesn't care too much about the title of being a super rich second generation. But, having the identity of a super rich second generation may make everything legal for him. In fact, as a super rich second generation, he may have more startup capital to squander. Certainly. This was just his guess. To find out the truth, we would have to wait 2 months to see what level this so-called gift was. Let's make some money before going to bed. Jiangnan lay down and opened Douyin. His purpose was very clear. He directly recharged 1 million yuan into it. 10 million diamonds immediately entered the account. If you see a host who looks good, just follow him. Not to mention, it only took half an hour to use up all the 10 million diamonds. Most of the time spent in this half hour is spent looking for some hosts who are good looking. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the purchase and received a triple rebate. 1 million became 3 million. Excluding the principal, he made a huge profit of 2 million in just half an hour. Who else can make money at this speed? Sleep. Jiangnan has plenty of time to spend and get rebates, so there is no need to stay up late. A dreamless night. The next morning, Jiangnan woke up around 8 o'clock due to his stable biological clock. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to call out system in his mind. The wanton life system serves the host. Do you need any help? The system replied within seconds. No, I just want to make sure if I was dreaming yesterday. Jiangnan took out his cell phone again and took a look at his account balance, 6 million. This immediately brought a satisfied smile to his face. In just one day, he went from being a small karami with a few thousand yuan in savings to a wealthy man with 6 million yuan in savings. During this period, he experienced many wonderful things that he had never experienced before. Cool. Jiangnan jumped up from the bed. My physical fitness seems to be much better now. I wonder if I will have a chance to show it off after Meng Qingqiu arrives in Jiangqing on the 18th. Jiangnan changed into a set of Armani casual clothes. To be honest, in this season of May, it is not too cold, but not too hot either.
Generally, a short-sleeved or long-sleeved shirt is enough for travel. Standing in front of the sink and looking at himself in the mirror, Jiang Nan began to murmur in his heart. If his online love object is Meng Qingqiu, the most beautiful girl in Shanghai University, then her appearance, figure, and temperament are all outstanding.
To be honest, if Jiang Nan didn't eat her, he would feel sorry for her coming all the way here to meet him.
At the same time, Jiang Nan was also quite curious.
The two had been in an online relationship for 2.5 years. How much did Meng Qingqiu like him? Based on your usual attitude, it shouldn't be possible that you can't even reach 40 points, right? Jiang Nan began to guess.
He was willing to travel thousands of miles to meet in person.
Moreover, Meng Qingqiu had secretly met him as early as last year and even initiated a second formal meeting with him.
To be honest, thinking about it carefully, Jiang Nan felt that it might be more than 40 points. 50 points, or even 60 points of favorability is very likely. It seems that we have to place our hopes of completing the small welfare task on Meng Qingqiu, whose specific attribute panel data is still unknown.
There was a strange light in Jiang Nan's eyes.
Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the cell phone he had placed on the sink began to vibrate.
Jiang Nan picked it up and took a look. It was a voice call from Meng Qingqiu. "Good morning, darling."
As soon as the call was connected, Meng Qingqiu's energetic voice rang out, making Jiang Nan's mouth curl up wildly like an AK that could not be suppressed. Chapter 21, The Innate Flesh-Colored Silk Holy Body, the Sealing Cheongsam Outfit. It's the 16th, and there are still 2 full days until I meet darling.
Meng Qingqiu laughed happily.
It can be heard that she is probably looking forward to this real first meeting more than Jiang Nan.
Soon. Jiang Nan is also looking forward to it. "Darling, I'm going to class." Meng Qingqiu's voice rang out. "Go ahead." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Nan finished washing up.
I arrived at the living room with my phone and sat down on the sofa. I ordered a random breakfast, a standard soy milk and fried dough sticks with a tea egg, plus the delivery fee of about 15 yuan, and received a 4-fold rebate.
The more I spend, the more money I have.
If I keep going like this, it won't be long before I become the richest man in Jiangcheng. In fact, when my funds grow more and more, I'm afraid I will feel disgusted with the money I have.
Jiang Nan understands very well that consumption may bring temporary pleasure, but if the pleasure continues, there will always be a boring day.
Thinking of this, he recalled the small welfare tasks assigned by the system. Perhaps, this is the balance point that can adjust his numbness to money in the future.
Will he have any special abilities in the future? I think the first thing I should do is to get an indestructible kidney.
Jiang Nan thinks long-term, but he doesn't get stuck in a rut and always thinks about long-term things. At present, he is surrounded by several good-looking people of the opposite sex, taking Lin Manman, the landlord's wife, and his upcoming online love partner Meng Qingqiu as examples.
These 3 top-notch beauties can't be taken care of in one day, right? Therefore, the need for an indestructible kidney is inevitable. "Tonzi, I hope you can give me some strength," Jiang Nan said secretly in his heart. "Open WeChat."
Jiang Nan looked at it and saw several messages.
There is a landlady.
There is Lin Manman.
There is also Su, the female anchor in the mini-game live broadcast room. "Landlady, good morning, my little man who seduced me to death." Lin Manman, "Jiang Nan, would you like to have dinner this afternoon?
I'll take you to a delicious Sichuan restaurant."
Su, brother Jiang Nan, are you also in Zhangcheng? Reply one by one.
In response to Lin Manman's message, Jiang Nan thought about it and did not agree immediately. He just replied that he would see when the time came.
Jiang Nan was stunned when he heard the news about Su. Is this woman also from Zhangcheng?
Yes.
Jiang Nan replied.
After replying, Jiang Nan leaned back on the sofa, exited WeChat, and opened TikTok.
Welcome everyone to the live broadcast room.
This is a small game live broadcast room.
I am the anchor Xiaomei.
A little heart steps on the acupressure mat once, a big beer steps on the acupressure mat 3 times, and a hot air balloon stays on the acupressure mat for 1 minute.
A familiar voice sounded, causing Jiang Nan's mouth to open slightly. Good job. Is this female anchor named Xiaomei Su so hardworking?
I really treated live streaming as my job and started around 8 in the morning. After thinking about it, Jiang Nan recharged 1 million first. 10 million diamonds were credited to my account in an instant. I immediately clicked into the live broadcast room. Welcome brother Yenyu Jiang Nan to the live broadcast room.
Good morning, brother Jiangnan. Have you had breakfast? Seeing Jiangnan enter the live broadcast room, Susu immediately greeted him enthusiastically.
I ordered takeout and just came to take a look, and I saw you live streaming. After Jiangnan posted a barrage, 20 carnivals appeared immediately. One carnival costs 3,000 yuan, so 20 of them would be 60,000 yuan.
Wow, thank you brother Jiangnan for the 20 carnivals. Brother, there are currently no small penalties for the carnival. Can you customize a small penalty?
Susu's excited voice rang out in the live broadcast room. It was still early in the morning, and there were only 5 or 6 people in her live broadcast room. There were no bullet comments in the live broadcast room, but now these people started to click bullet comments. Brother, let her change her stockings. Yes, brother, let Susu change her flesh-colored stockings into black and white stockings. Brother, thousands of people have signed a petition in blood begging you to let Susu change the shredded pork to something else. Jiangnan glanced at the comments, thought for a while, and started typing, change into the outfit you think looks best, just flesh-colored stockings, don't change into anything else. I'm used to seeing black, white and even silk of various colors, but to be honest, I haven't seen enough of this flesh-colored silk from Jiangnan. Moreover, the flesh-colored stockings on Susu's legs were of an extremely thin type, almost sticking to her legs. What she was wearing at the moment was just a very ordinary long floral dress, through which only her calves and a pair of flesh-colored stockings could be seen. Therefore, in Jiangnan's opinion, this is still a little lacking. She needs an outfit that can show off her thighs to perfectly display the beauty of her legs.
Okay, brother Jiangnan, please wait a moment.
When Susu saw Jiangnan's comments, she immediately held the sign in her hand, covered her chest, bowed to the camera, and then trotted out of the camera.
Jiangnan was not in a hurry.
While waiting, he started to browse the carnival. In just a short while, including the previous 20, he had already swiped through 100 carnivals. 100 carnivals are worth 300,000 yuan, which is more than a year's salary for an ordinary office worker. But here in Jiangnan, it only takes a few minutes.
Bite. Congratulations host, consumption completed.
Get 10 times the consumption rebate, 3 million yuan. The system notification sounded in his mind. The tenfold consumption rebate this time made him look shocked.
Oh my god. 10 times the rebate. This is the first time he has received such a multiple of rebate. Cool.
Jiangnan was so happy that he gave Susu 100 carnivals.
This time my luck was not as good as last time.
I only got twice the consumption rebate and earned 600,000 yuan. Looking at the 4 million diamonds left in the account, Jiangnan was thinking about whether to just use them all up, when the crisp sound of high heels stepping on the ground rang out in the live broadcast room.
Everyone, I'm sorry to have waited so long. Brother Jiangnan, I'm here. Susu's voice soon followed, and then Jiangnan's attention was attracted.
The first thing that entered the camera was a pair of slightly transparent Cheongsam-style legs.
Soon, Susu's entire body was in the camera. This figure is a bit invincible. Jiangnan widened his eyes.
At this moment in the live broadcast room, Susu was holding a small round fan in her hand. Although she was wearing a mask, her face could not be seen clearly. But with her curvy, voluptuous and invincible figure, it is no exaggeration to say that no matter how beautiful her appearance is, it is definitely not as attractive as her perfect figure. This slightly transparent Cheongsam dress really shows the beauty of the pair of flesh-colored silk legs just as I imagined. It's fun to play with, more than fun to play with. It's really a contemporary innate flesh-colored silk holy body. Jiangnan admitted that her perfect figure alone was enough to drive a lot of people online crazy.
Oh my god. This is so nice. Tongue typing means innocence.
Fuck, this anchor's figure really brings out the charm of this style of flesh-colored silk stockings paired with Cheongsam to its fullest. She's the ceiling for this kind of outfit. Although there was the influence of the 200 carnivals in Jiangnan, at this moment, the excitement in the small game live broadcast room reached its peak when Susu made a stunning appearance in a slightly transparent Cheongsam with flesh-colored stockings on the lower body.
At this moment, Jiangnan took a deep breath and couldn't bear it anymore. He cast an insight spell at Susu. Chapter 22, the deposit reaches 10 million, and the welfare tasks are upgraded. Name, Su Yun. Age, 28 years old. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Charging, 1. Appearance, 90 points. Favorability, 30 points. 90 points for appearance?
The moment Su Yun's attribute panel popped up, his eyes were locked on the woman's appearance score. When he saw that her appearance score was 90 points, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. He had seen Su Yun's photos and knew that this woman was quite pretty, and that she was the type that looked prettier the more you looked at her. However, he never expected that she could actually get a score of 90. Moreover, the initial favorability reached as much as 30 points, which was even more surprising to Jiangnan. He thought it was normal that he only had 30 points of favorability after spending hundreds of thousands, almost a million. When it comes to making money online, there is a limit to how much favorability you have. Unless you really need an ultimate gold digger, your favorability will definitely increase to an exaggerated level. As for Su Yun, to be honest, from head to toe, Jiangnan thinks she is a very good girl. Having 30 points of favorability is already very good. The fastest way to increase your favorability is to meet offline if you have a chance.
Jiangnan's eyes couldn't help but flicker. Ha! You played 200 carnivals in total? At this time, Su Yun's surprised and excited voice rang out in the live broadcast room. Brother Jiangnan, how many sets of clothes do you want me to change for these 200 carnivals? I don't have that many. Ha ha ha, with these 200 carnival proceeds, isn't that enough for you to buy hundreds of different outfits? Yes, brothers, please pay attention. I think such a top-notch fashion anchor has great room for improvement. In the future, maybe we will witness the birth of a congenital flesh-colored silk holy body, or a congenital Cheongsam holy body. I have followed you. I hope you will rise to the top and become a big anchor with millions of fans. Su Yun watched the barrage of comments scrolling across the screen in the live broadcast room, and a hint of trance appeared on her face under the mask. Then she fixed her gaze on the avatar of Jiangnan, who was ranked first on the list, and took a deep breath. She understood that everything she had was given by this elder brother. Without this big brother giving gifts in her live broadcast room, how could she have so much traffic? According to her unchanging live broadcast style, she neither sells meat nor socks. If she wants to make money from this live broadcast, it will take a long time. Now, Jiangnan alone has given her over 1 million yuan. After paying taxes and other expenses, she can get at least 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. This is her income for several years. Su Yun's favorability plus 10. A system notification sounded in his mind. In response, Jiangnan recharged another 200,000 yuan and added it to the remaining 400,000 yuan to buy 200 carnivals for Su Yun again. At this moment, a system prompt sounded again in his mind. Byte. Congratulations host, consumption completed. Get 5 times the consumption rebate, 3 million yuan. Another 5-fold rebate on consumption, with 3 million in revenue. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on Jiangnan's face. Now his savings have reached 8 figures that ordinary people can hardly reach in their lifetime, 11.6 million yuan. Byte. Congratulations to the host, your savings have reached 10 million yuan. In view of the host's strong desire for consumption, the welfare task currently accepted is upgraded. Have a confidant of the opposite sex with a beauty score of more than 90 points, favorability of more than 90. Mission rewards, Villa number 001 in Tianfu, Jiangchang, the world's limited edition luxury supercar Pagani Zonda, and the indestructible kidney. And when Jiangnan's deposit exceeded 10 million, the system prompt sounded in his mind for the 3rd time. Oh? When Jiangnan heard the system prompt this time, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face, and then quickly turned into excitement. The mission remains the same, only the reward has been upgraded. As long as he completes the small welfare task, in addition to the number 001 villa in Jiangcheng Tianfu and the global limited edition luxury supercar Pagani Zonda, he can also obtain the ability of an indestructible kidney. Okay, Tonzi, you are really my caring assistant. You can get whatever I want. Jiangnan immediately praised it. It is an honor for the wanton life system to be able to serve the host. The system voice sounded. It's my honor to be your host. The system is so nice that Jiangnan can't help but give it a thumbs up. Thank you, Brother Jiangnan, for another 200 carnivals. Brother Jiangnan, do you want to customize any punishment? Susu said she can accept anything, just name it. At this time, Su Yun's voice rang out in the live broadcast room. No need to punish me, just continue with your live stream. I'm leaving now. Su Yun had brought him considerable benefits, and Jiangnan was reluctant to punish her. Moreover, even if the punishment is to be determined, it cannot be determined online. His appearance score is as high as 90, and his favorability has reached 40 points before they even met. It is not difficult to imagine that when the two really meet, his appearance, temperament, figure, and even his youth and wealth will bring such a great shock to this excellent good girl. When Jiangnan left the live broadcast room, at the same time, Suyun also turned off the live broadcast when there were nearly 3,000 people in the room. At this time, just when I was about to check Douyin to see if there were any beautiful anchors, several notification sounds rang out on his WeChat background. I clicked on it and saw that it was a message from Suyun. Suyun, brother Jiangnan, what a coincidence, I am also from Jiangcheng. Suyun, you gave me so many gifts, I really don't know how to thank you. Suyun, I wonder if I could treat you to a simple meal. Seeing these messages, Jiangnan's eyes flickered, and a very satisfied smile appeared on his face. He replied, okay. This time, he did not type, but sent a voice note. At this time, River City, Old Town. In a small old apartment. The woman in a slightly transparent cheongsam with a pair of flesh-colored stockings on her perfect legs took off her mask and put the phone to her ear and listened. Okay, when are you free? Hearing this voice message, Suyun's eyes suddenly widened. Good. What a young voice. There are no photos or age of Jiangnan on Douyin, only an IP location of Jiangcheng. To be honest, Suyun never thought that the brother Yin Yu Jiangnan who gave her more than 1 million would be a young man. Because, in her opinion, only older bosses would be willing to spend so much on gifts. Moreover, Jiangnan's style of just brushing without making any demands is not like the style of young people at all. It is simply too stable. To the extent that, Suyun always thought that the top brother on the list would be a middle-aged man. But now listening to the sound, it doesn't seem to be? This made her feel inexplicably surprised. Chapter 23 Brother, it's almost time, you can come to my house. Brother Jiangnan, I'm free at noon. Suyun replied. Give me the location, I'll come find you later. Jiangnan's voice rang out again. Okay. Suyun replied hurriedly, then hesitated for a moment, glanced at the small apartment, pursed her lips, and muttered, although the house is a little small, it is clean. It shouldn't be disliked by this big brother, right? Muttering to herself, she sent her location to Jiangnan, then took a deep breath, returned to her bedroom and began to change clothes. When she heard Jiangnan say that he would come to find her later, she naturally thought that he wanted to have a simple meal at home, so she prepared to pack up and go out to buy some food. It just so happens that my little girl is also in the kindergarten at noon, so it doesn't seem awkward. Suyun swallowed her saliva. To be honest, she was worried about bringing her top brother home, but for some reason, she inexplicably felt a sense of anticipation. I wonder what this number 1 guy on the list looks like. Suyun now has 40 points of favorability towards Jiangnan. Basically, as long as they meet, and this number 1 brother on the list is not just missing limbs or blind or something like that, these 40 points of favorability will definitely be enough to make something unspeakable happen between her and Jiangnan. Suyun is not a fool. Jiangnan gave her more than 1 million yuan. If she asked him if he really didn't want anything from her, she would never believe it. As a woman, I have been raising my daughter alone for so many years. I have no other choice. If I can find someone to rely on, it would be a great relief. If there had never been an older brother like Jiangnan who showered her with gifts, perhaps Suyun would have just gotten through her life like this. But now, with an older brother like Jiangnan, it would be a lie to say that she doesn't want to have someone to rely on. Let's take a look first. Although I have a child, there are few young girls who can compare to me in terms of appearance and figure. Not to mention, I have only done that once. It's possible that young girls nowadays have not done that as well as I have. As she was talking, Suyun, who had just taken off her slightly transparent cheongsam, looked down at her granary, a hint of pride revealed on her slightly blushing face. Although she is about to turn 30, she still looks like a girl. God bless, this number 1 brother on the list will definitely be a man worthy of my trust. Even if he is just a lover, as long as he treats me well, I will be willing. Having lived with her daughter alone for so many years, she understands better than anyone how difficult it is to be a widow with an orphan daughter. The little girl is still young now and is only in kindergarten. She can just muddle through. But when the time comes for her to go to elementary school, junior high school, or even college, how much money will it cost? She is just an amateur piano teacher. When an acquaintance asks her to help teach 1 or 2 students, she can make more than 10,000 yuan a month with her meager income from live streaming. But it is impossible to be so stable every month. While thinking, she changed into an ordinary floral dress, looked at herself in the full-length mirror, and didn't know what she was thinking about, but a shy expression appeared on her face. Su Yun's favorability +2.
Over in Jiangnan's side, after seeing the location sent by Su Yun just saved on his mobile phone, at this moment, a system notification sound suddenly rang in his mind, causing him to frown. Just over $1,000,000 has made such a good family interested.
It seems that only when you have money can you do whatever you want.
In a sense, Jiangnan has some kind of fate with Su Yunjin. She has been pushed to his homepage several times in a row and was pushed to him as soon as he opened Douyin. This must be something arranged by God for him.
Jiangnan shook his head.
He really felt incredible about his previous thoughts. In just one day, his mentality changed so quickly. It seems that many people say that it is normal for nouveau riche to be beaten. I have just obtained the system, and my heart has gradually begun to swell.
There are too many people in this world who are richer than me. Besides, what's the problem with being rich? Jiangnan took a deep breath.
The saying rich enough to rival a country was only said in ancient times.
Didn't you see that even a wealthy man like Xin Wansan was still taken advantage of?
The people should not fight against the officials.
No matter how rich you are, power will always be a huge burden over your wealth.
Fortunately, the rebates I received from the system were all obtained through formal channels, and no one could find out. Otherwise, by the time I deposited 10 million, I would have received a visit from the hat uncle as soon as I received my first payment. Jiangnan took out his mobile phone again and downloaded several pay-to-win mobile games. Yesterday he didn't think about all the expensive games he couldn't afford before, so today he is going to have fun playing them to his heart's content. For the next 3 hours or so, Jiangnan basically spent all his time downloading mobile games that he could not afford before. He didn't spend much on each game, just 100,000. Among them, in a certain card drawing game, Jiangnan spent more and recharged a total of 300,000. Even so, after spending these 300,000, I only drew a bunch of duplicate SSR cards, and I didn't even manage to collect all the SSR cards.
Rubbish game.
Jiangnan unloaded it directly on the spot.
The rebate from game spending is not much different from spending on live broadcast rewards.
Jiangnan calculated that he had spent a total of about 3 million in these 3 hours. That is to say, an average consumption of 1 million per hour. As for the rebate amount received, I was lucky enough to get a total of 9 million. After deducting the principal of 3 million, the net profit was 6 million.
This speed is more than just very fast.
In just over 3 hours, he earned money that others could not earn in their entire lifetime or even several lifetimes.
I don't know what other people would think if they knew this.
I already have 17.6 million yuan on hand, and I already have a car.
Should I buy a house first? Jiangnan narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't have to live in the house after buying it.
As long as he made consumption, he would be able to get consumption rebates. If he was lucky enough, the profit would increase several times or even dozens of times.
Then his 17.6 million could become hundreds of millions in minutes.
Buzz buzz buzz.
While Jiangnan was thinking, his cell phone suddenly vibrated.
Jiangnan looked over and saw that it was a voice call from Su Yun.
Is it Brother Jiangnan?
Even though Su Yun is a few years older than Jiangnan feels very comfortable when this woman calls him brother. Her voice is very sweet indeed.
It's me. Jiangnan responded. Brother, it's almost time, you can come to my house.
Su Yun's slightly shy voice came from the phone.
Chapter 24 Su Yun, why do I feel like I'm number one on the list?
Jiangnan was stunned for a moment when he heard Su Yun's words.
With a favorability of 42 points, can you be so proactive? You made an appointment to go home without even meeting the person? Good.
Jiangnan would be a fool if he didn't agree, he responded, then simply packed up his house and went out.
The location sent by Su Yunfa was not far from his old residential area. It would only take 7 or 8 minutes to drive there. Moreover, it was at a very slow speed.
If it really drove faster, it would only take about 4 minutes at most. At a convenience store, Jiangnan hesitated for a moment, but finally walked in and bought a box of doo-doo in case of emergency. After a while, Jiangnan drove a Porsche Cayenne into the community where Su Yun lived.
I have arrived. Jiangnan sent a message to Su Yun. Wait a moment, I'll be downstairs soon.
Hey! I thought it would take a while, but it turned out to be so quick. Su Yun was a little surprised.
I'm nearby.
Jiangnan replied with a message, then rolled down the car window to look around the neighborhood. Although it was an old neighborhood, it still had the necessary green trees, small gardens and fountains. At a glance, you can easily see how many buildings there are in the entire community.
4 buildings. The distance between the buildings was not too close, and at this moment his car was parked in the parking space in the open space in the middle. After getting out of the car, Jiangnan put a small box of doo-doo into his pocket and waited quietly. Buzz buzz buzz. After a short while, Jiangnan's cell phone vibrated. I'm downstairs. Where are you? Su Yun's voice rang out. I'm in the open space right in the middle. As Jiangnan spoke, he also started walking and looking around. At the same time, Su Yun also started walking and quickly looked towards the open space in the middle. In an instant, the eyes of two people who were talking on the phone met. Jiangnan clearly heard the sound of swallowing saliva on the phone, and then the system prompt sound instantly rang in his mind. Su Yun's favorability plus 20. That handsome guy, is that you? Su Yun's incredible voice rang out. It's me. Jiangnan hung up the phone, and then waved to Su Yun, who was standing not far away with a confused look on her face. Day. Moment. Su Yun reacted, and the confusion on her face instantly turned into surprise. She came trotting over in a pair of normal high heels. Are you really brother Jiangnan? When the two met, Su Yun still stared at Jiangnan in disbelief, and subconsciously moved closer to him. Under the latter's slightly surprised gaze, she directly reached out and hooked his arm. Yes. Jiangnan really didn't expect Su Yun to be so proactive. How could he know that the most powerful way to conquer someone in this world is to let a woman conquer herself? There is no other method that can compare to this one. As for Su Yun, she had already completed her self-strategy long ago. Not to mention, at this moment she saw the extremely handsome Jiangnan. How could she resist? You should be born in the 2000s, right? Su Yun hooked Jiangnan's arm, and as the granary approached, the latter couldn't help but feel a little distracted. Yes, I am 22 years old this year. Jiangnan also became impolite and put his arms around Su Yun's slender waist. He could clearly feel that the moment his hand was placed on Su Yun's waist, the woman's delicate body trembled for a moment, but only for a moment, and then relaxed in an instant. Su Yun's favorability plus 1. The system prompt sounded in his mind, and Jiangnan nodded with great satisfaction. Jiangnan was very pleased with Su Yun's initiative. Just ask, which man would be willing to face an elder sister-like woman with a 90-point beauty score and a perfect figure? Simply irresistible. If Jiangnan didn't have the ability to see through things, he might have been a little timid in the face of Su Yun's initiative. But with his insight, he can definitely sense the so-called crazy babes on the internet at the first sight. What can go wrong with a decent family whose charging number is only 1? You must be kidding. And if nothing unexpected happens, Jiangnan feels that this woman is a good girl with an extremely contrasting personality. You are 22 years old this year, which means you were born in 2002, right? Su Yun was stunned for a moment, then her mouth opened slightly. Good job. Why do I suddenly feel like she is the number 1 on the Jiangnan list? What happened in 02? Jiangnan chuckled. Nothing. I just feel a very strange feeling. Su Yun said in a low voice. She secretly glanced at Jiangnan. With this appearance, even the top handsome guy in the entertainment industry might not be half as good as him. So cool. Jiangnan's handsomeness was the kind that would astonish people at first sight, and, for some reason, she always felt that his temperament was very noble, like that of a nobleman. Did you expect me to be a middle-aged bald man? Jiangnan saw through Su Yun's thoughts in an instant and chuckled. Yes. Su Yun lowered her head and whispered. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Jiangnan hugged Su Yun and walked up the stairs. No, how could I be disappointed? I'm so surprised. Su Yun said hurriedly. The power of 63 points of favorability is not exaggerated. Now Jiangnan is feeling it truly. In comparison, the landlady with a favorability of 55 points did not show too much exaggerated initiative in front of him. Instead, Jiangnan took more initiative. As for Su Yun, she was the one who took the initiative from the very beginning when they met, and she even asked them to meet directly at her home. The speed of this progress is simply amazing. Soon, the two of them went straight up to the 4th floor. Jiangnan's current physique should have been secretly modified by the system, as he went up to the 4th floor without even taking a breath. Su Yun didn't know if it was because she went up to the 4th floor in one breath or something else, but when she arrived at the door of her house, her pretty face was already flushed. The moment she took out the key, she looked around rather embarrassedly. After seeing no one, she immediately opened the door and pulled Jiangnan in. Bang! The door is closed. At the moment of entering, before Jiangnan could even react, Suyun had already hugged him tightly, and then only a series of prompts from the system rang in his mind. Suyun's favorability +1. Suyun's favorability +2. Suyun's favorability +3. In just a few seconds, Suyun's favorability towards Jiangnan soared by 10 points again. A few minutes later, a silver light opened, Suyun lowered her head, her pretty face, neck, and ears were all red, and a subtle voice rang out. No. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened, I just couldn't help it. As she spoke, she rubbed the corner of her floral skirt with her hands, looking a little flustered. She is obviously a woman who was about to turn 30 and has a daughter by her side, but her posture at this moment really gives off the feeling of a little girl who has done something wrong and is standing in the corner to admit her mistake. Chapter 25. When you are young, you don't know the benefits of flesh-colored silk stockings and mistakenly take black and white silk stockings as treasures. Jiangnan looked at Suyun, who was posing like a little girl. He reached out his hand to lift her chin and gradually raised her head. Their eyes met. Suyun, this woman, bit her lower lip lightly with her pearly teeth. Her expression and posture were really tempting. To this, he took a deep breath and said, "What smells so good? Have you prepared the meal at home?" "Yes." Changing the subject, Suyun nodded shyly. "It just so happens that I'm hungry too." Jiangnan put down his hand and hugged Suyun in his arms. Now this woman's favorability towards him has reached an astonishing 73 points. This favorability is extremely exaggerated. Haven't you seen how proactive Suyun was when facing him? What's more, if Jiangnan revealed the slightest idea now, Suyun would definitely switch to full automatic mode immediately without him having to do anything. Soon. Sit down at the dining table in the living room. Jiangnan took a quick look and saw 4 dishes and a soup, a very standard home-cooked meal. Spicy chicken. Scrambled eggs with leeks. Corn pork rib soup. Jiangnan, brother, just eat whatever you want. I'll prepare some delicious food for you one day. Su Yunqing came over to eat. Facing Jiangnan, who was several years younger than her, she felt a little embarrassed to call him brother. This looks very appetizing. Jiangnan took the bowl and chopsticks, nodded and said, "By the way, I don't seem to know your name yet." "My name is Jiangnan, you can call me by my name offline, it's inevitable that it's a bit awkward to call me brother." "My name is Su Yun, Jiangnan, what a good name." Su Yun then sat down and sat next to Jiangnan very obediently. She didn't eat by herself, but picked up food for him. As for the latter, what's wrong with eating with one hand? Haven't you ever seen people playing with their cell phones while eating? Su Yun was relatively calm at the beginning, but slowly her face became redder and redder, and in the end, her whole body became tense. A meal. The food in Jiangnan is delicious. As for Su Yun, she was very well behaved and only drank a little soup and didn't eat anything else the whole time. You seem a bit unfamiliar. After finishing his meal, Jiangnan leaned back in his chair and looked at Su Yun, whose face was flushed, with a smile. "Well, I've never had this kind of soup before." Su Yun nodded and responded softly. "It's okay. There will be opportunities to drink more." Jiangnan smiled and said, "Yes." After a meal, Su Yun's favorability towards Jiangnan has successfully reached 80 points. The progress was so fast that even Jiangnan found it a little too unbelievable. "Let me clean up, Jiangnan, you can go sit in the living room." Su Yun stood up and started to clean up the dishes. "It's okay. I'll help you." Jiangnan grabbed Su Yun's hand, and when they looked at each other, it seemed as if an arc of electricity exploded between their eyes. "Sister Yun, it seems like you haven't eaten much after all. Why don't you eat something? Otherwise, you will be exhausted all day." Jiangnan said softly. "Then eat something." Su Yun nodded shyly, and was about to put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands. "No, Sister Yun, just continue to clean up your dishes." Jiangnan's voice rang out. Su Yun's favorability +1. Su Yun's favorability +2. Su Yun's favorability +5. Click. More than an hour later. In the bedroom. Jiangnan lit a cigarette, and a hint of trance slowly appeared on his relaxed face. "I'm only 1 point away from getting a favorable impression. It's strange, why hasn't it increased?" In more than an hour. Jiangnan received Su Yun's increased favorability from time to time,
but after reaching 89 points, it stopped, as if it had reached its limit, which made him extremely confused.
Could it be that Suyun still has something that she hasn't completely let go of?
Jiang Nan's eyes flickered as he looked at Suyun, who was sleeping soundly due to exhaustion. He couldn't help but reach out and lift her bangs a little. This face was truly amazing, and it became more and more beautiful the more he looked at it.
Buzz buzz buzz. Now. The phone on the bedside table next to Jiang Nan began to vibrate. He took it and glanced at it. It was already around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Nan, where have you been?
It was the landlady calling.
I went out to do something.
Jiang Nan glanced at Suyun next to him and said, "What's wrong, Sister Xia?"
Nothing, I just wanted to, ask you for some piano fingering advice.
When the landlady spoke of the fingering technique, her voice was a little thin and she sounded shy.
Come tonight, Sister Xia. I still have to be busy for a while. Jiang Nan responded. Tell me when you are free tonight.
The phone was hung up.
Jiang Nan also finished smoking his cigarette.
Getting down from the bed, he glanced at the pair of flesh-colored stockings on the floor and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. When I was young, I didn't know the benefits of flesh-colored stockings, and I mistakenly thought black and white stockings were treasures. He used to think that black and white stockings were YYDS, but now he understands that they are all silk. There is no need to be so particular, they are all godlike. There is no such thing as flesh-colored stockings being inferior to black and white stockings.
That's pure nonsense.
After taking a shower in the small bathroom in the room, Jiang Nan felt refreshed when he came out. He couldn't help but sigh. He is finally no longer the divine condor hero who has to support himself in the lonely night. After putting on his clothes, Jiang Nan looked at Suyun, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed. He bent down and kissed her forehead before leaving. Little did she know that after Jiang Nan left, Suyun, who had her eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them.
An intoxicated look appeared on her face.
She pursed her lips and muttered, Suyun, if you don't know, you would really think you are the top sister on the Jiang Nan list.
You are so shameless to be so proactive. Although she said this, Suyun didn't regret it at all.
She only regretted why she hadn't met Jiang Nan earlier, so that she could have enjoyed it much earlier. How could she know that even if she had met Jiang Nan earlier, the latter would not have the strength to enter her sight?
Go buy a suite. Jiang Nan opened his phone and searched for real estate in Zhangcheng.
He was not clear about the housing prices in Jiangcheng, although the district he lived in was called the Old City. But in fact, the location is not bad, and it is a gathering point for people from other places.
The minimum starting price is 1.8 W. Jiang Nan took a glance and couldn't help shaking his head.
This price is indeed reasonable, and it has even dropped a bit due to the economic recession in recent years. Otherwise, in his opinion, it would have to start at least 2.2 W.
This shows how valuable the landlord's buildings are.
If the old city is fully planned one day, these buildings alone will be enough for her to spend all her money in her lifetime.
Jiang Nan muttered, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. When he has some more money, he will buy buildings one by one. By then, how big will his snowball be? Unbelievable. If you think this book is okay, please give it a 5-star rating, which is very important for the book. You can also give it a free reminder to update the book, so that you can see how many people read the book on the 15th. This will really increase your passion for writing. Chapter 26, Nantian Pavilion, a property with an average price of 55,000. Jiang Nan considers himself a man of action. Decided to buy a house.
Then of course I would go straight to the nearest real estate project. It is true that this is an old town, but there are quite a few newly built buildings.
Nantian Pavilion. He arrived at one of the top real estate projects in the old city of Zhangcheng.
When Jiang Nan drove to the entrance of the sales center, the two receptionists who were standing at the entrance chatting and laughing immediately became serious.
Hello, I'm here to take a look at the house. Is the parking space here available? Jiang Nan rolled down the window and asked with a smile. Yes.
The moment Jiang Nan rolled down the car window, the two welcoming ladies' eyes suddenly lit up, and then they rushed over in high heels.
This way, please. This is a great parking space. You don't have to reverse when you want to leave. You can just drive away.
The two reception ladies were so enthusiastic. Jiang Nan's looks are so good, let alone a Porsche Cayenne. Even if he came with an ordinary electric scooter, they would be happy to entertain such a handsome guy.
Thanks.
After parking the car, Jiang Nan smiled and said thank you. By the way, he also looked at the two reception ladies. The appearance score is around 72 points, which is not a low score.
At least in Jiang Nan's opinion, if he had looked at her like that before, his girlfriend would definitely wake up laughing.
Moreover, the young lady who can be a receptionist has a really good figure. It was a professional suit, not a hip skirt, but a knee-length skirt, and the black stockings looked very attractive.
You're welcome. It's our honor to help you.
The two young ladies laughed immediately, and looked at Jiang Nan with a pair of charming eyes. Jiang Nan nowadays is not only a walking hormone, but he can also attract a bunch of women to him anytime and anywhere. But he has an excellent temperament, a great appearance, and a great figure. For most women, this is definitely a tempting poison.
Soon, two receptionists took Jiang Nan into the lobby of the Nantian Pavilion Sales Center, where he was immediately greeted by staff.
There is also a girl with black stockings and long legs, who looks about 25 years old, and has a beauty score of 78.
It is no exaggeration to say that this score can be regarded as the ceiling among ordinary girls.
When she saw Jiang Nan, the girl immediately showed a warm smile on her face, and the look in her eyes when she looked at him was also a little bit shy. There is no other reason, Jiang Nan is just too handsome. In this fast-paced era, as a man, you can be without money, but you absolutely cannot be without good looks.
Even if we lower the level a bit, among the tall, rich and handsome men, you always have to be tall. No matter how powerful you are, without the bonus of your status, you will not be able to let the fairies know how powerful you are.
This way please.
My name is Zhang Lan. What's your name, sir? Zhang Lan and Jiang Nan sat on a small sofa.
From time to time, salesgirls looked over here. It was obvious that it was hard to take their eyes off such a handsome guy coming to look at the house. It smells so good.
My last name is Jiang. Jiang Nan replied. Hello, Mr. Jiang, welcome to our Nantian Pavilion.
Please believe me, the properties of Nantian Pavilion will never let you down.
After Zhang Lan waved to someone not far away, she sat down opposite Jiang Nan.
Although she was wearing a professional suit with a hip skirt, she only stretched out her skirt and did not cross her legs. The mysterious black color was faintly visible. Sir, please have some water. At this time, another saleswoman in black stockings came with 2 bottles of mineral water.
Thanks. Jiang Nan took it and inadvertently, his palm brushed lightly against the black silk saleswoman's. Moment.
He saw the salesgirl in black stockings tense up all over, and her face suddenly turned red. Jiang Nan smiled indifferently, then looked at Zhang Lan who was sitting opposite him and said, I came here today to buy a house for cash.
Have. Zhang Lan said immediately. Is there any that has already been renovated?
Jiang Nan thought for a moment and asked.
Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangcheng on the 18th.
The environment of the place where he lived before was not bad, but it was somewhat inconsistent with his boasted identity as a rich second generation. Therefore, it is best to buy a ready-made house that does not require any additional additions.
Have.
Zhang Lan nodded, then took out a file bag from behind her, pulled out a small photo album from it, then got up from her seat and squatted on the ground. The way she squatted was very particular. Her collar was slightly open, and the black lace edge immediately came into Jiang Nan's sight, bringing a somewhat seductive look.
Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this apartment? Zhang Lan glanced at Jiang Nan inadvertently and found that his gaze lingered on her for a few seconds.
The corners of her mouth suddenly curved up, and she pointed at the photo on the table and asked a question.
Jiang Nan looked at the photo on the table.
This was a small apartment, and it was clearly stated that it was only about 80 square meters. Moreover, the decoration style is not the simple style he likes. It doesn't look flashy, but at least it will cause visual fatigue after looking at it for a long time.
This set is a little too small.
Jiang Nan shook his head and said directly, my target price is a ready-to-move-in house of around 17 million.
Recommend me a few houses that meet this standard and I will choose.
The average price of this Nantian Pavilion is 55,000, and it is the top-notch property in the old city of Jiangcheng. At this price, not only in the old city, but also in the whole Jiangcheng, this property can be considered as one of the well-known ones. The average price is 55,000 yuan, and any small apartment of about 80 square meters will cost 4.4 million yuan. This price is not only the ceiling that ordinary people can afford. Even some elites who earn $1 million a year would have to save for about 4.5 years without eating or drinking. Therefore, anyone who can afford to buy the house in Nantian Pavilion can naturally be said to have entered the wealthy class.
17 million?
Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Zhang Lan was stunned for a moment, then her eyes widened a little. She quickly reacted and swallowed her saliva.
She quickly put the small album in her hand back into the file bag, then smiled and moved her body closer to the rich handsome man, saying, "How about this, I take you to see it? I think it's better to have a direct impression." "Okay." Jiang Nan nodded. This time, he was not very interested in the scenery of this woman coming towards him. It's better not to look at the grooves forced out by padding. He is not interested in all girls now, and he doesn't expect all of them to score above 90 points. But above 85 points is always the most basic, right? Even some top-notch 80-point beauties with buff attribute bonuses are acceptable to Jiang Nan. This picture of Lan still lacks a certain feeling. Chapter 27: A small villa worth 15 million? Just buy it. Nantiange Community. Now. In the front yard of an independent villa. This is one of the small villas in Nantian Pavilion. It is currently priced at 15 million. It has a total area of 200 square meters, and the free area is as high as 120 square meters. Zhang Lan stood beside Jiang Nan and introduced him with a smile. "Oh." Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The total price is 15 million, 200 plus 120 is a total of 320 square meters. When calculated, it is actually close to 47,000 per square meter. This small villa has 3 floors in total, and the underground floor is even more special. It not only has an underground garage, but also a private cinema, a gym, and a recreation room. Zhang Lan continued to introduce, "This small villa has just been fully prepared and will be officially sold soon." "It will be officially sold soon?" Jiang Nan frowned. "That's what I said, but if you like it, Mr. Jiang, you can buy it immediately." Zhang Lan said hurriedly. "Go in and take a look." Jiang Nan walked towards the first floor of the villa. The decoration style of this floor is more European. Although it is not very simple, it is very grand. Take a look at the reception room on this floor. Zhang Lan introduced it. Jiang Nan took a quick glance and nodded secretly. The living room was indeed large, and the style was indeed grand. It looked quite classy. Can this house be settled in seconds? Jiang Nan was just looking for a house with a suitable price. This small villa is not bad and it is a good choice for temporary residence. Seconds? Zhang Lan was stunned for a moment and didn't react immediately. "I just took it." Jiang Nan has never been a person who drags his feet. He said calmly, "You don't need to do anything fancy for me." "Do you mean to just pay without watching?" Zhang Lan's eyes widened, and excitement immediately appeared on her face. "Yes." Jiang Nan nodded. "That's right, the money can actually be a little less." Zhang Lan said hurriedly. "No need to be less, just the round number of 15 million is a better number. How much less can you get for a small villa at this price? Moreover, the less money there is, the more money he will lose. If the consumption rebate multiplier is very high at that time, then he will suffer a huge loss." Gurgle. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Zhang Lan swallowed her saliva immediately. Wow, this is the real super rich second generation. A villa worth 15 million, the kind that can be bought immediately without bargaining. Are you prepared to pay in full or? Before Zhang Lan could finish her question, Jiang Nan interrupted her and said, "Now, pay the full amount in seconds. Please come this way. I'll take you back to the sales center to sign the contract." Zhang Lan immediately bent her body like a humble maid and led the way in front. It comes quickly and goes back quickly. After a while, in the finance office of the Nantian Pavilion Sales Center. After filling out the contract, Jiang Nan paid the money directly. Under the shocked gazes of several people in the finance office, the 15 million was paid out. Who is this young man who bought it for 15 million yuan? Zhang Lan was terrified as she watched from the side. Even though she knew Jiang Nan had said he wanted the full payment, she still felt her scalp tingling the moment he actually paid. 15 million. It's not 1,500 yuan. This 15 million is money that she could never earn in several lifetimes. Bite. Congratulations to the host, the consumption is completed. Get 3 times the consumption rebate, 45 million yuan. Triple rebate. Make a crazy profit of 30 million. Cool. Jiang Nan listened to the prompt sounds in his mind, with no expression on his face, but a bright smile in his heart. Logically, I should take advantage of the victory and continue to buy 2 villas here. But, buying 1 villa for each building is enough. In the future, I am destined to be more than just a woman. Jiang Nan understood this truth, and it was inevitable that he would keep a beautiful woman in a golden house. If you buy several units in a real estate project and allocate them to other women in the future, it is not impossible to encounter a Shura scene. It's always a good idea to leave yourself some room for maneuver. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered. Besides, he already had 47.6 million in hand. He had no interest in buying an ordinary villa. If he was going to buy one, he had to buy a better and more expensive one, and spend it step by step. Once you pay the money, everything else becomes much easier. For such a large real estate project, especially a villa worth 15 million, all the certificates have already been prepared. The process went very quickly, and soon Zhang Lan respectfully handed a file bag to Jiang Nan with both hands. Take care, Mr. Jiang. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me on WeChat. The entrance of the sales center. Zhang Lan originally wanted to see Jiang Nan off, but he waved his hand and left with the briefcase. It's so efficient. Zhang Lan at the door looked at the Porsche Cayenne going away and couldn't help shaking her head and smiling bitterly. But soon, the bitter smile turned into a smile that could not be more excited. A villa worth 15 million. Her commission is quite a lot. If this continues, I'm afraid that by the time Meng Qingqiu arrives in Jiangcheng, my cash will reach 100 million, or even more. In the car, Jiang Nan's eyes were shining with a strange light, and his face was full of a smile of anticipation for the future. As long as he wants, he can spend the 47.6 million on hand to buy something of high value at any time. If he is lucky, this 47.6 million will most likely make him a billionaire. He has never been afraid that his money will be subject to any supervision after it grows more and more. With the system in place, as long as he wants, the whole world is his playground, and he can do whatever he wants throughout his life. Buzz. At this moment, the phone suddenly vibrated. Jiang Nan took a glance and saw that it was a message sent by Lin Manman. Lin Manman, Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? Do you want to have dinner with me? After seeing this message, Jiang Nan glanced at the time. Unconsciously, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. This made him think for a moment. When he was about to reply, the landlord's wife called him on WeChat. Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? The landlady's extremely gentle voice rang out. Have. Jiang Nan gave an immediate reply. Would you please accompany me to have dinner this afternoon? The landlady said with a smile. Okay, just the two of us? Jiang Nan inquired. A good friend from high school just returned to Jiangcheng and asked me if I was free to have dinner together. The landlady whispered. Okay, where are you now, Sister Xia? Jiang Nan asked. I'm at home, putting on makeup now. The landlady said in a very suggestive tone, do you want to come to me first? Or, I am coming. Jiang Nan hung up the phone immediately, then said something casually to Lin Manman and rushed back without stopping. Chapter 28 Landlady, you will have a hard time in the next few days. Knock knock knock. Jiang Nan gently knocked on the door of the landlord, Xia Jiqing's house. Day. After waiting for a few seconds, the sound of brisk footsteps was heard. Squeak. The door opens. Jiang Nan looked at the landlady at the door and a look of shock suddenly appeared on his face. The landlord's wife looks particularly different today, not only in her outfit, but also in her makeup. In her usual makeup, the landlord's wife always looks like a mature lady or a young lady. But today, she wore light makeup, and if you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't even notice that she was wearing any makeup. The slightly curly silver hair shawl was turned into a high ponytail, which looked very sassy and cool, and gave her a feeling of a big sister next door. Looking at her current outfit, she is wearing a pair of high-waisted jeans and a white short top, revealing a little bit of her belly. Her waist without any fat is really eye-catching. What? Don't you recognize me? The landlady raised her eyebrows. It was just a small expression, but it made Jiang Nan deeply moved. Sister, your style is so versatile, everything suits you. Jiang Nan took a step forward, reached out and hugged the landlord's wife in his arms. Yeah, you kid. The landlord's wife's pretense of coolness immediately turned into softness. She hugged Jiang Nan's waist with both hands, gently leaned her head on his chest, and whispered, wait a few days when Xiaoying goes to her grandmother's house, and I will discuss piano fingering with you. Isn't she still in kindergarten now? Jiang Nan picked up the landlady like a princess, closed the door with one foot, and then walked quickly towards the living room. My relatives are here. The landlady in his arms said this embarrassedly.
At the same time, she was also sighing in her heart at Jiang Nan's Max boyfriend strength, who could pick her up so easily.
So is it? Ah. Xia Jiqing, Xia Jiqing, what are you thinking about? What a pervert. It's okay, then Sister Xia, I wonder if I can take a look at your. There are always more solutions than problems. Jiang Nan whispered something in her ear. I don't know how, but I can try to learn.
The landlady put her arms around Jiang Nan's neck and put her whole face on her chest. Jiang Nan looked down and saw that the woman's face was red all the way to her neck and ears.
More than half an hour later,
the landlady ran her thumb along the corner of her mouth and glanced at Jiang Nan in a charming manner.
Are you satisfied, brat?
The landlady pursed her lips. Her hair, which was originally in a high ponytail, had become rather messy after being draped over her shoulders. She adjusted her short top and walked slowly towards the bathroom. Jiang Nan let out a long sigh, his face full of relief. In more than half an hour, the landlady's favorability towards him had reached 65 points.
Buzz buzz buzz.
At this moment, a mobile phone on the coffee table in the living room vibrated. Jiang Nan looked and saw the name was Lin, so she must be the good sister from high school that the landlady mentioned. He shook his head and didn't answer the phone, and then he noticed the time.
It's already 4 o'clock. Time flies by so fast.
Jiang Nan leaned on the sofa, closed his eyes slightly, and began to daydream.
A few minutes passed quickly.
He opened his eyes again when he heard footsteps.
Sister Xia, someone just called you. Jiang Nan reminded. Good. The landlady glanced at her phone and said, why don't you answer it? Not very good. Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. What's wrong with that, you, humph?
The landlady snorted, then picked up her cell phone and called back.
Soon. The call is connected. Lin, are we going now? The landlady asked softly.
Yes, we are at Jiangcheng Hotel, come quickly.
Lin's voice rang out. Jiangcheng Hotel? You guys? Which you guys? The landlady frowned. Yeah, ahem, my husband and I are here.
Lin said hurriedly, you are in the old city, which is more than half an hour away from here.
Leave early to avoid the rush hour, when traffic will be very heavy. Good. The landlady didn't think much about it.
After hanging up the phone, she took the phone in her hand, opened her hands, closed her eyes and pouted.
I'm not afraid of the innocent school beauty playing ambiguously, I'm just afraid of the girl next door who is 30 years old. Purity is just something left over from the elder sister. For a top-notch person like the landlady, there is no style that she cannot handle.
At this moment, that touch of shyness, coupled with a slight sense of maturity, is the real visual and spiritual impact. Jiang Nan stood up and hugged the landlady into his arms. Facing her request for a kiss, he naturally would not refuse.
A few minutes later,
a silver ray of light opened up, and the landlady in his arms was already blushing, her whole body tense and hot.
You will suffer the consequences in the next few days.
The landlady squinted her eyes and smiled. Only then did Jiang Nan notice that this woman had 2 shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth, which really gave her a unique kind of beauty.
Sister Xia, shouldn't I tell you this? Jiang Nan laughed. Humph, I don't care.
My 30-year-old sister looks like a young girl who has just fallen in love, beautiful and charming.
About 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan put his arm around the landlady's slender waist and went out. Jiang Nan, can you drive?
The landlady hooked her arm around Jiang Nan's, leaned on his shoulder, and asked.
Meeting. Jiang Nan nodded and said jokingly, didn't Sister Xia feel how great my driving skills are just now?
Pft, 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 I'm talking to you seriously. You little bastard, you're always being so frivolous. The landlady's pretty face turned red again, and she reached out and gently pinched Jiang Nan's waist.
Ouch, it hurts, sister, spare me. Jiang Nan immediately howled for mercy. Humph, I'll teach you not to behave properly again.
The landlady snorted again, and then took out a key from the small Chanel sachet she was carrying. Note that it is a key, that is, a bunch of keys, not just one key.
Looking at Jiang Nan, wow. BMW. Benz. Audi. Porsche. The lowest level is BBA. Jiang Nan even saw the car keys of a Lamborghini. Wow, this is really a typical rich sister. Which one do you want to drive?
The landlady handed over a bunch of keys with a smile.
Where's the car? Jiang Nan inquired. It's in the underground garage of the community. The landlady replied. Forget it. The underground garage is still a long way to go. I'll just drive my car. Jiang Nan shook his head, then took out the car keys and pressed the buttons twice at the Porsche Cayenne in the open space not far away. Chirp. The landlady looked over and saw a very new Porsche Cayenne coming into her sight. This car is yours? The landlady was a little surprised. She had seen this car yesterday, but she didn't expect it to be from Jiang Nan. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded. It seems like you are a wealthy man. I was thinking of supporting you. Alas, it seems like you will never be a wealthy woman. The landlady pouted aggrievedly. I was thinking of trying the rich woman steal wool rumored on the internet, hee hee. If you ask me, sister, you should just stay calm and be your little woman. The strong style is not suitable for you. Jiang Nan blew gently in her ear, and the sister's body instantly softened, and her eyes became blurred when she looked at him. See here. Jiang Nan smiled complacently. Chapter 29. If you want to hook up with a rich woman, do you know what you are doing? We set off at around 4 o'clock. Zhangcheng is a very congested city. Fortunately, we didn't face the rush hour after get off work, so it only took a little over half an hour to arrive at Jiangcheng Hotel. Now. A Porsche Cayenne slowly stopped in front of the entrance of Jiangcheng Hotel. In an instant, a parking attendant in his 20s came up to greet me with a smile. The moment the passenger window rolled down, the parking attendant was stunned. So beautiful. Please make way. The landlady was always sweet and gentle in front of Jiang Nan, but in front of other people, she was very cold and aloof. Although her outfit at the moment is that of a gentle, girl-next-door lady, her tone is extremely cold and domineering. I'm sorry. This aura made the parking attendant step back immediately. Soon. Jiang Nan and the landlady got out of the car, and the parking attendant immediately came to Jiang Nan and said respectfully, Hello, sir. I am the parking attendant of Jiangcheng Hotel. Please put away all the valuables in the car. I will find a parking space for you. This is the card. Please give it to me when you leave. Okay, thank you for your help. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, gave him the car keys, and then took the card he handed over. Thank you for your help. The landlady hooked Jiang Nan's hand, pulled out an LV wallet from the Chanel sachet, took out $500 or $600 bills from it, and handed it to the parking attendant. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. The parking attendant took the $500 or $600 bills with both hands, his face full of gratitude. This tip is not small. In fact, not many bosses will give tips. After all, this is where they work and the hotel will pay them. Jiang Nan and the landlady entered the hotel hand in hand. Jiqing. As soon as I stepped into the hotel, an excited shout immediately sounded not far away. Da-da-day. Then, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard. Jiang Nan and the landlady turned their heads and saw a heavily made-up woman with an average figure and average looks jogging towards them. Lin, it's been such a long time. Xia Jiqing smiled and greeted the woman who was running towards her. Yeah, I missed you so much. Wang Lin happily wanted to hug Xia Jiqing, but at this time he noticed Jiang Nan's presence. So tall, so handsome, and so elegant. When Wang Lin saw Jiang Nan, he immediately blurted out something. Ha ha. This made Xia Jiqing laugh happily immediately. She moved closer to Jiang Nan and said proudly, Lin, this is my boyfriend, Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, this is my best friend in high school, Wang Lin. Hello, Sister Wang. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Wow, such a handsome young man born in the 2000s, you really have good taste. Wang Lin looked at Jiang Nan several more times and couldn't take his eyes away. Which woman doesn't tea like handsome guys, especially a young man born in the 2000s like Jiang Nan who is tall, handsome, and has a good temperament? Which older woman doesn't tea like him? Of course I am. After all, I am not bad, right? The landlady raised her head and said confidently. Come on, let's go up. Wang Lin hurriedly said, besides, I want to tell you something. What? The landlady actually guessed something. I actually wanted to date you this time, but Li Fei found out about it, so he begged me to host a class reunion. As she spoke, she looked embarrassed and whispered, Jiqing, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had a boyfriend, I was thinking. Fine. The landlady doesn't care, so well, let's just come clean today. I have a partner. Stop worrying about my sister.
It's best not to invite her to the parties held for her in the future. After this time, I don't think anyone will be so shameless as to invite you to such a party anymore.
Maybe it's a good thing. Wang Lin whispered. Indeed, they are a bunch of ugly people. Compared with my man, they are inferior to my little man. The landlady grabbed Jiang Nan's arm tightly and said proudly. Her entire heart is now filled with Jiang Nan.
She had no feelings for other men before. Except for Jiang Nan, now she really has no interest in any man at all.
Yes, yes, yes.
Wang Lin nodded in agreement, and secretly glanced at Jiang Nan twice, her face slightly reddening. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, it's really good to be rich, to be able to find such a high-quality young person.
Soon, the three of them entered the elevator and went straight up to the 15th floor. Bite.
After a short while, the elevator opened and 3 people walked out. At this moment, there were a few people talking and laughing outside the elevator. When they heard the sound of the elevator door opening, they immediately shifted their attention over.
Qingqiu.
The leader was a man in his 30s wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looking somewhat gentle and refined. But when he saw the landlady hooking her arm around a young man and looking very intimate, his brows immediately furrowed, and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes.
Squad leader.
The landlady called out faintly. Oh, I've been wanting to be called squad leader for years, and finally I got it. In the past few years, you've always refused everyone's gatherings, which is really sad. Li Fei laughed and said, come on, come in quickly. Your classmates miss you so much, the school beauty who has amazed them throughout their high school years.
He even didn't look at Jiang Nan once the entire time and blatantly ignored him.
No, I came here just to catch up with Lin. When I heard that you were here too, I was just about to tell you, old squad leader, not to invite me to these gatherings in the future.
Even more, don't send me messages, I'm afraid my husband will be angry. Although the landlady was leaning on Jiang Nan's shoulder, she had a strong aura and her tone was unquestionable.
It is not difficult to tell from the pile of car keys she just showed that the landlord's wife is worth, if not tens of billions, at least 1 or 200 million. That pile of car keys would cost at least 1,000 W. If that Lamborghini was a more famous sports car, it would probably be worth more than 1,000 W. The car is worth so much, he doesn't believe it at all if you say that the landlord's wife doesn't have a small fortune.
You're getting married again? Li Fei then set his sights on Jiang Nan.
When he saw that he was a handsome pretty boy, his brows immediately furrowed and he said, Qingqiu. We're not that familiar with each other, please call me by my full name, Xia Qingqiu. The landlady gave all her good emotions to Jiang Nan, and at this moment she was even more considerate of his feelings. Jiang Nan naturally understood, and hugged the landlady's waist a little tighter, and whispered in her ear, sister is so nice, taking care of your brother's feelings, so lovely.
Stinky boy. The landlady glanced at Jiang Nan with all her charm.
Seeing the landlady flirting with Jiang Nan, the pretty boy, in front of him, Li Fei's face instantly darkened, and he said in a deep voice, classmate Xia Qingqiu, there are too many pretty boys in this world, and they all come for your money.
Can you be as handsome and elegant as my husband?
The landlady glanced at Li Fei with disdain and said indifferently, to put it bluntly, I don't know why you keep inviting me to hold class reunions.
Aren't you attracted by my money?
And, come on, you want to hook up with someone in such an ordinary place on the 15th floor, but you don't want to spend money.
Do you understand what it means to hook up with a rich woman? I'm telling you, stop playing tricks on me in the future.
Wang Lin, come with me or stay here, make your own choice. After saying this, the landlady pulled Jiang Nan and turned towards the elevator.
Wait for me, Qingqiu.
Wang Lin immediately pulled her silly husband along and followed. Li Fei was left standing there gritting his teeth, his face even turning red, and it was obvious that he was a little angry and embarrassed.
Chapter 30, the landlady's favorability level has reached 80 points. Now. In the elevator.
Jiang Nan gave a thumbs up and praised from the bottom of his heart, sister, you were so domineering just now.
Of course not. There is only one you in this world. Do you really think any man is worthy of my gentleness?
The landlady raised her eyebrows haughtily.
At this time, Wang Lin and her husband also entered the elevator.
Jiang Nan looked at Wang Lin's husband, who looked to be in his 30s, thin, and also wore glasses, looking gentle and refined.
Seeing Jiang Nan's eyes on him, the man smiled as a greeting. Go to the top floor.
The landlady pressed the button directly on the top floor of the 30th floor.
There are 2 dining areas in Jiangcheng Hotel. One is on the 15th floor, which is considered to be at the consumption level of ordinary people.
The top floors where people eat are basically those with higher incomes. A meal would cost at least tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands.
Bite. Soon, the 30th floor arrived. 4 people also walked out of the elevator.
Several reception ladies came up to greet us immediately.
Do you have a reservation?
A leading receptionist had a warm smile on her face, and from time to time she glanced at Jiangnan a few more times, her eyes full of amazement.
So cool. I don't have a reservation. Are there any private rooms available? The landlady said.
Yes, do you have a VIP card?
The receptionist asked in a low voice. Have.
The landlady nodded, and then took out a black gold card from the small sachet. When the receptionist saw the black and gold card, her expression immediately became respectful. After bowing, she led the way with her waist bent. Seeing this, Wang Lin and her husband looked at each other, both with shock on their faces.
This is a bit too prestigious. Compared to the shock of Wang Lin and his wife, Jiangnan seemed much calmer. After all, he is not the same person as before. Soon,
the receptionist brought a few people to a private room.
There is a tablet on the table. If you want to order food with a few people, you can use the tablet to place your order. The backend will receive the order information in seconds. If you need anything, just call me.
The receptionist did not enter the private room. She bowed respectfully at the door and spoke in a gentle voice.
Good. The landlady nodded, and then she and Jiangnan stepped into the private room. Wang Lin and his wife followed closely behind.
When they saw this very luxurious private room, they were shocked again.
Jiqing, there should be a minimum consumption for this private room, right? Wang Lin couldn't help but sigh. Just tens of thousands of dollars. The landlady smiled. My goodness, that's several months' salary for my family.
Wang Lin swallowed his saliva and whispered, no wonder there are so many people in this world who hate the rich.
It seems that the worlds of people are completely different. Ha ha.
When the landlady heard this, she couldn't help but shake her head and laughed. The world of each person is actually the same, it's just that different life experiences and living environments lead to different futures. This is actually quite profound.
Her class is indeed different. At least Jiangnan could deeply understand it, but Wang Lin and her husband just smiled and didn't say anything else.
People from 2 different classes have different ideas, and sometimes it is really impossible for them to resonate with each other. This is also why, in reality, there are too many well-matched couples, while in the fictional world, there are too many stories of princes and Cinderella, or the love stories of princesses and poor losers.
The meal didn't take too long. Just over an hour.
After it was over, although it was around 6 o'clock, the sky outside the window was still bright. The landlady, who had drunk some red wine, was even more charming at this moment. Her beautiful little face was covered with red clouds, and she looked at Jiangnan from time to time with a dazed and intoxicated look in her eyes.
Bite. Congratulations, host, consumption completed.
Get 10 times the consumption rebate, 500,000 yuan.
A few minutes later. Lobby reception. Jiangnan scanned the QR code to pay via WeChat.
Good fellow, 50,000. Hearing the sound of payment, Wang Lin and his wife couldn't help but look at each other and swallowed hard.
It's outrageous that one meal cost them almost 4 months' salary. Let's go.
The landlady seemed to be a little tipsy, so Jiangnan naturally took on the role of host and smiled and nodded to Wang Lin and his wife. Now, the 500,000 yuan rebate is no different from the 50 yuan in the eyes of ordinary people to Jiangnan. It is just a drizzle and he does not feel any emotional fluctuation at all.
Go straight down to the first floor. Arrived at the hotel entrance.
Jiqing seems a little tipsy, so we'll go back first and get together again when we have time. Jiangnan handed the card to the parking attendant from before, and soon his car drove over. He smiled and waved to Wang Lin and his wife, then helped the landlord's wife to get on the passenger seat.
Soon, the car gradually drove away.
Wang Lin and his wife stayed there for a long time, then they looked at each other, let out a long sigh, and then shook their heads with a wry smile.
If you ask me, Jiqing's boyfriend is no ordinary person.
With his conversation and temperament, if you say he is a gigolo, I don't believe it a million times.
Wang Lin whispered.
The 50,000 yuan just paid was not paid by your old classmate, but by him.
His expression was no different from buying a pancake from a small stall in the street. He didn't care at all. Wang Lin's husband nodded in agreement. In the car.
The landlady, who looked a little tipsy, suddenly sat up.
Pretending to be drunk? Jiang Nan glanced at her and chuckled. This little bit of wine won't make me drunk. I can drink it for two of you, let alone one of you. But I'm still a little tired. Xiaoying has been taken away by her grandmother. Can you stay at home with me tonight?
The landlady came closer, her pretty face flushed, and she looked very cute with her pouting lips.
Good.
Jiang Nan reached out and touched her head, and the latter immediately narrowed her eyes and smiled with enjoyment.
No matter how old a woman is, there is always a soft spot in her heart. In other words, no matter how strong a woman is, she will become a little woman in front of the person she thinks she can rely on. The ride was slow. There was some traffic jam at this point. When we returned to the community, it was already past 7 o'clock. After parking the car, Jiang Nan hugged the landlady and went straight to the third floor. Squeak! Bang! As soon as he entered the door, the landlady hugged Jiang Nan's neck and kissed him.
Then, her body softened slightly.
Xia Jiqing's favorability +1. Xia Jiqing's favorability +2. Xia Jiqing's favorability +1. Around 8 o'clock. Living room.
Jiang Nan lit a cigarette with a happy face and started puffing smoke.
80 points of favorability. Jiang Nan exhaled a long puff of smoke and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face.
The landlord's wife was a real bomb, and the plot in the comic was perfectly reflected, allowing Jiang Nan to describe the experience with more than just one word: cool.
It's almost there. Sister Xia's favorability will soon reach 90 points. I wonder if it will be considered as overfulfilling the small welfare task if several women with looks above 90 points reach 90 points together. Will there be more additional rewards? To be honest, Jiang Nan's current interest in money is far less than his interest in the ability to receive rewards. There are some abilities that can't be bought with money. Chapter 31, Meng Qingqiu's video call, both of them were shocked. About 10 minutes later,
Xia Jiqing walked out, wearing a little black lace dress, which was looming and gave her endless temptation. This relative came at a really bad time.
The landlady also looked depressed. If the relatives hadn't come, this night would have been long. It's all the same. Jiang Nan is a nice place, but the landlady is the one who suffers.
You feel comfortable, but it makes me suffer. The landlady smiled bitterly and shook her head, then sat down next to Jiang Nan, and then stared at him carefully. A look of amazement appeared on her beautiful face, and she whispered, "How come I didn't realize you were so amazing before?
What's so great about it?" Jiang Nan looked at the landlady with a smile.
It's been less than 2 days and I'm already so in love with you.
Isn't that amazing?
The landlady showed a strange look on her face again.
Over the years, she wondered how many outstanding men had wanted to enter her heart. It's meaningless, the whole army is wiped out. She didn't even think about finding another man. Who knows?
It wasn't long after that, but Jiang Nan conquered her completely.
How could this not make her feel weird? Maybe you didn't understand me before? Or maybe we weren't destined to be together at that time.
Jiang Nan stretched out his hand and held her in his arms, saying softly, "No one can predict fate."
Really?
The landlady had no regrets and leaned gently on Jiang Nan's shoulder. The tenderness at this moment brought a happy smile to her face.
Buzz buzz buzz. The tenderness lasted only a dozen seconds when the phone in Jiang Nan's pants started vibrating.
He took it out and glanced at it, then immediately sat up straight.
Did your online crush call to check on you?
Seeing that Jiang Nan's expression was a little strange, the landlady couldn't help but flicker her eyes and chuckled.
I'm on a video call. Jiang Nan rode. That's easy.
The landlady moved down and lay on Jiang Nan's legs, winking at him playfully.
Jiang Nan's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a little.
After taking a deep breath, he answered Meng Qingqiu's video call.
Darling. As soon as the call was connected, Meng Qingqiu's energetic voice rang out, "Good evening." "Xiu, good evening."
The woman did not show her face, only a pair of white, glowing legs were in the camera. Even though the landlady was lying on his legs, Jiang Nan still responded with a calm face and a calm heart.
After today it will be the 17th, and after tomorrow I will be able to see you on the 18th. Meng Qingqiu laughed happily.
At this moment, she suddenly realized something and screamed, "Waku, why is it a video call?" Her voice rose several decibels. Then, she noticed that Jiang Nan was on camera, with only one eye close to the camera.
She then exclaimed, "Wachu, this. Darling, did you use the beauty filter?"
There is no beauty filter on this WeChat video.
Jiang Nan shook his head and said, "Your eyes are exposed, why don't you expose your entire face?" I'm shy,"
Meng Qingqiu whispered, but her eyes were still glued to the camera, full of shock. A year ago, she had seen Jiang Nan from afar. Although Jiang Nan at that time was not ugly, he was definitely far from being as stunning as in the video. Meng Qingqiu has seen all kinds of handsome guys. In a top university like Shanghai University, there are simply too many handsome guys.
But the only thing that could amaze her was Jiang Nan in the current video. "Then I'll turn off the video too." Jiang Nan pretended to switch to a voice call. "Don't!"
Meng Qingqiu's anxious voice sounded, and soon, a person who was truly heartbeating and seemed to be an out-of-this-world beauty appeared in front of the camera.
Hiss. Although Jiang Nan was mentally prepared and had seen Meng Qingqiu's video on Douyin before, he still couldn't help but gasp inwardly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face when he saw it. So beautiful. It is really as people say on the internet, a fairy descended to earth. This woman should only exist in heaven. Not an exaggeration at all.
Darling, I haven't seen you for just 1 year, but I didn't expect you to have changed so much. Meng Qingqiu had already revealed her face, so she naturally became confident, but there was still a look of disbelief in her eyes. After looking at Jiang Nan carefully a few more times, she finally confirmed that the handsome guy in the video was indeed the person she had been dating online for 2.5 years. First, she couldn't have mistaken the voice, and second, the face. Although Jiang Nan looks extremely handsome now, his face is still the same, but his skin condition is much better than before. Moreover, he seemed to have a different filter for women. Most women can't take their eyes off him when they see him. Jiang Nan has truly experienced this in the past 2 days. "It may be a problem with my skin condition. When you saw me last year, I was exposed to the wind and rain. The sun in Jiangcheng in summer is really too strong, so my skin is naturally not very good." Jiang Nan chuckled. "That's right, Jiangcheng is a furnace city, the kind that can heat people to death in the summer." Meng Qingqiu suddenly turned around, and suddenly moved closer to the camera, and gave a few kisses. Then he laughed slyly and said, "I didn't expect that I accidentally made a video call, and inexplicably made a video call, and saw your true face, darling. It's really a surprise." To be honest, she is not really a face person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wanted to meet Jiang Nan in person the following year after meeting him once last year. For a beauty of her level, after seeing so many handsome guys around her, there is a high possibility that she will not even have any feelings for handsome guys. It's not that she has a fetish for ugliness or anything, but she pays more attention to feelings. At this time, Jiang Nan saw from the corner of his eye the expression of the landlord's wife lying on his lap. She was smiling like an ant the whole time and did not look jealous at all, which surprised him quite a bit. This landlady is a little too generous. Feeling Jiang Nan's peripheral vision, the landlady blinked again, then gently slid her fingertips across his legs. Jiang Nan just felt an itchy sensation. After seeing Meng Qingqiu in the camera turned his eyes away, he immediately glared at the woman. Seeing Jiang Nan glaring at her, the landlady squinted her eyes and laughed silently. Then, she was lying facing Jiang Nan, but suddenly turned around. Hiss. Jiang Nan's eyes widened and he couldn't help but gasp. "What's wrong, darling?" When Meng Qingqiu heard Jiang Nan gasp, he immediately returned to the camera and asked with concern. "Nothing, nothing." Jiang Nan silently chanted a meditation mantra in his heart, shook his head and looked at Meng Qingqiu again. He was a little curious about how many points a girl of this level could have in terms of appearance. Moreover, the most crucial thing is that our online relationship lasted for 2.5 years. How much could she like me? Can you please prompt me to update more and generate electricity for love for free to increase my popularity? Chapter 32 Meng Qingqiu as a tribute panel. Name, Meng Qingqiu. Age, 20 years old. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Charging, 0. Appearance, 96 points. Favorability, 80 points. Take some points for your looks? 96 points? When Jiang Nan cast an insight spell at Meng Qingqiu, his eyes widened instantly when the attribute panel appeared. Oh my god. 96 points for appearance? Also, the favorability starts at 80 points? This is simply too exaggerated. Darling, you look a little weird. At this time, Meng Qingqiu's voice rang out. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something and found it a little unbelievable. Jiang Nan took another breath, glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, and his whole body couldn't help but tense up. Good job.
Do you have to work so hard? What is it?
Meng Qingqiu said with a smile, not noticing anything unusual at all.
I was just thinking, we've been able to hold out, for so long. As Jiang Nan was talking, he took another breath.
I've said before, as long as darling doesn't break up with you, I will never break up with you. Alas, I wanted to go to Jiangcheng for college, but my family forced me to go to college in Shanghai. Otherwise, I would have been able to see you every day in the past few years, and we would have rented a sweet little house outside. How happy it would be.
Meng Qingqiu was completely immersed in his fantasy and didn't notice that Jiang Nan's expression kept changing.
Yes. Jiang Nan simply responded, swallowed a little, and then took a deep breath and said, Jojo, after you come over this time, I will go to the Magic City to play with you when I have time.
Yes, yes. Meng Qingqiu immediately laughed happily. Sudden.
She lowered her voice again and said, Darling, I can't talk anymore. I heard footsteps in the corridor outside the door.
My roommate must be back. Let's talk tomorrow. Good. Jiang Nan nodded.
Kiss. Meng Qingqiu moved closer to the camera. Kiss.
Jiang Nan also responded with a kiss. See you the day after tomorrow.
After saying that, Meng Qingqiu also hung up the video call.
Half an hour later. Click.
Jiang Nan lit up a cigarette with a satisfied look on his face, exhaled a long puff of smoke, and looked at the landlady beside him who was lightly scratching the corner of her mouth with her thumb, his eyes full of admiration. After adjusting her little black lace dress, the landlady glanced at Jiang Nan coquettishly, then stood up and went to the bathroom. I've been full of energy these past 2 days. I feel like I have endless power. Jiang Nan guessed that his body was most likely secretly modified by the system, which was an invisible little benefit. Honestly, it's pretty good. After completing that small welfare task and obtaining the indestructible kidney, I really don't know how awesome I will be by then.
Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. Buzz. The phone on the coffee table vibrated.
Jiang Nan picked it up and saw that it was a message from Su Yun.
Jiang Nan, want to have a midnight snack tonight?
Picture.
Along with the news, there was also a photo. When he clicked it, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise his brows.
In the photo, Su Yun, wearing a pink nightgown, was lying on her side on the bed, with her pair of beautiful legs and flesh-colored stockings straight.
In this regard, Jiang Nan really agrees with this woman's identity as a congenital flesh silk holy body.
Moreover, he had asked in the afternoon, and apart from flesh-colored stockings, Su Yun had never worn black or white stockings.
Is this midnight snack you're talking about serious? Jiang Nan replied.
Su Yun, serious, so serious.
Sexy. Seeing the expression behind that sentence, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. This woman really let go. Maybe not tonight.
If he hadn't stayed at the landlady's house for so long today, he might have really been interested in going to Su Yun's place for a midnight snack. Besides, he had promised to accompany the landlady tonight, and there was no way he would go back on his word.
Okay, how about you come over for lunch tomorrow? I'll buy you some nourishing stew? Su Yun sent a voice note with a bit of disappointment. Okay. This time Jiang Nan did not refuse. Good.
Su Yun's tone became cheerful again, then I'll go to bed early tonight and get up early tomorrow to go to the market to buy the freshest ingredients.
No problem. Jiang Nan replied.
At this time, the landlady rinsed her mouth and returned to the living room.
Seeing Jiang Nan chatting on his phone, she couldn't help but ask curiously, You don't have other women, do you? Ahem. When Jiang Nan heard the landlady's direct question, he coughed twice. Really? Hearing his rather awkward cough, the landlady was a little surprised, then she sat down next to Jiang Nan and glanced at the phone.
Huh? Before Jiang Nan could say anything, she suddenly showed a look of shock on her face and asked in surprise, Isn't this the profile picture of teacher Su Yunsu?
Teacher Su?
Hearing this name, Jiang Nan was stunned for a moment.
My goodness, is teacher Su so open and private?
The interval between the messages was not long, so the landlady also saw the seductive photos sent by Su Yun, and a look of shock appeared on her face. She is the little girl's teacher?
Jiang Nan was also surprised.
Yes, but she's not the kindergarten teacher. She's the piano teacher I'm going to send her to learn from. The landlady said, her daughter and my daughter are in the same kindergarten. I have talked to this very beautiful young mother more than once when I picked up Xiaoying from school, so I have had her contact information for a long time.
That's quite a coincidence. The corners of Jiang Nan's mouth twitched involuntarily. How do you know her?
The landlady was extremely surprised and said, when I chat with her normally, she is quite serious.
She doesn't seem like the kind of person who would post such risque photos online. Do you look like an indecent woman? Jiangnan looked at the landlady with a smile.
The landlady was immediately embarrassed. She smiled awkwardly twice but was too embarrassed to say anything else.
She has a deep understanding of the charm of Jiangnan. Isn't Xia Jiqing serious enough?
Now she can't be serious in front of this little man, and her attitude is even wild and wanton. If the relatives hadn't come, she could guarantee that Jiangnan would definitely not be able to get out of bed for the next few days.
Nonsense. The fighting power of a woman who has been starving for so many years, is this a joke to you? But how did you two meet?
The landlady still felt a little strange. She felt that it was impossible for the two of them to have any social connections.
Could it be that? Did he deliver food to Su Yun's house when he was experiencing life in Jiangnan before, and then the two of them started chatting? If you think about it this way, it seems possible. I have to say that women's imagination is really strong. If Jiangnan knew what the landlady was thinking at this moment, he would probably burst into laughter and complain, did he really think it was the plot of that little movie shot on Guisan Island?
Thanks to Tomato Real CS for the gift, the boss is very generous.
Chapter 33, an opportunity for Su Yun's favorability to break through 90 points.
I met him on TikTok. Jiangnan hugged the landlord's wife and said with a smile, I was browsing Douyin a few days ago and saw a small game live broadcast room. She stepped on the acupressure mat for a small heart gift. He spoke. After he finished speaking, the landlady's face suddenly showed surprise, and then she said, I didn't expect teacher Su to work so hard. For several hours in a row, except for taking out, he even ate on the acupressure mat.
Yeah. So I thought this female anchor was quite trustworthy. After all, this is on the internet, and there are too many things that can't be played. Jiangnan nodded, put his hands on the perfect legs of the landlady, and whispered, Sister, if you ask me, how about you have some meat silk some other day? I've never tried flesh-colored stockings, but if you want to see, I'll take turns wearing them for you to see. After all, you're my favorite little man. The landlady gave him a sweet kiss, and then said, Teacher Su is a really nice person. She has been raising our daughter alone for so many years, and I have never heard of any problems with her. She must be a good woman. By the way.
She stared at Jiangnan and said with a smile, You little brat, are you obsessed with older sisters, or young women, or popularity?
Cannot.
Jiangnan seemed a little guilty when he spoke. He cleared his throat and said, It's just a coincidence, and my sister is really good.
Did anything unspeakable happen between you and teacher Su? The landlady gently touched Jiangnan's forehead with her slender jade fingers and asked.
At noon, she invited me to her house for a simple meal, and I know what happened next.
Jiangnan did not hide it.
Damn it, why didn't I see your goodness a few days earlier? The landlady puffed her cheeks and looked a little depressed.
It's okay, same thing. Jiangnan laughed.
But he knew in his heart that if it had been a few days earlier, he would not have caught the eye of this sister.
Everything was destined by fate.
He just happened to obtain the system and just happened to complete a 5-year wish, which led to such a huge change.
So, it can only be late, not early. Oomph, I'll keep you from getting out of bed tonight. Happy times always pass quickly. A night passed. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Jiangnan woke up.
The landlady was no longer around, so she picked up her phone and took a look.
It's May 17th. At this time tomorrow, Meng Qingqiu will board a plane and head for Jiangcheng.
If something unspeakable happens with Meng Qingqiu tomorrow, I'm afraid my mission will be completely accomplished.
Jiangnan's eyes flickered.
Besides, don't forget, Su Yun's favorability towards him was not bad either, reaching a staggering 89 points.
He didn't know how to improve this last point, and he wouldn't dwell on it. Let everything take its course. Landlady, the toiletries are prepared for you in the bathroom. Landlady, I'm going to take care of some things. See you in the evening, my little man. Landlady, pictures.
Jiangnan got up and took a look at WeChat, and found that the landlord's wife had left him a message, and attached a selfie with her face close to the camera. Her appearance was really amazing, and the selfie taken with the original camera close to the face was really amazing. After replying, he took a look at the other messages.
Su Yun, Jiangnan. I went to the market and bought you a lot of nourishing foods. Shy. Su Yun, when are you coming over? I've sent my little girl to kindergarten, so there won't be anyone at home for a while, and I don't want to do a live stream. Soo-yoon, pictures. Soo-yoon, video. Jongnan glanced at Soo-yoon's message. Just after looking at the first photo, his throat couldn't help but roll up and down several times. By the time he finished watching the short video, his breathing had become a little rapid. Damn, this Soo-yoon is really a contrasting woman. She looks like a noble lady in front of people, but behind people. After taking a deep breath, Jongnan replied that he would be there soon, then he replied to Lin Manman in a hasty manner, and then emphasized his reply to Meng Qingqiu, and then began to wash up. In the bathroom. Jongnan glanced at the stockings hanging on the hangers and couldn't help but sigh that for older sister-type women, stockings seem to be a must-have. Moreover, most of them are black stockings. Finish washing up quickly. Jongnan drove straight to Soo-yoon's home. The fire of talent is ignited at the slightest touch. 2.5 hours later. Click. A cigarette was lit by Jongnan afterwards. The adult world is full of fast-paced life. Still no movement. After finishing a cigarette, Jongnan looked at Soo-yoon, who was resting with her eyes closed, tired. He stood up and took his clothes to the bathroom to wash up. Then he came to the living room and looked at the layout of the house again. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room and 1 bathroom. It's not big, but it's not small either. Jongnan started walking around, remembering that the landlady had told him last night that Soo-yoon was an amateur piano teacher, and he couldn't help but walk around the house. Soon. He arrived at a small room, which was decorated very warmly, with many small dolls, mostly in pink, and an old-fashioned piano. At this time, he saw a photo hanging on the wall. It was a photo of Soo-yoon and her daughter. It was a photo of the little girl when she was 3 or 4 years old. She had twin ponytails and was fair-skinned. She looked extremely adorable. Buy a piano next time you come. Arriving in front of this old-fashioned little piano, Jongnan's eyes flickered and his hands gently pressed a few keys. With his level of skill, he could immediately tell that this little piano was definitely quite old and the sound quality was much weaker. Jongnan. At this time, Soo-yoon's voice was heard at the door. Jongnan looked back and saw Soo-yoon, wearing a pink nightgown and with slightly messy hair, standing at the door. This piano is quite old. I'll get you a better one when the time comes. Jongnan looked at Soo-yoon and chuckled, then sat on the bench, turned around and extended his hand to invite her. Would you like to play a duet? Can you play the piano? Hearing Jongnan's invitation, Soo-yoon looked at the man in front of her with great surprise in her eyes. Certainly. Jongnan smiled slightly. Soo-yoon walked over expectantly and sat down next to Jongnan. Jongnan glanced at the music scores and found that they were all children's songs. Here's a piece of music. Soo-yoon stood up, took a piece of music score, and then sat down. Dance of Flowers? Jongnan took a glance and his eyes couldn't help but flicker. Moreover, this score has been modified to make it perfectly suitable for four-hand piano playing. It seems that Soo-yoon is not just an amateur piano teacher as the landlady said. I've modified this score a little bit. You should be able to understand it, right? Soo-yoon asked in a low voice. No problem. Jongnan chuckled and nodded, looking at the score in his hand. He understood that perhaps the opportunity for Soo-yoon to reach 90 points of favorability was this four-hand piano piece that she had revised. 90 points of favorability is a threshold, above carnal desires, it is for the harmony of souls. Thanks to the reminder for the update, brother. Thanks. Chapter 34, Mission Reward Obtained, Lin Manman does self-PUA. Call. Both Jongnan and Soo-yoon let out a long breath after they were ready. Immediately, the two looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Jongnan's 10 slender fingers were placed on the piano keys. As he played, those 10 fingers seemed like elves dancing on the keys, causing Soo-yoon, who was watching, to show a look of shock on his face. An expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. Soo-yoon is indeed not an amateur piano player. She cannot say that she has reached the master level, but she definitely has a good level of piano skills in the country. She started learning piano when she was 3 years old. She is 28 years old now, which means she has been playing the piano for 25 years. Even if she is not very talented, after 25 years of immersion, how could she not have some level of skill? Just by seeing how well Jongnan played the first section, Soo-yoon understood very well that Jongnan, who was perfect in her eyes, was probably only the tip of the iceberg of his perfection. For a moment, the fingers moved as if dancing on the keys. Jiang Nan was immersed in it, and Su Yun was also immersed in it.
In fact, when it came to Su Yun's beat, she almost couldn't keep up. Soon, it was no longer a solo piece, and four hands began to dance on the piano keys. The Dance of Flowers score, which was slightly modified by Su Yun, was extremely light and full of enthusiasm for the infinite future.
A few minutes later, the four-hand piano duet ends.
Jiang Nan and Su Yun looked at each other. He could clearly feel the infinite love and admiration in this woman's eyes.
Su Yun's favorability +1. This moment, the spirit and the flesh are truly in perfect harmony. Su Yun's favorability finally reached 90 points.
Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the welfare mission, having a close friend of the opposite sex with a beauty score of over 90. Rewards: Villa number 001 in Tianfu, Jiangchang, the world's limited edition luxury supercar Pagani Zonda, and the indestructible kidney.
At the same time, Jiang Nan also heard a series of system prompts in his mind.
But at this moment, he didn't have time to deal with the prompts from the system. As her soul was in harmony with Su Yun, her favorability reached 90 points. The two of them just looked at each other, and everything was said without words.
An hour later, the living room of Su Yun's home.
Jiang Nan took out his cell phone contentedly, while Su Yun started washing up in the bathroom. A man at 30 is like a wolf and at 40 is like a tiger. Su Yun has not yet reached the age of being as strong as a wolf or a tiger, but she is not far behind at all. This woman actually started a live broadcast at this time. When Jiang Nan was about to ask the system whether there would be any follow-up to the welfare task, he suddenly saw a message in the background of Douyin and couldn't help but click on it.
Welcome brother Yenyu Jiangnan, Waku, you are already level 62. How many youngest members have you consumed?
As Jiang Nan entered the live broadcast room, Lin Manman's shocked voice rang out. However, she soon saw Jiang Nan exit the live broadcast room in seconds, which made her mouth open slightly wider. She immediately recalled everything she had done when she first met Jiang Nan, and her brows instantly frowned. Jiang Nan was indeed a little cold towards him these 2 days, and ignored him. Even when she asked him out several times later, she didn't get a response.
Could it be because I took him to eat hot pot? Or because I didn't play with him afterwards?
If it was an ordinary top guy on the list, Lin Manman might not have any interest at all. But the top guy on this list is Jiang Nan, a tall, rich and handsome man. She is not a gold digger, but she can't resist him and wants to fall in love with him fiercely.
When Lin Manman fell into self-reflection, Jiang Nan came in again.
Yenyu Jiang Nan presented the anchor with a Carnival 1.
Yenyu Jiang Nan presented the anchor with a Carnival 1.
Yenyu Jiang Nan presented the anchor with a Carnival 1. In just a dozen seconds, Jiang Nan's fingers, like the hand of Katoing, almost left an afterimage and directly swiped as many as 100.
Frog fun. Thank you brother Jiang Nan for the 100 carnivals. At this time,
Lin Manman, who was still immersed in self-reflection, glanced out of the corner of her eye and suddenly saw the Jiang Nan popping carnival. A look of surprise immediately appeared on her face and she jumped up from her seat. Big brother. This is the real Big Brother. There were not many people in the live broadcast room, only about 20 or so. But at this moment, as 100 carnivals in Jiang Nan appeared on the screen, barrages of comments suddenly scrolled across the screen. Jiang Nan glanced at the barrage, chuckled, and sent a red envelope of 30,000 diamonds.
Fuck. This isn't a real Big Brother, this is my real dad.
A red envelope of 30,000 diamonds.
Oh my god, Yenyu Jiangnan dad, I'm going to follow you. If anyone on the internet dares to bully you, your son will definitely fight back. Dad, give me some more red envelopes. Lin Manman's favorability +1. Lin Manman's favorability +2. Lin Manman's favorability +3.
I don't know if it's because she has completely recovered, but Lin Manman's favorability rating has continued to rise.
In the same period of 10 seconds, the price had skyrocketed by 22 points, which surprised Jiang Nan.
Not surprisingly, this woman's favorability towards him seemed to have reached 54 points. How could he know that he had no time to take care of Lin Manman for the past 2 days, which caused her to fall into self-contemplation? There is something called invisible imagination, which is the most deadly. In her eyes, Jiang Nan must be absolutely perfect, and she must have done something wrong when they first met, which is why he has been quite cold towards her these past 2 days. So, she started to reflect on herself and do self-pua. Little did they know that Jiang Nan was really busy. Su Yun, the landlady, which sister is not the best of the best?
Yenyu Jiangnan presented the anchor with a carnival 1. Yenyu Jiangnan presented the anchor with a carnival 1. Yenyu Jiangnan presented the anchor with a carnival 1.
Jiangnan presented another 99 carnivals and emptied all his shaking diamonds.
Bite. Congratulations to the host, the consumption is completed. Receive 8 times the rebate, 4.8 million yuan.
Jiangnan was naturally extremely satisfied with his profit of another 4.2 million. It has only been a short time since then, and they have made a huge profit of 4.2 million yuan.
How can this illegal business be so outrageous? I'm going to leave now. I'll have dinner soon.
After posting a barrage, Jiangnan also quit TikTok. The moment he quit TikTok, a voice message came from WeChat.
Brother Jiangnan, are you free this afternoon?
I really want to take you to eat Sichuan cuisine at that restaurant.
Believe me, it's really delicious.
Also, if you have nothing to do in the evening, I'll take you around here, watch a movie, have some snacks or something.
After listening to the voice message sent by Lin Manman, Jiangnan saw that she sent several pitiful expressions, which reminded him of the white silk JK suit that this girl wore before, and he replied inexplicably.
I'm free, but why don't you wear white stockings and JK leather shoes and dance during live broadcasts?
Chapter 35, Su Yun, who is full of wifely feeling, is absolutely perfect. At the same time, in Lin Manman's dormitory,
she had just finished being fed by Jiangnan and was stunned for a moment when she saw the message sent by Jiangnan. Then she came to her senses and immediately understood. It seems that when we went out with Jiangnan that day, she was dressed too simply. But it's not her fault. At first, she just wanted to treat number 1 on the list to a meal and had no other ideas. But who would have known that this top guy who had been following her for some time was actually such a tall, rich and handsome man? And he is extremely handsome. If she had known that Jiangnan has such good looks, she would have run back to the dormitory to change her clothes. It turns out that Jiangnan likes to wear JK white silk and small leather shoes.
Lin Manman took a deep breath and quickly replied, if Jiangnan brother likes it, can I wear it out and go on a date with you this afternoon? Dating?
After she said this word subconsciously, Lin Manman couldn't help but feel her face burning. The two of them have no relationship and have only met once.
Would it be offensive for her to be so proactive? She has never taken the initiative. Usually it is the boys who ask her out, so she doesn't know what to do. Buzz.
At this time, Jiangnan's message came. It was just a simple word good, but it made her jump up from the stool happily.
Luckily I didn't have classes today, so I did a live broadcast.
Otherwise I would have missed my date with brother Jiangnan. Lin Manman's eyes narrowed with a smile, and then she happily went to her closet to choose an outfit. This white top with a blue skirt seems a little too loose.
This red and blue one is nice, but it's a little shocking.
I wonder if Jiangnan brother will like it.
This soup is good. At Su Yun's home. On the dining table, Jiangnan drank the soup with a spoon, looking appreciative. As long as you like it.
Su Yun narrowed her eyes and smiled, her face full of tenderness. Seeing Jiangnan finish a bowl, she quickly took the bowl and filled him another one.
Drink more and replenish your body.
Jiangnan is not very old, but the frequency of his sex life in the past 2 days is really high, even tall. Therefore, we still need to make up for what needs to be made up.
Jiangnan didn't refuse.
Su Yun's skills were indeed good. Not only was she a first-class cook, but she was also a first-class steward.
Are you still eating here this afternoon?
Su Yun started thinking about dinner before she even finished lunch. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Jiangnan and smiled.
A good wife and mother.
Jiangnan looked at her, and only these 4 words came to his mind. Su Yun is indeed full of wifely feeling. Although she is only 28 years old, she is more wifely than the landlord's wife. If the landlady is the explosive wife that exists in comics and makes people want to blaspheme constantly, then Su Yun is the absolutely perfect wife that everyone wants to have. She is a great cook and a great stewardess, and there are almost no flaws to be found. I have something to do this afternoon, so I probably won't come over for dinner.
Jiangnan finished another bowl of soup, stopped Su Yun who wanted to continue to give him soup, and chuckled, Do you want me to explode? No way.
Su Yun lowered her head shyly and whispered, I just want you to take good care of your body. After all, you have been working hard these past 2 days.
Don't worry, your kidneys are made of iron. Jiangnan patted his waist and laughed.
He was not joking. After completing that small welfare task, he gained the ability of indestructible kidneys.
He felt it deeply when he was cooking with Suyun just now. I might be busy in a few days.
A friend's child is coming to learn piano from me. Suyun spoke softly. No matter when, Jiang Nan only felt that this woman was extremely gentle, without any trace of the so-called female Tyrannosaurus of Sichuan and Chongqing women. On the contrary, it made him feel some of the gentleness of a Jiang Nan woman.
This is also the reason why Jiang Nan feels that Suyun is very wifey-like. It's okay, there's always free time. Jiang Nan smiled slightly. Next.
After lunch, Jiang Nan stayed in Suyun's kitchen for more than an hour before leaving the house with satisfaction.
System. In the car.
Jiang Nan took out various certificates of Villa number 001 in Tianfu, Jiangcheng, and Pagani Zonda from the small space that came with the system. He glanced at them casually, a little excitement appeared on his face, and he called out to the system.
Host. The system replied within seconds.
I already have several good-looking confidants of the opposite sex, although their favorability has not yet reached 90 points.
Can I proceed with the small welfare task before the upgrade?
Jiang Nan was not in a hurry to start the car, but communicated with the system in his mind.
Return to the host. Once the mission is completed, it is completed and cannot be upgraded anymore. The system replied, however, when the host's deposit reaches the next level, new welfare tasks will inevitably appear. I see.
The next level should be to have a cash deposit exceeding 100 million.
Jiang Nan's eyes suddenly sparkled with a strange light.
In the past, he had never dared to dream of having a small goal, let alone saving 1 million or even 100,000. In this era, a young man like him who has nothing can't even come up with a few tens of thousands of yuan, let alone 100,000 yuan in savings. Nowadays, there are very few young people who can buy a car or a house on their own without spending any money. Unless they are truly a congenital saint in some industry, they will definitely live a mediocre life. One small goal is not much, 10 small goals are not much, even 100, 1,000, it seems as my cash keeps rolling in, these are really just a bunch of numbers.
Jiang Nan chuckled and shook his head.
Just as he was about to start the car, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He took it and took a look. It was a voice call from Lin Manman.
Brother Jiang Nan, let's go to the movies later. There seems to be a good movie. Lin Manman's expectant voice rang out. What kind? Jiang Nan asked.
Horror stuff.
Lin Manman's hint is very meaningful. Okay, are you in school? I'll come pick you up now. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered and he spoke. If he doesn't understand this hint, he would be really an idiot. Besides, doesn't this girl want to watch a horror movie? It just so happens that the Jiangcheng Tianfu Villa number 001 that I just acquired must also have a private cinema, right?
At the same time, Jiangcheng Tianfu, one of the top real estate projects in Jiangcheng, is also located in a district near the university town, and the drive takes no more than 10 minutes. Look at my mansion, which is worth a few small goals, how luxurious it can be.
Jiang Nan was really looking forward to it with some excitement. Chapter 36, the emotional value given by Lin Manman is really the maximum. Around 2:30 in the afternoon.
A Porsche Cayenne slowly stopped in front of the gate of a university.
Jiang Nan rolled down the car window and looked towards the school gate.
What came into his sight was a JK girl with twin ponytails. As she walked, the hem of her skirt swayed slightly, attracting the attention of passers-by around her. This JK with white calf socks and a pair of brown leather shoes is really a YYD's outfit. In Jiang Nan's eyes, he felt that this outfit alone, coupled with Lin Manman's twin ponytails, could at least raise her appearance score from 88 to 90.
Brother Jiang Nan.
Lin Manman got in the car and immediately put on a sweet smile. Her voice seemed to be a little hoarse as she called out Brother Jiang Nan in a sweet girlish voice.
To be honest, it's hard not to be moved.
Especially after Lin Manman sat down and fastened her seatbelt, her pair of white silk legs slightly tilted towards Jiang Nan's driver's side, which directly attracted Jiang Nan's attention.
Nice legs. Good silk. Jiang Nan couldn't help but admire in his heart.
His eyes moved upwards and met the rather shy gaze of Lin Manman. Then he saw her ponytails and admired her even more.
Nice twin tails.
It seems that Brother Jiang Nan likes the sweet style, or the soft girl style. Seeing Jiang Nan staring at her and unable to move his eyes away, Lin Manman was secretly delighted. At the same time, she also determined her future dressing style.
Brother Jiang Nan, let's go.
Lin Manman said with a smile. Hearing Lin Manman's voice, Jiangnan withdrew his gaze from Lin Manman's pair of white silk legs, and then started the car, saying, "Let's go to South City, it's more lively over there."
It just so happens that I just bought a villa there and haven't been to see it yet. A villa in South City?
Hearing Jiangnan's words, Lin Manman was stunned for a moment. She is a native of Jiangchang. Basically, in the entire Jiangchang, except for the old city area, the South City is more lively. Similarly, the housing prices are also very expensive. A villa would cost at least 1 or 2,000 W, right? Lin Manman wasn't quite sure, but if she guessed, even an ordinary villa would cost at least 1,000 W.
What a rich guy! Lin Manman took a deep breath.
Although she was not the kind of girl who worshipped money, to be honest, if she really met a man like Jiangnan who was handsome, rich, and willing to spend money on women, it seemed that she really could not help but worship money.
That villa has a private underground cinema. You can watch any movie you want, and it's very quiet. Jiangnan smiled. After hearing Jiangnan's words, Lin Manman held her breath for 2 seconds.
Even if she was a fool, she seemed to have heard something. But inexplicably, she didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust in her heart, and she even felt a lot of anticipation. This made her feel very strange, but also very normal.
Because she did understand that she seemed a little irresistible to Jiangnan.
It's not just that he's rich and willing to give her gifts, but more importantly, he's handsome.
If you really have such a handsome and rich boyfriend, and you treat him well, then can't you just lie down and enjoy the rest of your life? Lin Manman's favorability +5.
Good. Lin Manman lowered her head shyly and responded in a low voice, Brother Jiangnan, buy a few bottles of iced Coke and potato chips while we watch the movie later.
I think this is simply one of the most enjoyable things in life. Don't worry, we have everything.
Having gained another 5 points of favorability, Jiangnan nodded with satisfaction. He had read the entire introduction of Villa number 001 in Jiangcheng Tianfu. The things inside were updated by the housekeeper every day. It was no exaggeration to say that it had everything. It is worth 5 small goals and not something that ordinary people can afford.
Moreover, it is named Villa number 001. How can the luxury of it be imagined by ordinary people?
The car starts. Jiangnan put the phone aside, and the moment he reached out his hand, Lin Manman's white silk legs immediately came over. Seeing this, Jiangnan glanced at her. The latter pursed her lips, her little face flushed, and the girl's shyness explained everything at this moment.
It's a pleasure to drive it after getting it. To be honest, Jiangnan was very pleased with Lin Manman's cleverness and initiative. Lin Manman's favorability +1. Lin Manman's favorability +1. Lin Manman's favorability +1.
Along the way, Jiangnan's mind kept ringing with system prompts.
20 minutes later.
Lin Manman, with a flushed face, had already gained 70 points of favorability towards Jiangnan. This speed of progress surprised him.
But when I think about it, it's a normal thing.
As her favorability towards me gets higher and higher, more intimate things will only make her favorability increase more rapidly.
There is absolutely no such thing as losing favorability due to some intimate actions.
There's a commercial street next to it, let's go shopping. After enjoying the journey, Jiangnan was ready to give this girl some sweet treats to increase her favorability and pave the way for watching a movie in the private cinema in the villa later.
Certainly.
Even if the favorability did not increase any further, it was not impossible for Jiangnan to see something unspeakable happen with these 70 points of favorability.
Gain some favorability, spend some money and earn some money.
You can show off and increase your wealth at the same time.
Why not do it? Listen to Brother Jiangnan.
Lin Manman did not refuse, but nodded obediently with a blushing face.
Lin Manman's favorability +1.
He hasn't even made any purchases yet, but his favorability has already increased a little bit. The more Jiangnan looks at Lin Manman, the more he's moved.
Although this favorability has increased, it cannot bring any substantial benefits to Jiangnan.
But it has emotional value. It's better than spending money on you and not seeing any increase in your favorability at the end. Then you'd just be a complete sucker.
Soon. Just found a parking space. Jiangnan and Lin Manman got out of the car. As soon as she got off the car, Lin Manman trotted over and hooked Jiangnan's arm.
Her height is only 165 centimeters, which is perfect for Jiangnan, who is 182 centimeters tall.
There is a very good height difference. Jiangnan nodded secretly in his heart at Lin Manman's initiative.
After taking a few steps, he looked at Lin Manman, who was leaning against him in surprise. Because he didn't take the initiative to hug Lin Manman's slender waist, but the latter actually took the initiative to pull his hand and hug her slender waist.
Good job. The emotional value given is really on point. Brother Jiangnan, you seem to like JK's outfits, right? Lin Manman asked in a low voice. Most men like it. Jiangnan chuckled. Then, every time we meet from now on, I will wear a different JK.
Lin Manman said with a smile. As she spoke, she moved closer to Jiangnan. Her breasts were not small, especially the top she was wearing, which had a slimming feel. At least when Jiangnan looked down, he felt something explosive. In fact, it was very likely that what she was wearing was not a bra, but Jiangnan felt a slight touch, which surprised him even more. This girl really maximized the emotional value she could give.
Chapter 37 Return. Soon. The two arrived at this commercial street. Jiangnan's eyes were fixed on a storefront. Chanel.
He took a look at the small sachet of unknown brand that Lin Manman was carrying, and immediately took her to the nearest Chanel store.
Welcome.
When the two stepped into the Chanel store, a 70-point girl wearing work clothes, a hip skirt, black stockings, and high heels came up with a warm smile. The familiar fiery gaze from the opposite sex made Jiangnan shake his head and smile. It's true that no woman of the opposite sex can resist his charm. I'll show my girlfriend.
Jiangnan put his arm around Lin Manman's slender waist and began to look around the store. It's expensive.
After looking for a while, Lin Manman said in a low voice.
Her face was full of amazement. She was a girl from an ordinary family, how could she have been to such a high-end luxury store?
At a glance, no bag was worth less than 5 figures. There is even a small sachet placed at the highest point of the cabinet, which has a 6-digit number starting with 3.
More than 300,000. How's it going? Is there anything you like? Jiangnan asked. It's too expensive.
Lin Manman was not being pretentious, she really thought it was too expensive. Even though she knew that Jiangnan was rich and willing to spend money on women.
But it's still too expensive. This little money is just a drop in the bucket for me.
When I gave you huazi, you jumped up in gratitude.
Jiangnan teased, be good, pick a few. This is your reward for being well-behaved and sensible. No way.
Lin Manman smiled shyly, and then stopped refusing. She pointed at 2 small handbags worth more than 10,000 yuan, and said in a low voice with a blushing face, these 2 are pretty good.
No more?
Jiangnan was surprised at the girl's appetite, it was a little too small.
No more.
Lin Manman shook her head, and her ponytail swung a few times. Jiangnan looked at the salesgirl next to him who was staring at him, and smiled, please pack up the 2 bags my girlfriend just liked, and then, this, pack them all. As he spoke, he pointed to several bags at the top of the counter that were valued at 6 figures or more.
Yes.
The salesgirl was still admiring Jiangnan's perfect profile from the side, but when she heard his instructions, she came back to her senses immediately. She took down the 2 bags worth more than 10,000 yuan with great surprise and went to the front desk. Then, another person came with a small ladder. Logically speaking, in this situation where there are guests around, she should hold down her skirt with one hand to prevent herself from exposing herself. But she was facing Jiangnan, a very handsome man among the best. She pressed a P. She felt like she had gotten a great deal if such a handsome guy could see something of her. Besides, these bags would cost millions, wouldn't they? What woman wouldn't rush over to give gifts to a tall, rich and handsome man who spends millions of dollars? Look at me, handsome guy, you must look at me. She was on the ladder, and her speed in getting her bag slowed down a bit, and she couldn't stop shouting in her heart. Isn't this a bit too much? These few will cost millions. Lin Manman said embarrassedly. Not much money. Jiangnan didn't even look at the salesgirl. He stretched out his hand and touched the tip of Lin Manman's chin, then said, besides, these are what you deserve. If you consume it yourself, then you just want to have fun. But when spending for others, it is purely for the emotional value. Lin Manman's emotional value is indeed on point. Anyway, the more money you spend, the more money you make. With multiple benefits, why not do it? Thank you, brother Jiangnan. Lin Manman understood, nodded happily, and hugged Jiangnan even tighter, looking at him with such a tender look. Lin Manman's favorability +9.
Look, isn't this emotional value very well given? Soon. The salesgirl in black stockings took down the top 4 bags from the cabinet. Anything else you like? Jiang Nan asked softly.
At the same time, he also sighed in his heart.
It is indeed easy to make money from women.
A few bags cost at least millions, which is why so many socialites want to squeeze into the real upper-class circle.
Just ask ordinary men, who can satisfy their material needs. That's enough.
Lin Manman really felt that it was enough. Adding the 2 bags that cost more than 10,000 yuan each, plus these 4 bags, there were 6 bags in total.
A bag can last at least half a year, or 3 years. Good.
Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, looking at the salesgirl in black silk stockings who looked at him with tears in her eyes, and said, "Swipe the card."
This way, please. The salesgirl in black stockings said respectfully. Bite. Congratulations to the host, the consumption is completed.
Get 5 times the consumption rebate, 7.5 million yuan. After swiping the card to pay, Jiang Nan immediately heard the system prompt sound in his mind. There are 6 bags in total, exactly 1.5 million yuan. With 5 times the consumption rebate, you can easily earn 6 million yuan.
Oh, right. There are also 5 points of favorability from Lin Manman. 85 points of favorability. This is really fast.
Jiang Nan looked at Lin Manman, who was leaning against him and wishing she could be close to his arms, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face.
Welcome to visit us next time.
The salesgirl in black stockings put her hands in front of her and bowed deeply and enthusiastically towards the backs of Jiang Nan and Lin Manman. After the 2 of them entered a high-end luxury store, she slowly withdrew her gaze. Her eyes and face were full of envy. She also wanted to have such a perfect boyfriend.
Half an hour later, Jiang Nan and Lin Manman returned to the car carrying large and small high-end bags.
He took Lin Manman to buy some things, and the spending was not large, just about 1 million yuan. Unfortunately, the rebate is not very good.
But
still, his savings reached as much as 60 million.
Moreover, at this moment, Lin Manman's favorability towards him has reached 88 points of her appearance score.
It seems that after the favorability reached 88 points, Lin Manman's favorability towards me basically did not increase.
Jiang Nan felt a little strange.
As early as when he entered the second high-end luxury store, Lin Manman's favorability towards him had reached 88 points. However, after about half an hour of strolling around, his consumption did not increase at all.
This made him feel a little incredible. System, is it possible that the peak favorability of a member of the opposite sex is her appearance score?
Jiang Nan started the car while asking curiously in his heart.
Chapter 38, Perfect System Settings. Lin Manman was stunned. Yes, host.
The system prompt sounded in my mind.
Jiang Nan frowned when he heard the system's reply.
When the favorability of the opposite sex towards the host reaches her appearance score, the favorability will temporarily stop rising. After that, if the favorability can rise a little bit, the appearance score of the opposite sex will also rise a little bit. The system's voice continued to ring in Jiang Nan's mind.
Oh.
When Jiang Nan heard the setting mentioned by the system, he immediately became interested, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Having read thousands of urban-themed epic novels on the Tomato Novel app, this was the first time he had seen such a novel setting.
Quite interesting. The capabilities of the system are infinite. There is nothing the system cannot do, except what it cannot think of.
His current charm comes from the system, which makes his appearance more than just a few levels higher. Once this setting comes out, from now on, the women around him will really be women with the perfect index. When the host increases the appearance points of a member of the opposite sex by 1 point, he or she will immediately get a chance to draw a prize. The system's voice continued to ring.
What can I win from this lottery?
A strange light flashed in Jiang Nan's eyes.
Everything. The system simply gave a 4-word answer, which made Jiang Nan understand instantly.
There is really nothing he can't win in this lottery, except what he can't think of.
Wait, can I find a girl with low appearance scores and brush up her favorability? This will improve her appearance and give me more chances to win the lottery? Jiang Nan's eyes suddenly lit up.
Host, once the favorability of a low-looking person of the opposite sex reaches the corresponding appearance score, a slight increase in favorability will be countless times higher than that of a high-looking person of the opposite sex.
The system replied. Hearing this answer, Jiang Nan couldn't help but shook his head. This explanation is easy to understand, that is, the more beautiful a woman is, the easier it is for her to increase her favorability when her appearance score and favorability are the same. But when I think about it carefully, I think it is quite normal. If there were no restrictions and he was allowed to take advantage of this loophole, I am afraid he would really become a walking stud instead of a walking hormone. What if it's the opposite sex with a perfect score of 100? Jiang Nan suddenly thought of another question. He didn't believe that in such a big world, he couldn't meet a woman with perfect looks. After reaching 90 points of favorability with the opposite sex with a full score of 100, you will be able to win a prize for every point of favorability you increase. The system replied within seconds. I see. Jiang Nan did understand that this could be considered a small task with hidden benefits. The ultimate goal is to make him consume. Yes. If you don't spend money on women, how can you attract so many beautiful women? Do you really think every woman is as rich as the landlord's wife? Even though Jiang Nan communicated with the system for such a long time, it was actually just a thought, a few moments of thought. For Lin Manman, who was sitting in the passenger seat, it was nothing more than putting her pockets in the back seat and the time she spent fastening her seatbelt. The car starts. Still driving with one hand. After taking a look at the navigation, he headed towards Jiangcheng Tianfu. 10 minutes drive away. The car slowed down. Arrive. Jiang Nan stopped at the gate of a very luxurious community. Looking through the front windshield, he saw 2 golden stone dragons flying in the air at the gate. Just from his angle looking into the community, just at the gate, the environment gave off a very classy feeling. Didi. Jiang Nan arrived at the gate of the community and honked the horn twice. Hello? Immediately. A middle-aged man in his 40s walked out of the security room. Jiang Nan rolled down the window and the man greeted him respectfully. Hello, could you please open the gate? Jiang Nan took the document bag next to him, and then took out the real estate certificate. Yes. Welcome home, owner. When he saw the homeowner's information, the security guard immediately saluted and then quickly walked towards the security room. Soon, the gate bar was raised. The car was moving slowly. The security guard in his 40s respectfully saluted the car that was slowly driving into the community. Brother Jiang Nan, the villa you are talking about, is it the villa in Jiangcheng Tianfu? At this time, Lin Manman, who had just recovered from her shock, spoke. The look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Nan was so different. Even if she was an outsider, she would probably know that Jiangcheng Tianfu was special, not to mention that she was a native of Jiangcheng. Yes. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Hiss. Lin Manman couldn't help but gasp, her face full of disbelief. She had previously thought that a villa in Jiangnan would be worth around 10 million or 20 million yuan. Now it seems that once the name of Jiangcheng Tianfu is involved, it may be impossible to get tens of millions. She had heard of Jiangcheng Tianfu. The housing prices in this community were definitely at the T1 or even T0 level in Jiangcheng. Most of them are small villas, with large flats being the majority. The cost of each unit must be conservatively over 50 million. Villas are even rarer and more precious. There are only 9 villas. The grades are from 1 to 9. According to rumors, villa number 001 in Jiangcheng Tianfu has never been lived in since it was built. It is a truly new house. Villas of this level can be purchased by more than just money. The subsequent villas can indeed be purchased with money, but the transaction prices are far higher than the market price. For example, she had previously seen a piece of news about villa number 9 in Jiangcheng Tianfu. The final transaction price was more than 3 small targets. It can be seen that further up, there are villa number 8, villa number 7, and villa number 6. Even more, how many small goals would the specific transaction price of the villa named number 001 be worth? Unbelievable. Brother Jiangnan, could it be that the person who spent more than 300,000 yuan to buy villa number 9 in Jiangcheng Tianfu in the last news I read was you? Gurgle. After saying this, Lin Manman couldn't help swallowing her saliva. At this moment, her whole face was red and her little heart was beating very fast. What a lot of small goals. This. How many people, how many lifetimes? No. It should be said that this is money that cannot be earned in more than 10 lifetimes, or even dozens of lifetimes. And what about Jiangnan? It's just the consumption of one house. How rich is he? Billions? Hundreds of billions? At this moment, Lin Manman's thoughts flew away, and confusion gradually appeared on her rosy face. Now, she finally understood why Jiangnan spent 2 or 3 million on her without even blinking or showing any pain. That means he is really rich and really doesn't care. For a tall, rich and handsome man who can buy a small object worth 300 million, isn't a few million the same as Lin Manman buying a small skirt worth a few hundred yuan? Maybe, it's different.
Because she still feels a little distressed when she buys a little skirt that costs several $100s. She had to grit her teeth and brainwash herself for a while before she was willing to buy it.
But what about Jiangnan? He's not spending it on himself. Spending millions on others is just as he said, as easy and casual as sprinkling water. What a treasure, tall, rich and handsome man I met. This moment. The look in Lin Manman's eyes when she looked at Jiangnan was one of obsession and intoxication. More than 3 small targets? That's not me. Here's a file bag. You can see for yourself which villa it is.
Jiangnan smiled slightly and drove attentively following the signs on the roadside. I thought about this setting for a long time and finally decided to write it according to my own ideas.
Dear readers, is it okay? Is it acceptable and not toxic? Chapter 39 Villa number 001 is as big as a small manor.
After hearing Jiangnan's words, Lin Manman took a deep breath, then picked up the file bag beside her and began to look through it. Since there were quite a lot of things in the file bag, she randomly pulled out a certificate and took a look at it.
Pagani Zonda?
When she saw a contract document, she was stunned for a moment, and her mind didn't immediately react to what it was.
But soon, she saw a long string of numbers. Tens, hundreds, thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, 60 million? As Lin Manman was counting, she suddenly felt something was wrong. What was worth 60 million? Fuck. Sudden.
She saw what it was and cried out in fright.
What's wrong? Jiangnan looked towards her. Pagani Zonda, is it the luxury supercar I saw on TikTok?
Lin Manman was basically certain of it, but she still felt a tingling sensation of shock.
If nothing unexpected happens, it should be. Jiangnan chuckled and nodded. Oh my goodness.
A luxury supercar worth 60 million, and it's a limited edition worldwide. Lin Manman only felt that her mouth was dry and her voice was a little hoarse.
Good. Jiangnan smiled.
It's just a luxury supercar worth 60 million, not a luxury supercar worth 6 small goals.
Now, it means nothing to him. That's okay, brother Jiangnan, you were so Versailles.
Lin Manman smiled bitterly and shook her head, then very solemnly put the contract into the file bag, and then took out another contract and started reading it.
Villa number 001, Jiangcheng Tianfu. It was just a small line of text that instantly entered Lin Manman's sight.
At this moment, not only her hands began to tremble, but her entire body also began to tremble involuntarily.
This, Jiangcheng Tianfu Villa number 001?
Lin Manman's first reaction was to take out her phone and take a picture, but she quickly suppressed the urge.
After swallowing her saliva, she exclaimed, "Brother, what level of rich second generation are you?"
A 60 million global limited edition luxury supercar, and a villa number 001 in Tianfu, Jiangcheng, with a transaction price of 500 million.
Mom, how lucky I am to know someone of your level.
I heard Lin Manman yelling. Jiangnan just smiled slightly, without any disgust.
These are all normal emotions.
The most incredible thing is that Lin Manman can remain calm after seeing all of this.
Lin Manman's favorability +1.
Jiangnan was about to reply when a system notification sound suddenly rang in his mind.
Jiangnan was stunned for a moment. This is breaking through the limit? At this time,
he looked at Lin Manman again. At this moment, she looked no different from before, but if you look closely, just a slight increase in her appearance score gave him a different kind of stunning feeling. Very strange.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host, Lin Manman's favorability +1, appearance score +1, and you get a chance to draw a lottery. The system prompt sound continued to ring in his mind, causing Jiangnan to take a deep breath, his eyes flashing with excitement.
This has already exceeded the limit even before we have a deep understanding of each other. If we can get to know each other more deeply and exchange academic experiences, at least we can gain a little more favorability, right?
Thinking of this, Jiangnan became even more excited.
Brother.
Lin Manman's voice couldn't be softer, and at this moment she was leaning weakly on the passenger seat, looking at Jiangnan with eyes that were so sticky that they could not be described in words.
What's wrong? Jiangnan asked even though he knew the answer. I don't think I'm worthy of you.
Lin Manman became a little depressed and whispered, "You are too perfect."
I am just a little girl from an ordinary family. You are not ordinary at all. Jiang Nan took a look at her. Whether it was emotional intelligence, appearance, or figure, this woman was top-notch. From an ordinary person's perspective, it was no exaggeration to say that Lin Manman was a big star, a popular young actress. But, in front of you, it's still too mediocre.
Lin Manman even began to doubt herself. To be honest, for a tall, rich and handsome man like Jiang Nan, even if her family has some money, the gap is definitely too big.
You think too much and consume too much energy.
Jiang Nan reached out and touched the girl's head, and whispered, "When I fall in love, I don't care whether the other person has money or not.
Anyway, no one will be as rich as me. I feel too much emotional value from you, so you are worth it."
Really? Lin Manman's lifeless eyes immediately brightened up again.
More real than pearls. Jiang Nan nodded affirmatively. Now. The car slowly drove to the gate of a villa that looked like a small manor. It was just the gate. Jiang Nan looked inside through the front windshield and saw the fountain, the front garden, various small rockery, and even to the left, there was a vast grassland. Good job. Golf course. Even Jiang Nan couldn't help but reveal a look of shock on his face. This is not a villa. It's simply a luxurious little manor in the suburbs. So big. Lin Manman also noticed it.
Just looking at these things in the front yard of the villa gave her a very classy feeling, making her cover her mouth and exclaim in amazement. Jiang Nan opened the car door, got out, and then walked towards the gate. Beep, beep, beep. When I looked at the facial recognition lock, it suddenly rang.
Click. Next second,
I heard a slight sound, and then I saw the door, which was 5 or 6 meters high, open automatically. Brother Tonzi is really awesome. My face is already in the facial recognition lock system before I even arrive. Jiang Nan originally just wanted to try it out to see if it would work, but who knew it actually worked? This made him secretly give his system a thumbs up.
Back to the car. Jiang Nan drove into villa number 001 of Jiangcheng Tianfu.
And when all his cars had entered, the 5 or 6 meter high gate was closed very intelligently.
This was also the first time that Jiang Nan came to villa number 001 in Jiangcheng Tianfu.
He drove on a small road and slowly went deeper inside.
Soon,
he saw an underground parking garage and drove in immediately. This underground parking garage is incredibly large. After leaving the underground garage, Jiang Nan got out of the car and took a look. He looked neither surprised nor happy, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. Just the area of the underground garage alone, he felt that it was 500 square meters. You know, this is not the underground garage of some shopping mall or hotel, but just the underground garage of a villa. The area is up to 500 square meters, which is already very luxurious.
Brother Jiang Nan, is that the Pagani Zonda, a luxury supercar worth 60 million? At this time,
after getting out of the car, Lin Manman fixed her eyes on a pure black luxury and cool supercar parked in a parking space not far away.
An expression of unusual excitement and shock suddenly appeared on her face. This car is really too cool. Chapter 40. Brother, I want to go back and watch a romantic movie with you.
At this time, Jiang Nan also set his sights on the pure black Pagani Zonda. He started walking and took the car keys. As for Lin Manman, she jogged after him and hooked her arm around Jiang Nan's.
Soon,
the two of them arrived in front of the luxury supercar worth 60 million.
So cool.
Lin Manman was amazed. She had only seen this kind of luxury supercar on the internet before, but now that she saw it with her own eyes, her face was filled with indescribable shock.
Yes, it is very handsome. Jiang Nan gently opened the driver's door and looked inside the car.
An entire luxurious and exquisite mechanical style interior came into his sight. To be honest, this style would not feel outdated even after more than 10 years. Jiang Nan sat on it, felt it for a while, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. After all, it was a global limited edition luxury supercar worth 60 million. The moment he sat in the driver's seat and put his hands on the steering wheel, he felt a sense of luxury that surpassed his Porsche Cayenne by countless levels.
Cool. Would you like to go for a ride? Jiang Nan suggested.
Sure. Lin Manman became excited instantly. This is the Pagani Zonda. In the past, she didn't even have the chance to sit in it, let alone see it with her own eyes.
Walk.
Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows at her and motioned for her to get in the car.
Lin Manman's face was full of excitement. She walked quickly to the passenger door, but then felt embarrassed because she had no idea how to open the door of the car. There's a small switch on the door. Just push it and it will open, Jiang Nan reminded. Good. After hearing what Jiang Nan said, Lin Manman opened the passenger door and got in. The moment she sat in the passenger seat, her face became even redder than before, and she was in a state of extreme nervousness and excitement at all times. Fasten your seatbelts, Jiang Nan reminded him and fastened his seatbelt. When he was ready, he pressed the start button of the car. Boom! In an instant, a low roaring sound resounded throughout the 500 square meter underground garage. Cool. Hearing this voice, the excitement on Jiang Nan's face also rose. As for Lin Manman, who was sitting in the passenger seat, she became more and more nervous and excited. Boom! Jiang Nan stepped on the accelerator lightly and started driving slowly. This underground garage has an entrance and naturally an exit. Driving out of the exit, Jiang Nan soon arrived at a small runway and slowly drove out from the back door of Villa 001. There's even a professional racing track here. Holy crap, Zhangcheng Tianfu has really taken everything into consideration for rich people like you. As the speed increased, Lin Manman grabbed the armrest inside the car and shouted excitedly. Boom! Call out. Outside world. I just felt a gust of wind passing by, and in an instant a flash of black lightning flashed past. Too fast. Brother Jiang Nan, slow down, wow, this feels so good. Oh no. I'm going to get carsick, bro. Slow down. As Jiang Nan stepped on the accelerator harder and harder, Lin Manman in the passenger seat felt her heart pounding and she shouted in excitement and fear. Hearing Lin Manman's pleading, Jiang Nan also slowed down. Call. Lin Manman's heart, which had been in her throat, calmed down as the car slowed down. She let out a long sigh, and the excitement on her face did not diminish at all. She said, Brother Jiang Nan, this luxury supercar worth 60 million is really different. It's so exciting to drive it. Really? Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. He had only reached a speed of about 270 miles per hour just now. If he really stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and pushed it to the maximum, he could reach about 390 miles per hour. The speed of 270 miles per hour is already exaggerated enough. If it really reaches 390 miles per hour, it is not difficult to imagine what it would feel like. Brother, I want to go back and take a bath, then watch a romantic movie with you. Lin Manman lowered her head, her pretty face flushed, and said this in an extremely expectant tone. Hearing these almost explicit words, Jiang Nan understood everything and accelerated again and headed straight for Villa 001. Half an hour later. After taking a shower, Lin Manman walked out of the bathroom in the master bedroom on the second floor. Her pretty face without any makeup was covered with blush. She had a great figure, and the red and blue slim-fitting top she was wearing made her look so sexy. The lower body is wearing a white short skirt similar to a pleated skirt. Although she is only 165 centimeters tall, Lin Manman's body proportions are extremely perfect. Her pair of legs are so white that they seem to be shining with holy light. Day. As she walked slowly, her brown leather shoes made crisp sounds when they hit the ground. Looking up, we see the calves, which are matched with a pair of white calf socks. Perfect. Paired with her twin ponytails that sway slightly as she walks. Jiang Nan just wants to say that this girl is simply too perfect. With only 89 points of appearance points, one can achieve this kind of visual enjoyment. To be honest, Jiang Nan couldn't help but question whether the insight given to him by the system was really authoritative. How could he understand that the reason why he felt that Lin Manman with twin ponytails wearing this JK outfit was perfect in his aesthetic sense was that he was extra moved? Insight is like a rational machine. The scores it gives out are not based on any preference. How could they be the same as what Jiang Nan thinks he is? Brother Jiang Nan. At this time, Lin Manman had already arrived beside Jiang Nan and took the initiative to hook his arm. Her soft and sticky voice rang out, "It's so strange, I don't know why, when I looked in the mirror just now, I felt that my skin was much better than before." Before, she still needed some makeup to cover up the tiny flaws on her face that could only be seen at a very close distance. But just now, she took a close look at herself in the mirror. After taking a shower, not only the skin on her face, but every part of her body felt as if it had been reborn. Even the tiny scar on her calf has disappeared. It seems that the feeling of being in love has made your whole state of being different. Jiang Nan was also somewhat surprised that Lin Manman could clearly feel the change in her appearance just by increasing her appearance points a little bit, but she didn't chat much on this topic. She hugged her slender waist, sniffed her neck, and praised, "This shower gel is really fragrant."
Ah.
Brother, I didn't use shower gel. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Manman replied shyly.
Huh? Is that your body odor?
Jiang Nan was slightly surprised. He hugged her and slowly walked out of the master bedroom and went down the stairs to the first floor. Then, go down the stairs to the basement level. Soon. After searching for a while, I arrived at a private cinema. At first glance, although there are only a dozen seats in front of the big screen, the overall area is about the same size as a school indoor gymnasium. Moreover, looking up, the luminous starry sky ceiling brings the atmosphere of this private cinema to a whole new level.
Brother.
Now. A soft voice called out from beside me, followed by a slightly rapid breathing sound.
Chapter 41 2 Draws, Reappearance of the Small Task of Tenfei Welfare. The movie is 2.5 hours long. Happy times always pass by very quickly. Click. In a small room at the back of the private cinema.
Jiang Nan walked out slowly, lit a cigarette, and a very satisfied smile appeared on his face.
2 chances to draw a prize. The movie lasted 2.5 hours, successfully increasing Lin Manman's favorability towards him by +1 again.
At the same time, this girl's appearance score is also +1. And he also got another chance to draw a lottery. Sitting in the front row seat of the big screen, Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with a strange light.
System, let me see what this lottery can bring me.
Jiang Nan crossed his legs and communicated with the system in his mind.
Host, do you want to use up 1 chance to draw a lottery? The system's voice rang in Jiang Nan's mind.
Yes.
Jiang Nan answered without hesitation.
Bite. There was a dinging sound in his mind, and the next second, a large 3D illusory turntable appeared in front of Jiang Nan's eyes. He took a closer look and saw a lot of small words densely written on it. Suffering from trypophobia, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling when he looked at it a few more times.
Start. Jiang Nan gave the order. Bu.
As his order was given, a sound of turning was heard.
A few seconds passed quickly.
The turntable pointer began to move slowly.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for winning the body transformation fluid in this lottery.
Body modification fluid? What the hell? Immediately, Jiang Nan checked the introduction of this body transformation fluid. Body transformation fluid can make the body strong from the inside out.
After the transformation, just the brute force alone can prevent a dozen ordinary men from getting close to you.
Awesome. After reading the introduction of this body transformation liquid, Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's awesome."
Don't underestimate the description of the dozen or so big men who couldn't get close to you and think that this is not that impressive. Note that brute force alone is enough to prevent more than a dozen big men from getting close to you. To be honest, it is no exaggeration to say that if he learns some self-defense skills such as Sanda, he will definitely be a king of soldiers in the modern city without any fantasy elements. Moreover, in a modern legal society, no matter how good you are at fighting, it seems to be of little use. But there is a saying that you can do without something, but you can't live without it. This thing is good, I'll use it when the time comes. Jiang Nan nodded secretly, and a dark green bottle appeared in his hand. He shook it and realized that there was not much liquid in the bottle.
He couldn't help but ask, "System, how do I use this thing? Orally? Or what?" Pour it into the water.
The host only needs to soak for an hour for the body to absorb all the body transformation liquid.
The system replied. 1 hour? I see. So, will this thing be useful to me in the future?
Jiang Nan waved his hand back, and the dark green bottle in his hand disappeared instantly. The system has many functions and comes with a small space.
The effect will gradually weaken. The system voice sounded. I understand. This thing is really a good thing.
If it is used by people with good physical fitness and some people who know a little bit of physical skills, I'm afraid it will really be a super soldier king.
Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes slightly.
Next time he had the chance to draw this thing, he would definitely not use it on himself. A truly impressive person must have a personal bodyguard around him. There is no suitable candidate now, but when he has more wealth, he plans to find a beautiful bodyguard to conquer him, so that he can use the body transformation fluid on her without any worries. Don't worry, there aren't any more of these things left. Who knows when the next draw will be? Jiang Nan shook his head, and then began to think about how to use the remaining chance to draw a lottery. Should I use it up now? Or wait and save a few more times before participating in the lottery? Brother Tonzi, do you have any good suggestions? Jiang Nan asked in his heart. A single draw can bring about a miracle. The system answered concisely. Okay. Draw the last prize for me. Jiang Nan immediately became excited. Moment. A large roulette will appear before his eyes again. Bu.
The familiar sound of the lottery sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. The pointer on the big roulette will also started to spin rapidly. A few seconds passed quickly and the pointer began to slow down.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for winning the 100 million cash prize in this lottery.
A 100 million reward? Good. This 100 million reward is really nice. Bite.
Congratulations to the host, your savings have reached 100 million. In view of your hard work, I will give you a small welfare task. Have 5 confidants of the opposite sex with a beauty score of more than 90 points, favorability of more than 90 points. Mission rewards: permanent ownership of Jiangcheng building, 100 million cash reward, master level mastery of physical skills.
The moment the 100 million arrived, system notification sounds rang one after another in Jiang Nan's mind. 5 confidants of the opposite sex with a beauty score of over 90?
The mission reward is permanent ownership of Jiangcheng building,
100 million in cash, and master level proficiency in physical arts. God fat. Jiang Nan's face instantly showed excitement. He knew that Jiangcheng building was a building located in the center of Jiangcheng's old city. It was half of Jiangcheng's iconic building and was worth at least tens of billions. Moreover, as long as he completes the task, this Jiangcheng building will belong to him forever.
Compared with this reward, the 100 million in cash is just a drop in the bucket and not worth mentioning at all. Also, master level proficiency in physical techniques. This reward came at the perfect time. He had just drawn a bottle of body transformation fluid. If he completed this task by then, wouldn't his combat power be off the charts? Okay, this will really make me a perfect man, without any shortcomings at all. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and began to think. At present, Lin Manman's appearance score has successfully risen to 90 points, and her favorability has also reached 90 points.
And there is Su Yun. This woman is the first good-looking opposite sex whose favorability reaches 90 points. In other words, he currently has 2 good-looking confidants of the opposite sex. Next, there's the landlord, Xia Jiqing, and my online crush, Meng Qingqiu. And even, there's a girl named Jiang Yin who's in my WeChat account. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes and showed an agitated look on his face. In Jiang Nan's opinion, it is a foregone conclusion that the first 2 will reach 90 points of favorability.
As for the white stocking girl Jiang Yin who we met once before, I'm afraid the focus will have to be on her in the future.
5 people may seem like a lot, but actually everything is under my control.
I have the permanent ownership of Jiangcheng building, 100 million in cash, and the master level proficiency in physical training.
I'm determined to get it, and no one can stop me. A light called ambition shone from Jiang Nan's eyes. Chapter 42: The Personal Butler of Villa Number 001. Now. There were footsteps behind me. Jiang Nan also came back to his senses. Next second,
a pleasant scent of a young girl's body came, and then a pair of arms hugged Jiang Nan's neck from behind, and then pressed softly against his back.
The touch was amazing, and people couldn't help but have wild thoughts. Woke up. Jiang Nan said with a smile. Yeah, brother is really amazing, 2.5 hours, it's incredible.
Lin Manman's shy voice rang out.
You are amazing.
You can walk after just a short rest.
Jiang Nan turned around and motioned Lin Manman to sit next to him. Who would have thought that Lin Manman would take 2 steps forward, put his crossed legs in place, then sit on his lap, put her arms around his neck, look him in the face, and whisper, I can't live without you anymore, brother. You're really a poison. Once you take it, you can't help but become addicted. Yeah? Jiang Nan's mouth corners slightly raised. Yes.
Lin Manman gave her a sweet kiss. The 2 of them separated after just a brief touch. Jiang Nan saw that Lin Manman's neck was covered with strawberry marks and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Seeing Jiang Nan laughing, Lin Manman naturally knew what he was laughing at. She immediately raised her head and said with a smile, This is my medal. Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help laughing again.
Soon, the two walked out of the private cinema and returned to the first floor.
Lin Manman was holding a white dress with blood stains on it in her hand. If the small strawberry mark on her neck was her small medal, then the mark on the white dress was her biggest medal.
Bite. Sudden. A voice rang out at the main gate. Next second,
the door opened and the sound immediately attracted the attention of the two.
You. At this time, a woman at the door looked at Jiang Nan in surprise. Jiang Nan was also stunned when he saw the woman at the door.
In sight, the woman was wearing a decent professional suit.
The familiar black hip-hugging miniskirt.
A pair of beautiful legs in black stockings that are longer than an average person's life. She was wearing a pair of high heels, and her eyes moved upwards again. Jiang Nan stayed on his chest for a moment, and then she exploded.
It was only then that I noticed the beauty of this woman.
Beautiful. It is indeed beautiful and heart-stirring. Those three-dimensional facial features, the red lips at the corners of the mouth, and the long hair. Honestly speaking, judging from Jiang Nan's naked eyes, if this woman's score was not above 92, he would think that this insight skill was not authoritative.
Immediately, Jiang Nan threw an insight spell at the woman. Name, Li Jing. Age, 25 years old. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Charging, 0. Appearance, 95 points. Favorability, 0. A beautiful lady with a 95-point score. And the body proportions are so exaggerated. You are Mr. Jiang Nan? At this time,
the woman had already walked over, and after looking at Jiang Nan twice, she asked tentatively.
It's me. Jiang Nan nodded. Li Jing's favorability +2.
Hearing Jiang Nan's answer, Li Jing breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled, stretched out her hand, and said, "Hello, I am Li Jing, the private housekeeper arranged by Jiangqing Tianfu property for Villa 001.
Hello."
Jiang Nan reached out and shook her hand, but let go of her hand in just a moment.
Li Jing's favorability +3.
This gentlemanly move immediately earned him 3 more points of favorability from Li Jing.
Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Jiang Nan nodded secretly in his heart.
When facing such a top-notch beauty, this is how you should increase your initial favorability. At this time, Li Jing glanced at Lin Manman beside Jiang Nan, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Lin Manman, who had just transformed from a girl into a woman, had an inexplicable charm that even a beautiful woman like her couldn't help but glance at her sideways, marveling at her beauty.
Lin Manman felt Li Jing's gaze and couldn't help but smile and nodded.
Li Jing came back to her senses and smiled and nodded at her.
Are you planning to move in right away?
Li Jing looked at Jiang Nan, and at this time, she also noticed the owner's appearance. She received the news a few hours ago that the villa number 001 in Jiangqing Tianfu, which she was responsible for, had been sold, and the owner's photo was also sent to her. She admitted that she was extremely handsome in the photo, with no blind spots. But now that she had seen it with her own eyes, Li Jing had a more intuitive feeling about how handsome this owner was.
So cool. Li Jing's favorability +2. Another 2 points of favorability were gained, and Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile.
Having a good-looking appearance really makes it easy for girls to be attracted to you.
I won't be staying here for now. I'll come when I have nothing to do. Jiang Nan rode.
Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Li Jing was silent for a moment, then cleared her throat and said, "Mr. Jiang Nan, let's sit over here and talk."
Good.
The three of them arrived at the side hall and sat on the sofa. Li Jing crossed her legs, and her beautiful pair of legs in black stockings matched with the high heels on her feet were really eye-catching.
It's like this, Mr. Jiang Nan.
You have already purchased villa number 001, so from today on, the property management will no longer pay me.
Li Jing whispered.
To be honest, it's a bit embarrassing to ask for salary proactively. But this kind of thing also needs to be made clear in advance so that there will be no disputes later.
I know. I've read the contract and it says this. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, then said, "You make 30,000 a month, right?"
Yes.
Li Jing nodded. Okay. Did you bring the contract? 30,000 a month is not even a drop in the bucket for Jiang Nan.
He even wanted to give Li Jing a raise. But after thinking about it carefully, he still didn't do it.
This is the behavior of a nouveau riche like Bin Laden.
Doing this when Li Jing's favorability is not high is likely to make her feel disgusted.
I brought it.
Li Jing didn't expect her boss to be so straightforward. She couldn't help but look at him twice and hurriedly took out a file bag from the small bag on her shoulder and put it on the table. Li Jing's favorability +2. The system prompt sound came from his mind again, and Jiang Nan's smile deepened.
Look, isn't this a steady increase in favorability?
Jiang Nan took the file bag, pulled out the contract and a pen inside, took a quick look at it, and signed his name directly.
All right. Jiang Nan handed the contract to Li Jing and said, "Let me add you on WeChat." Good.
Li Jing also hurriedly signed her name, then took out her mobile phone and added Jiang Nan on WeChat.
Give me your account number, and I'll advance you some of your salary. And if you need anything in the villa, just fill it up as you see fit. He is already the owner of villa number 001.
Before it was sold, everything was naturally maintained by an outsourced property manager. Now, he naturally needs to maintain it himself.
Yes.
Li Jing did not refuse and gave her bank card account to Jiang Nan.
Jiang Nan copied and pasted, then directly opened the bank app and started transferring money. Chapter 43, The one who is closest to the water gets the moon first? Bite. Congratulations host, consumption completed. Get 5 times the rebate on your spending, 5 million yuan.
He directly transferred 1 million to Li Jing, 360,000 of which was her salary, and the rest was daily necessities and miscellaneous items.
Jiang Nan thought that it was not too much. 1 million?
When Li Jing saw the transfer, a look of shock appeared on her face.
Mr. Jiang Nan, you.
Li Jing looked at Jiang Nan with an incredible look on her face, and asked hurriedly, too much, right?
It's not much. 360,000 is your annual salary. I'm a very easygoing person.
I'll give you a little bonus and take care of the villa's needs.
If you see anything missing, just fill it up. If you don't have enough money, just let me know.
Jiang Nan stood up very sincerely and stretched out his hand, smiling and said, "From today on, I'll trouble you to take care of the villa."
Yes, boss, this is what I should do.
Li Jing took a deep breath, stood up quickly, and shook hands with Jiang Nan.
Li Jing's favorability +2. In just a few minutes, the woman's favorability towards Jiang Nan had reached 11 points. The title of boss is a bit too official, just call me by my name.
Jiang Nan chuckled and said, "I think you are a few years older than me, how about I call you Sister Jing?"
That's fine.
Li Jing smiled and nodded, then said, "Then I won't disturb you in your girlfriend's world of two.
Let me know when you leave, and I'll check to see if there's anything I need to add." Good. Jiang Nan didn't keep Li Jing either.
He just smiled and watched her leave with the file bag.
This sister Li Jing is really pretty.
After Li Jing left, Lin Manman snuggled up to Jiang Nan and sighed softly.
It is indeed beautiful. Jiang Nan nodded in approval. This Li Jingchun is the queen style. It is no exaggeration to say that if she had big wavy hair, her queen style would be even more pronounced. Will brother Jiang Nan be able to see the moon first because he is close to the water? Lin Manman suddenly said weakly.
When Jiang Nan heard her words, he was stunned for the first time.
Good job. This girl's sixth sense is really accurate. Hey, brother Jiang Nan was just staring at sister Li Jing's beautiful black stockings. Did you think I didn't see it? Lin Manman started to tease, but surprisingly, she didn't show any emotion at all. Won't you be jealous? Jiang Nan looked at Lin Manman curiously.
Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Manman smiled and shook her head, then hugged him a little tighter and whispered, "It is a happy thing for me to have such an excellent man like brother Jiang Nan."
So good. Jiang Nan liked Lin Manman's obedience and asked immediately, "Can you drive?" Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Manman immediately understood, her eyes widened a little, and she said, "Brother, are you going to buy me a car?" That's right. Jiang Nan smiled slightly. Boom. Around 5 in the afternoon. A black car was speeding on the streets of South City.
The roar of the engine attracted the attention of passers-by on the surrounding streets.
Wow! This car is so cool! Waves of exclamations rang out from the street, and some people even took out their cell phones to record the scene. In the car. Driving with one hand in Jiang Nan is a lot of fun.
Lin Manman, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had a blushing face the whole time. She looked towards Jiang Nan from time to time, her eyes full of tenderness.
Soon, Jiang Nan drove a Pagani Zonda to a Maserati 4S store. When passing by the entrance of this 4S store, a group of salesgirls in the store immediately ran out quickly. Pagani Zonda?
A long-legged girl in black stockings widened her eyes as she looked at the Pagani Zonda parked in the parking space at the door, and immediately shouted excitedly.
Frog fun, Pagani Zonda, it should be at least 26 million, right?
This car probably looks a bit higher end, but I think it's more than that. This is a limited edition Pagani Zonda, worth at least 50 million.
One after another exclamations rang out.
And when Jiang Nan got down from the driver's seat, the sound of people gasping for air was heard in the venue.
So handsome. Oh my god, this handsome guy is so handsome. Hurry up, go up and greet them. The smart ones have already started walking quickly towards Jiang Nan.
It's the girl with long legs and black stockings.
At this time,
Lin Manman also got down from the passenger seat, causing the girl with long legs and black stockings to slow down a bit. Jiang Nan hugged Lin Manman and started walking. Sir, miss, welcome to our Maserati 4S store. This long-legged girl in black stockings has a warm smile on her face. I'm taking my girlfriend to pick out a car. Jiang Nan said very directly, I just want a car that I can drive away immediately. This way, please, both of you. The long-legged girl in black stockings hastily invited the two men into the store. She gave a look and someone immediately brought her 2 bottles of unpackaged mineral water. We definitely have some cars in stock in our store, but I don't know which one this beautiful lady likes. The long-legged girl in black stockings asked with a chuckle.
Go and have a look at her. I'll sit for a while. Tell me when you're done.
Jiang Nan was not particularly interested in these cars. He reached out and patted Lin Manman, then walked towards the sofa with a smile.
Miss, this way please.
The long-legged girl in black stockings brought Lin Manman to the exhibition hall and started introducing herself.
Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat?
In Jiangnan, as soon as I sat down on the sofa and took out my phone, a girl with a beauty score of over 70 came over enthusiastically in high heels and a pair of long legs in black stockings. Jiangnan glanced at her and chuckled, sorry, I have a girlfriend. At the same time, he also cast an insight spell at the girl.
Name, Zhao Lanhua.
Age, 26 years old.
Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Charging time, 30. Appearance, 72 points. Favorability, 60 points. Good job. 30 charging quantity.
It was the first time that Jiangnan saw such exaggerated data, and for a moment he couldn't help but look at this woman a few more times. With further development, he felt that this woman could really reach the level of killing hundreds of people.
It's okay.
Your girlfriend is looking at cars right now.
It's okay for us to add each other on WeChat.
Zhao Lanhua said with a smile.
No.
If the charging data was just a 0, Jiangnan might not need to add a friend. Jiangnan had no interest at all in the charging data of these 30.
Zhao Lanhua's favorability 60. Moment. Following Jiangnan's decisive refusal, a system prompt sounded in his mind. In response to this, Jiangnan couldn't help but shake his head and smiled. Excuse me.
Zhao Lanhua's favorability towards Jiangnan had already dropped to 0, but her good quality made her just smile awkwardly and then slowly leave. As for how she might curse Jiangnan for showing off in her heart, no one cared, but she did not dare to reveal the slightest bit of displeasure on the surface. How could she be rude to someone who drove a global limited edition luxury supercar worth tens of millions?
Chapter 44 Huh? Jiang Yan is actually a little internet celebrity?
After Zhao Lanhua's failure, the other girls in the store also lost the courage to step forward. Jiangnan leaned back on the sofa comfortably and opened WeChat to read messages. Landlady, you little brat, you didn't take the initiative to look for me the whole afternoon.
Are you having a great time with Teacher Sue?
Jiangnan, no, I just dealt with some things.
Landlady, TSK, I just dealt with some things. I think she is a virgin. Humph.
The two chatted briefly, and the landlady sent a voice note.
I'm going to eat first.
I'll wait for you at home in the evening.
Isn't your online lover coming tomorrow? Let me have you for one more night. Good. Jiangnan replied.
Then exit the chat box with the landlady.
Meng Qingqiu sent a message around 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
He was indeed busy at the time and only found time to reply now. Not getting an immediate reply, Jiangnan exited the chat box with Meng Qingqiu and clicked into Su Yun's chat box.
Su Yun, I miss you again.
Su Yun, pictures. Su Yun, pictures.
Jiangnan took a glance and his brows couldn't help but raise.
Both photos show beautiful legs in black stockings. One photo shows a red-edged suspender and black stockings. The other photo shows thin black stockings of the pantyhose type. As for the second type, Jiang Nan knew that he could definitely tear it apart with a little effort. Good, good, good. To be honest, Su Yun, who now completely let go in front of him, really deserves the word top-notch. I'll deal with you properly in 2 days. Jiang Nan sent a voice message back. Finally you replied to my message, hum. A faint sound came. Is your daughter home? Why does she sound so creepy? Jiang Nan couldn't help laughing. Yes, today is Friday, and Nan Nan got out of school early. She is next to me now. This time it wasn't a voice bar, but a text message. Okay, I'll be busy for 2 days, and I'll give you a good beating when I'm done. Remember, prepare a few more black silk stockings, I'm afraid I won't be able to tear them enough. Nowadays, people in Jiangnan region easily speak words like tigers and wolves. At this time, at Su Yun's home. When she saw the message from Jiangnan, her face suddenly became hot. Mom, why is your face suddenly so red? A little girl with twin ponytails who was reading a comic book on the sofa noticed her mother's strange behavior and asked in surprise. No. It's okay, mommy just feels a little hot all of a sudden. Be good, little girl, mommy's going to take a bath. Su Yun reached out and touched her daughter's head, then slowly walked towards the bathroom. At the same time, she couldn't help but touch her hot face, her eyes full of confusion. What a bad man who wants to kill me. Just one sentence makes me so uncomfortable. Ah, Su Yun, you are really enough. Jiang Nan had no idea that his casual words would send Su Yun into the bathroom to take a shower. He exited WeChat and looked towards Lin Manman. Seeing her looking at the cars excitedly, he couldn't help but shook his head and smiled, then opened Douyin and started watching short videos. After watching a few short videos, Jiang Nan felt bored. He immediately clicked on the live broadcast category and started checking it out. There were still quite a lot of people broadcasting live at this time, but there were not many good-looking anchors. Even with the beauty filter, Jiang Nan was not interested in clicking in to watch, which made him shake his head immediately. There are more than one Douyin platform with live broadcasts of beauties on the internet. I remember there was a live broadcast platform called Douhu. Jiang Nan quit TikTok and downloaded a Douhu live streaming platform. Register. Nickname, Misty Jiangnan. This nickname is commonly used in Jiangnan as social media, and I've gotten used to it. Clicking on the Star Show Beauty Zone, Jiangnan began to slowly decline. He didn't read anything else, he just looked at the cover. As a result, after one round, he had no desire to click in at all, which made him sigh softly. When he was about to delete the Douhu live broadcast platform, he refreshed the Qingqiu beauty area. Moment. A live broadcast room came into his sight. The cover of this live broadcast room features a beautiful girl without any beauty filters, who is broadcasting live facing the camera. Her expression looks very cold. In other words, it is the expression of a dead cat. This is not the key point. The key point is who this beautiful girl is that he knows. Jiang Yan. Yes. She was the beautiful girl with white stockings, Jiang Yan, whom he met when he was having hot pot with Lin Manman before. Immediately, Jiang Nan clicked into the live broadcast room and took a look at the popularity. There were tens of thousands of bots, but almost no real people. I'm about to end the live broadcast. You can follow me. Oh, I'm going to do a live broadcast on Douyin soon. If you often use that app, you can follow me. Just search for Jiang Yan. After Jiang Yan said this, she went off the air. Jiang Nan was a little surprised by the speed. Jiang Yan. Jiang Nan quit the Douhu live streaming platform, and then returned to Douyin to search for it. Ha! She's actually a small internet celebrity with over 100,000 fans. Jiang Nan took a quick look and found that Jiang Yan was actually a small internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of fans. After watching the short videos she posted, they generally received tens of thousands of likes. The fan activity of this account is not low. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to follow this girl. He was still thinking about where to find the entry point, and now the entry point has come immediately. As long as this girl starts broadcasting, Jiang Nan will immediately go to the battlefield when he is free. It looks like this is similar to what happened with Lin Manman and Su Yun. They can easily deal with it step by step with money. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered and a confident smile appeared on his face.
For him now, anything that can be settled with money is not a problem. Moreover, even if this woman is a face-obsessed person, with Jiang Nan's looks and the help of money, it would be easy for him to win over this beautiful girl. Day. At this time, footsteps were heard. Brother Jiang Nan, I've made my choice. Lin Manman and the girl with long legs and black stockings arrived. Good. Jiang Nan put away his phone, stood up from the sofa, put his arms around Lin Manman's slender waist, and handed the card to the salesgirl who was standing there with a smile. Go sign the contract, the password is. Jiang Nan told Lin Manman his bank card password and signaled her to sign the contract herself. Write my name? Lin Manman didn't react at first and looked at Jiang Nan with a blank face. Should I put my name on the car I gave you? Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. Wow, brother Jiang Nan, you are so kind, I love you so much. Lin Manman immediately became excited, hugged Jiang Nan and kissed him happily a few times. Go ahead. Jiang Nan patted Lin Manman. Ma Ling's favorability plus 30. At this time, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. At first he thought that Lin Manman's favorability had increased again, but who knew that it was actually a person named Ma Ling? This made him involuntarily focus his gaze on the girl with long legs and black stockings. At this moment, the girl was also looking at him with a sticky look. It was no exaggeration to say that if there was no one around now, with that sticky look, Jiang Nan would have felt that this woman was going to rush up and do something to him. After a while, a reminder sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. Bite. Congratulations host, consumption completed. Get 10 times the consumption rebate, 10 million yuan. 10 times 10 million yuan, that means this car is just worth 1 million yuan. Jiang Nan is very satisfied with this tenfold consumption rebate. Just when he thought it was over. Bite. Unexpectedly, a reminder sound rang in his mind again, causing his raised right foot to stop in mid-air, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Could it be that? Are there any new welfare tasks? Chapter 45 Lin Manman has a people-pleasing personality. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have triggered a consumption critical hit and received an extra reward, 10 million yuan. Ha! When Jiang Nan heard the system prompt in his mind, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This thing appears for the first time. Tonzi, can we still trigger the extra reward? Jiang Nan inquired. Probability. The system replied. Got it. It looks like maybe a large purchase will trigger this extra reward. That would be awesome. Jiang Nan walked towards Lin Manman who had just signed the contract and walked out of the finance office and said something in his heart. Nowadays, for some reason, the reward of 10 million dozen T seemed to be a big surprise to him. However, a little bit of money adds up to a lot, and a few tens of millions or even more than 10 tens of millions is not a small amount. After all, he only has a few tens of millions on hand now. Brother Jiang Nan. Lin Manman trotted over and happily handed over his bank card. Then she couldn't help but kiss his face excitedly and said, I am also a woman with a luxury car. Lin Manman was naturally very happy at this time. In the past, she had never thought that she could afford a million-level luxury car, let alone a car worth 200,000 or 300,000 or even 100,000 yuan. Suddenly a Maserati worth millions arrived, and it was considered low-key for her to fly away in unhappiness. It's just $1 million car. Why are you so happy about it? Jiang Nan stretched out his hands and hugged her slender waist, shaking his head and laughing. When you get tired of driving this car, tell me, I will buy it for you as long as it can be bought with money. This is not a joke, all these things are rewards from the system, and each one of them is top-notch stuff. Therefore, his demands for these things are not really that great. What he wants more is the ability to surpass ordinary people. One day, when he has developed to an extreme, this entire planet will be his playground, which perfectly fits the name of the system Free Life. Jiang Nan might even guess that the system's reward might include something that could allow him to live forever. Now that something like the system has appeared, is there anything else that is impossible to appear? Even if you say that Jiang Nan is actually a paper man who only exists in fantasy, he will still be happy. At least, at this moment, he is a person with flesh and blood and soul. Sister, your boyfriend is so nice to you. Ma Ling was extremely envious. It's not like she hasn't seen rich second generations who buy cars for girls in order to hook up with them, but she has never seen a rich second generation who would be willing to put the girl's name on the car. As for Jiang Nan, he didn't even bother to look at the value of the car and just paid with his card. Moreover, the car's owner's name is this young lady's. Which woman wouldn't be envious of such a scene? He he.
Lin Manman just raised her head proudly and smiled, without saying anything.
Come on, let me see what your car is. Jiangnan was still a little curious about what kind of car Lin Manman chose. Brother Jiangnan, the color I chose is out of stock.
Lin Manman smiled and said, a pink one will take a few days to arrive.
Okay.
Anyway, the car belongs to Lin Manman, and she likes pink, so let her wait a few more days. Jiangnan didn't care and walked out of the 4S store with his arm around him.
Welcome to visit us next time.
Ma Ling saw the two of them out the door with a warm smile on her face.
Boom.
After a while, the roar of Pagani's Zonda was heard, and the car disappeared in just a moment. These days, being beautiful is such a great thing. Ma Ling withdrew her gaze enviously, then turned around and answered inside the store.
Moment.
A group of salesgirls immediately surrounded us.
Sister Ling, how is it going? Have you added that rich second generation's WeChat?
Yes.
How about giving it a push?
Although I'm not as pretty as that girl just now, I'm better than the horse forkworm.
Sister. What are you thinking? In this situation, there is also a rich second generation person.
How beautiful is that girl? With that figure, even a woman like me would be attracted to her, let alone a man. Ma Ling smiled bitterly and shook her head, reminding, when you meet a woman of this level, it's best not to play any tricks, unless your appearance, figure, and temperament are overwhelming.
Otherwise, you will only be embarrassed.
Hearing this, several girls immediately turned their attention to Zhao Lanhua, who was sitting on a chair with her legs crossed and playing with her cell phone.
Puff. I don't know who couldn't help but burst out laughing. Cough. Ma Ling immediately understood what was going on.
She coughed twice and waved her hand, saying, let's go do what you need to do.
Let me take you back. An hour later.
Jiangnan and Lin Manman found a random restaurant to eat something. At this time in the car, he looked at Lin Manman, who was a little reluctant to leave, and spoke. It was already late, and by the time he returned to the old town, it would be almost 7 o'clock in the evening. The most important thing was that the landlady sent several cool photos while he was eating, including black stockings, and more often several kinds of flesh-colored stockings, which really piqued Jiangnan's interest.
Okay, brother Jiangnan, I'm already satisfied that you can accompany me for such a day. Lin Manman was naturally reluctant to leave.
After all, today was the happiest experience she had in the past 18 years. Having tasted the sweetness for the first time, she naturally wanted to taste the sweetness again in the evening. She knew that there must be more than one woman in Jiangnan, and she could actually guess something, but she was very well behaved and didn't ask any more questions.
I am very happy today too.
Jiangnan reached out and touched Lin Manman's head, and the latter immediately made an expression of gentleness and enjoyment.
I have to say that Lin Manman should be a person with a deeply pleasing personality. As long as you are good to her and good enough, she will wholeheartedly give you any emotional value you need. This is also the reason why Jiangnan took a fancy to her.
There was quite a bit of traffic at that time, and it took more than half an hour to send Lin Manman to the gate of her university. When the Pagani Zonda appeared, almost everyone at the school gate focused their attention on this car.
Oh shit, Pagani Zonda. My dream car. Oh my god, my dream girl. Is that Lin Manman? Oh my god, it's really Lin Manman. She actually got off this Pagani Zonda. Was she taken down by a top rich guy? My heart is broken. Why do the school beauties always end up being taken by rich guys? Can't we losers just have a share of the spoils?
The Pagani Zonda is certainly eye-catching, but the moment Lin Manman stepped out of the car, most of the boys who stopped to look at her were heartbroken.
Brother Jiangnan, I'm going back first. You should get some rest early and send me a message when you get home.
Lin Manman ignored the gazes of the people around her, blew a kiss towards the car, then waved happily and walked towards the school, looking back every few steps. After watching Lin Manman enter the school gate, Jiangnan was about to start the car.
Hold on.
At this moment, a swarm of girls came quickly and surrounded his car. The speed of running is so fast that it is simply astonishing.
Don't push, I'm so angry, don't delay me from using WeChat.
As if in a vegetable market, the noise continued. Jiangnan in the car frowned instantly, and the window that had just been rolled up was rolled down again.
Chapter 46, Lying on the lap of a beauty when drunk, and controlling the world as wealth when awake.
And when he rolled down the window, it was a disaster. The shock of his Pagani Zonda was already enough, but his face, which was like a deadly temptation and poison to women, directly detonated the whole audience.
Fuck. So cool. Handsome guy, add me on WeChat. I'm still an innocent girl. Can you make a date? Handsome guy, open the door. I'll come up and discuss life with you. It's a mess.
The scene at this moment was completely chaotic. For men, JK, white stockings, small leather shoes, and double ponytails are pure buff. But for these gold diggers, just a luxury car can drive them crazy, not to mention that the man driving the luxury car is a handsome man among the best.
This buff is simply maxed out to the extreme. Fuck, is it that crazy? This scene.
Seeing this, a group of boys at the school gate took out their phones to record the scene and reported, brothers, this is too crazy.
Pay attention to male safety. Don't drive a luxury car out, or you will be surrounded by a group of girls. At this time, John Nan in the car was also very helpless. There are too many people. With a sigh, he took out his cell phone and pretended to make a call, then said, "Hello, is this Uncle Hat?" "Yes, I was surrounded by a bunch of people at XX University." "Okay, thank you, Uncle Hat. When you are in doubt, ask Uncle Hat for help."
After he made the fake call, most of the gold diggers dispersed in an instant. There were some persistent girls who wanted to impress Jiang Nan with their perseverance, but he said calmly, "Everyone, please make way so that I can wait for the arrival of Uncle Hat." After hearing Jiang Nan's words, most of the gold diggers dispersed, and finally only a few were left standing aside, not blocking the front. See here. Jiang Nan got out of the car, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed out in an instant. Boom! In just a moment, the Pagani Zonda turned into a black lightning and disappeared under the dim light. Fuck! I've been tricked. The remaining girls were immediately annoyed. They had clearly already touched the luxury car, the Pagani Zonda, and were just one step away from getting on it. How come they were suddenly out of the chance? How terrible. Inside the car, Jiang Nan let out a long breath, a bitter smile on his face. Looking at the exquisite mechanical steering wheel in front of him, he couldn't help but mutter, "People in this world are too crazy. We should be more low-key. My face is enough to drive women crazy. If I pair it with some super rich guy's equipment, I'm afraid the same thing will happen again." Muttering, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seems that the Porsche Cayenne is still a good choice. At least, a million-level luxury car is not enough to cause such a sensation. More than 20 minutes later, around 7:40, Jiang Nan parked the car and returned to the landlord's community. After getting out of the car, he looked at the few cool photos sent by the landlady on his phone, and he couldn't help humming a few tunes. Go straight up to the third floor. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Nan gently knocked on the landlord's wife's door. "Here I come." The landlady responded happily. "Day." There were hurried footsteps, and then the door opened. The moment the landlady appeared, Jiang Nan's eyes widened instantly. "Good job." The silver hair is tied up, and 2 silver strands are revealed on the forehead. This hairstyle alone perfectly interprets the visual effect of the neighbor lady who walked out of the comics. Next, the dressing. Wearing a slim-fitting purple cheongsam, the visual impact is simply too great. As Jiang Nan looked at her, the landlady leaned slightly to the side and then said with a smile, "Xiao Jiang, what do you think of my outfit?" "Good." Jiang Nan gave a thumbs up. "Just okay?" The landlady's eyebrows twitched, and then a pair of flesh-colored legs hidden under the purple cheongsam were revealed. Her voice sounded somewhat suppressed and excited. She looked at Jiang Nan with resentment and said faintly. When they were busy during the day, they were still searching for what kind of outfits to match with flesh-colored stockings to make people look stunning and bright. Who knew that in the eyes of a stinky boy like you, it was just a word of good? Seeing the landlord's wife's attitude, Jiang Nan immediately stepped forward, hugged her slender waist, held her in his arms, and said with a smile, "Sister, I'm giving you a thumbs up. This is my greatest respect for your outfit." "Ah, you kid." The landlady reacted immediately, and a blush immediately spread across her beautiful face. Click. More than an hour later. 9 o'clock in the evening. On the sofa in the living room, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette with a happy face. Call. Listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, he exhaled a long puff of smoke. At this moment, he just wanted to recite a poem. From the side, it looks like a mountain, and from the side, it looks like a peak, because I am in this mountain.
Explanation by the class representative. I have to go to bed soon, because I have an 8 a.m. flight tomorrow. Wow, I'm meeting darling soon. I'm so nervous and excited, wow. At this time, the phone on the sofa vibrated. Jiangnan picked it up and took a look, and found that it was a message from Meng Qingqiu. Looking at her exclamation marks, he knew how excited this woman was at the moment. To be honest, Jiangnan himself was also very excited. He had a deep understanding of how amazing the 95-point appearance score of Li Jing, the personal butler of Villa 001, was. And what about Meng Qingqiu? 96 points. How can this real offline feeling make people unable to take their eyes off and their hearts beat faster? Don't underestimate the difference of just 1 point between 95 points and 96 points. In fact, when a beautiful woman of the opposite sex scores higher in appearance, the feeling she gives people will definitely be very different if she scores 1 point higher. For example, if you have a pair of twins, the older sister gets 1 point higher in appearance, while the younger sister gets 1 point lower. Even though they both have the same face, you may think that the older sister is better looking than the younger sister. Why is this? Even. Both of them are dressed exactly the same, but you just feel that the older sister looks better than the younger sister. In Jiangnan's opinion, girls with this level of appearance score are more focused on a feeling that is hard to describe. Don't mention it. I'm a little nervous too. Jiangnan finished smoking a cigarette and sent a message to Meng Qingqiu. Aha. I feel like I'm going to have sleepless nights today. My heart is beating so fast right now. Meng Qingqiu sent a message and attached a selfie. The whole beautiful face was flushed and her eyes were particularly blurred. No, I have to force myself to sleep. Good night, darling Mua. Before Jiangnan could reply, Meng Qingqiu hurriedly sent another voice message. Good night. Jiangnan returned the kiss. Putting down his phone, Jiangnan leaned back on the sofa, holding the back of his head with his hands, with an inexplicable smile on his face. I got the system at around 8 a.m. on May 15th, and now it's around 9 p.m. on May 17th. In just 2.5 days, his savings now amount to more than 180 million yuan, and he has many close female friends around him. His life has undergone a dramatic change. This is just the beginning. In the future, I am destined to be the man standing at the top of the pyramid. When drunk, I will lie on the lap of a beauty, and when awake, I will control the wealth of the world. Chapter 47 Meng Qingqiu, darling, see you in 2.5 hours. Are you tired? Before you know it, Jiangnan had already leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. When a pair of delicate hands gently massaged his head and the landlady's gentle voice sounded, he opened his eyes. What he saw was a white cheongsam, and he was facing the chest of the landlady. The most fatal thing was that the landlady was wearing an open cheongsam. It's life-threatening. Jiangnan swallowed subconsciously. Sister Xia, your technique is pretty good. Jiangnan took a deep breath and praised. Lie on my legs, I will massage your temples and head. The landlady sat on the sofa next to her and patted her thigh gently. Jiangnan didn't hesitate and fell on her legs, then slowly closed his eyes. I have to say, the landlady must have learned some massage techniques. Just by pressing Jiangnan's temples a few times, he gradually regained some energy, although he was a little tired. The reason why he felt tired was not because he was too tired today, but because his life had undergone tremendous changes in the past few days, causing him to have a strange feeling of being lost. You should exercise some restraint. The landlady's gentle voice rang out. Looking at Jiangnan lying on her lap, her eyes were full of tenderness, and she said softly, day after day, it's like you have endless energy. Sister, what you said is true. Jiangnan slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help laughing. On the one hand, she advised her brother to be moderate, and on the other hand, she changed into such an outfit. It really feels like there's a sign on the cigarette box that smoking is harmful to health. Stinky boy. Hearing Jiangnan's words, the landlady couldn't help laughing. She made a flower-picking gesture with her jade hand, gently tapped his nose, and said, isn't this for your own good? Yes, yes, yes. Jiangnan closed his eyes again and exclaimed, after Sister Xiao's massage, I feel like I have endless energy all over my body. You kid. The landlady lowered her head and kissed his forehead, then said, go to bed early tonight. You're going to meet your online crush tomorrow, so you'd better store up your ammunition. In a few days, my relatives will also leave, and you will be in big trouble by then. Ha ha ha. Let's see who surrenders, Sister Xia or me. Jiangnan burst into laughter. The rest of the time was naturally spent with more than an hour of joy. Then, Jiang Nan also went to bed early.
Around 8 o'clock the next morning, his familiar biological clock woke him up. The landlady was no longer around him. He went to the bathroom with his cell phone in hand and looked at his phone while washing himself.
Meng Qingqiu, darling, we're taking off soon. See you in 2.5 hours. Meng Qingqiu, pictures. I clicked on the picture and took a look. It was a picture of the airport, and it didn't reveal any of her outfit. Jiang Nan is still somewhat looking forward to this. Exit the chat box. I clicked on the message from the landlady.
Landlady, my little man, I'm going back to my mom's place these 2 days, see you then. After seeing this message, Jiang Nan spat out a mouthful of mouthwash and simply replied, get your battle robe ready, we will fight 300 rounds in 2 days.
After sending this message, Jiang Nan couldn't help laughing.
Suyun, I'm going to be busy these next 2 days.
Jiang Nan, what do you think of this outfit?
Suyun, pictures. He clicked into Suyun's chat box again, and just after a glance, Jiang Nan's eyes widened a little.
Hanfu.
I have to say that Suyun's gentle and lovely temperament is really eye-catching when she wears hanfu.
Good. Jiang Nan is good at typing with one hand.
Not receiving a reply, he clicked on the message sent by Lin Manman.
Good morning, brother Jiang Nan.
A voice bar, accompanied by a cute selfie with a pout and a V sign.
I have some things to deal with these 2 days. I will reward you after I am done with these 2 days. Jiang Nan sent a voice message.
Yes, sir. It's still a voice bar, with a cute photo of a salute. Seeing this, Jiang Nan was also amused by her cuteness. After a reply, Jiang Nan finished washing up, tidied himself up and went out.
The Pagani Zonda is really a cool car.
Early in the morning, when Jiang Nan came downstairs, he saw a familiar small electric scooter parked not far from the parking space. And a familiar scene appeared. A young man sat on the small electric scooter with his arms folded across his chest, watching a young man taking pictures in front of his Pagani Zonda. Then, the young man revealed a mysterious smile. When he was about to get off the electric scooter and take out a car key from his pocket, he saw Jiang Nan coming towards him out of the corner of his eye.
Moment.
He immediately lowered his buttocks, which had just risen, and sat back on the seat of the electric scooter, and put the keys in his hand into his pocket without leaving any trace.
Shhhhhhh. He whistled seemingly nonchalantly. Jiang Nan soon arrived in front of the Pagani Zonda.
Chirp.
He took out the key and pressed the key, and the electric scooter next to him started moving at the same time. Jiang Nan glanced in the direction the electric scooter was heading, shook his head and smiled, and then prepared to get on the bus. Brother, can you take a picture of the interior? A young man who looked to be about 20 years old came to Jiang Nan rather uncomfortably and asked in a low voice. Can. Jiang Nan did not refuse. He took a look at the weather, and when he found it was good, he opened the car door in the sunroof, instantly turning it into a convertible sports car. So handsome. Oh my god. The young man started filming immediately. Jiang Nan didn't urge him and just watched him take pictures with a smile. After a few seconds, he reluctantly looked away, bowed deeply to Jiang Nan, and then said, "Thank you, brother. This Pagani Zonda is my dream car. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes." Jiang Nan smiled but said nothing. He didn't say any inspirational words, saying that as long as you work hard, you will be able to own this kind of car in the future. A car worth hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, if you are lucky and work hard, there is a chance that you can get it. But any luxury car worth millions is not something that can be driven just by hard work. I'm leaving now. Jiang Nan got on the car. Brother, take care. The young man waved excitedly. Boom. With a roar, the Pagani Zonda quickly drove out of the young man's sight. So cool. After staying there for a while, the young man kept zooming in and out of the selfie of himself leaning against the car, his face full of excitement. Chapter 48, First Meeting, The Extremely Pure White Moonlight. Around 10:30. A Pagani Zonda was parked on the street across from the exit. Jiang Nan leaned against the car, looking at the watch on his left hand from time to time. It's about time. Jiang Nan threw away the cigarette in his hand, put it out with his foot, and walked towards the exit. After crossing the street, he soon arrived at the exit and waited. And at the same time, his cell phone also started ringing. Darling already arrived at Zhengcheng Airport. Meng Qingqiu sent a message, along with a photo of him getting off the plane. I'll wait for you at the door. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. To be honest, he was a little nervous. Even though he has been through a lot in recent days, a man is a young man until he dies. After all, this is his first time meeting someone in person after an online romance, so how can he not be a little nervous? Okay. Meng Qingqiu replied with a voice message. Zhang Nan put his phone away. Day. At this time, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground rang out in the venue. Zhang Nan was subconsciously attracted over there, and saw two stewardesses with great figures whose faces could not be seen pulling suitcases and talking and laughing as they walked to one side. Men are usually very interested in this kind of beauties in uniform. Look, almost all the people around were men, and they were all looking at the two stewardesses. Zhang Nan shook his head and looked away. It was impossible to say that he was not interested in the profession of flight attendant. But he couldn't just go find it casually. Whether it is appearance, figure, or whether the child is well behaved and sensible, all these factors have to be taken into consideration by him. Wait quietly for 2 or 3 minutes. People gradually started to walk out of the exit. Zhang Nan also became more excited. After another minute or two, his eyes were instantly fixed on a beautiful woman pulling a small pink suitcase. Meng Qingqiu. Now. With the appearance of Meng Qingqiu, almost all the men around stopped unconsciously and looked at this incredibly beautiful woman, with disbelief in their eyes. So beautiful. Even several men who had girlfriends nearby also stared at her for a long time. As for why the women around them did not react, it was naturally because their eyes were also on Zhang Nan, who was also extremely handsome. The man looked at Meng Qingqiu. The woman looks at Zhang Nan. And at the moment when Zhang Nan's eyes were fixed on Meng Qingqiu, the latter also fixed his eyes on him. In an instant, eyes met. An invisible arc of electricity exploded between the two people's eyes, so that both of them felt a tingling sensation in their bodies at this moment. Zhang Nan took a step forward, while Meng Qingqiu quickened his pace a little. At this time, Zhang Nan also noticed Meng Qingqiu's outfit. High ponytail. A simple white halter neck dress. There were no stockings adorning the pair of beautiful legs, but even so, Zhang Nan's eyes couldn't help but be attracted by those cartoon legs. After a long while, he slowly moved his gaze down and looked at a pair of white shoes that Meng Qingqiu was wearing with a pair of white socks. Perfect. For Zhang Nan, this outfit is simply perfect and fits the pure temperament that Meng Qingqiu should have. The moonlight is so white. Zhang Nan was thinking about it and formally met Meng Qingqiu. Darling. Meng Qingqiu put down the pink suitcase in her hand and happily rushed towards Zhang Nan. The moment she threw herself into Zhang Nan's arms, her heart began to beat rapidly. Zhang Nan reached out and stroked Meng Qingqiu's head, smiling and saying, "This is our first meeting in the true sense." "Qiu, hello, I am Zhang Nan." "Darling." Meng Qingqiu let go of Zhang Nan's waist, looked at him, called out softly, and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, her pretty face was extremely red. The girl's shyness was fully displayed at this moment. Zhang Nan lowered his head and kissed Meng Qingqiu, but they separated immediately without lingering for long. Zhang Nan took the opportunity to put his arms around Meng Qingqiu's slender waist, and then pulled her pink suitcase towards the Pagani Zonda across the street. "Darling." Next to the Pagani Zonda, Meng Qingqiu stared with wide eyes, looking at this extremely cool luxury supercar in astonishment, and shouted blankly, "Didn't you say you would pick me up in a Porsche Cayenne? How come it turned out to be this Pagani Zonda? I forgot to change it." "It's not a big deal. They are all the same." Zhang Nan folded the small suitcase in his hand, and then opened a small button on the left rear side of the car door, and a side suitcase appeared in an instant. Normally this thing is not used. Basically, anyone who drives this car out will be showing off on the street. Fortunately, Meng Qingqiu's suitcase could fit everything after being shrunk, so it wasn't a big problem. Pagani Zonda. Soon, both of them got in the car. After Meng Qingqiu fastened her seatbelt, she looked at the luxurious and exquisite mechanical interior of the car, and a hint of admiration appeared on her beautiful face. She said, "This car should be a global limited edition, right?" "That's right." Zhang Nan nodded, then looked at Meng Qingqiu, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, "You seem to know a lot about cars." "Indeed. Generally speaking, girls don't pay too much attention to the cars that most boys like. And Meng Qingqiu's understanding of these luxury cars, at least on the surface, seems to be quite deep. My brother also likes these cars. He also has a Pagani Zonda, but it's not a global limited edition. I have learned a lot from him and have a good understanding of some cars.
Meng Qingqiu replied very naturally. Her family is really not bad in Shanghai, they can even be said to be wealthy, and not just the ordinary wealthy class. If it was the Jiangnan before, she would not reveal anything about her family conditions. But she has already driven this global limited edition Pagani Zonda, which shows that what Jiangnan had said to her online before was not exaggeration.
This is a truly super rich second-generation family who is probably several levels richer than her own.
As for the fact that the Pagani Zonda was rented, Meng Qingqiu probably really thought that the person who said that was a little crazy.
The Pagani Zonda is a limited edition luxury supercar with great collection value. Would you like to rent one and try it? Hearing this, Jiangnan couldn't help but take a deep look at Meng Qingqiu in the passenger seat.
From this point of view, Meng Qingqiu can be said to be a truly fair, rich and beautiful woman.
Boom!
Jiangnan started the car. The roar immediately attracted the attention of countless people around, and familiar exclamations rang out.
Pagani Zonda was like a flash of black lightning, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant.
Chapter 49. Darling, Qingqiu wants to eat spicy hot pot.
In the car.
Meng Qingqiu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked towards Jiangnan from time to time, her pretty face full of shyness.
Is there anything on my face?
Every time Jiangnan met her gaze with a chuckle, the latter would quickly avoid his gaze, her pretty face turning even redder.
It is indeed a bit. Meng Qingqiu nodded shyly. Oh? Kind of what, kind of handsome? Jiangnan laughed again.
Hate it, you said what others said, then what should I say?
Meng Qingqiu pouted and glanced at Jiangnan with a coquettish look. Ha ha ha.
In response, Jiangnan laughed again.
So cute. Meng Qingqiu's face looks like that of a cold and abstinent school beauty, but in fact, Jiangnan understands that she definitely has contrasting attributes.
Basically, these fairies who have a cold appearance and seem to be out of touch with the world generally have some contrasting attributes. However, she will only show this attribute in front of people she wants to be around. Just like Meng Qingqiu, she can be sweet, domineering, cold, and clingy. What outsiders can see is just her surface. Isn't Meng Qingqiu so adorable at this moment? Xiao, let's go back and put the things away first. What do you want to eat for lunch later? Jiangnan spoke. Mala hot pot. Meng Qingqiu blurted out. It's really spicy. Jiangnan looked at her in surprise, but was met with her shy and evasive eyes, and her slight him in response. In just a moment, he suddenly remembered an old joke from more than 10 years ago. It's also about a couple who fell in love online and met in person. The girl took the initiative to find the boy in person, and the latter treated the girl to a bowl of spicy hot pot for 6 yuan. Then, the man raped her 13 times in one night. So, since this meme is new, basically everyone understands the meaning of going to eat malatang. Moreover, seeing Meng Qingqiu's shy and evasive look, not daring to look at Jiangnan, how could he not understand the hint? Moreover, Meng Qingqiu's favorability towards him is as high as 80 points. With this level of favorability, wouldn't it be a home run? The online relationship lasted for 2.5 years. This period of time is not short. Basically, if a girl chooses to meet in person, she knows what she will face. So, he pretends to be innocent. Soon. 40 minutes later. The main gate of Nantiange community. The Pagani Zonda slowly drove to the underground garage of the small villa he bought in the old town. Darling, this neighborhood isn't cheap, is it? After getting out of the car and waiting for Jiangnan to take out her pink suitcase, Meng Qingqiu immediately leaned over and hooked her hand around his arm. She was not shy at all and pressed her whole body against him. The slight touch made Jiangnan a little distracted. Meng Qingqiu's is not a small thunder, nor a big thunder. Just looking at it with the naked eye, it is definitely perfect when played with in one hand. It's okay, just a few tens of thousands of dollars. Jiangnan put his arms around Meng Qingqiu's slender waist and slowly walked towards the first floor. After arriving at the first floor, Jiangnan did not stop and went straight to the second floor. The master bedroom was easy to find. After pushing the small pink suitcase into it, Jiangnan held Meng Qingqiu's slender waist and looked at her face to face. Darling, Qingqiu wants to eat spicy hot pot. Meng Qingqiu swallowed his saliva, called out softly, then put his arms around Jiangnan's neck and slowly closed his eyes. Everything is implied. Meng Qingqiu's favorability +1. Meng Qingqiu's favorability +2. Meng Qingqiu's favorability +3. It's so easy. 2 hours later. Meng Qingqiu's favorability towards Jiangnan has reached 90 points. A beautiful girl of the opposite sex with a 96-point score doesn't seem to be able to continue to rise after her favorability reaches 90 points.
Now, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom, Jiang Nan looked at the two palm prints on the glass and slowly lit a cigarette. Crash! And in the bathroom, there was the sound of water. The camera zooms in and reveals several pairs of black stockings and white calf socks on the carpet. Ha! After taking a light sip and exhaling, Jiang Nan showed an unknown smile on his face that was difficult to describe in words. Buzz! The phone in my pants vibrated. Jiang Nan took out his cell phone and took a look. It was a message from the landlord's wife. Landlady, it seems that some guy has met his online love interest? Jiang Nan, I saw it. Landlady, got it? Jiang Nan, of course you must. Jiang Nan, pictures. Jiang Nan took a picture of the two handprints on the floor-to-ceiling window for the landlady. At the same time, in a small apartment in the old town, the landlady, who was helping her mother in the kitchen, felt suddenly weak when she saw the two handprints in the photo. Good boy, this brat actually played so extravagantly. Floor-to-ceiling windows. That S in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The more she thought about it, the softer the landlady's body became. She even gripped the counter tightly with her hands, bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and a little sweat appeared on the tip of her nose. Jiqing? Jiqing? Pass me the chopsticks. The landlady's mother's voice rang out. What are you thinking about, girl? You are so absorbed in what you are thinking about. And why is your face so red? Oh, it's a little hot. Are you sick and have a fever? Mom, I'm fine. Maybe the kitchen is a little hot. The landlady hurriedly put away her phone, and then after swallowing her saliva, she fanned the air with her jade hand and said something in a nonchalant manner. Then you go outside and accompany Xiaoying, and leave the kitchen to Mom. The landlady pushed her out immediately. Good. The landlady came out of the kitchen and breathed a sigh of relief. She then reached out and fanned herself with her hand. Only then did she calm down a little. She returned to the chat box with Jiang Nan, pressed the voice button and began to speak softly. I want one in a few days. It was just a 1-second voice strip, and the voice was very low, but Jiang Nan could hear the longing in it when he put his ear close to it. Good. Jiang Nan just replied with one word. Go ahead and get busy, but don't use up all the ammunition. The landlady sent a message with a photo attached. It's not a selfie, but a photo taken from high up showing the perfect black silk legs and feet. Don't worry. Jiang Nan smiled confidently. At this time, the sound of water in the bathroom also stopped. A few minutes later, Meng Qingqiu, wearing a pink JK suit, slowly walked out of the bathroom. This outfit immediately made Jiang Nan's eyes light up. The skirt she matched was not a pleated skirt, but a pink hip skirt, coupled with a slim pink short top, which made her figure look really perfect. This is not the biggest highlight. As if she knew Jiang Nan's preferences, she matched her perfect legs with a pair of thin white over-the-knee socks with bows. Perfect. This outfit is simply too perfect. Darling, this is Qiuqiu's outfit for today. Does it look good? Seeing Jiang Nan's stunned look, Meng Qingqiu smiled, turned around on the spot, and blew a kiss at him. Chapter 50, The Cold Goddess Isn't Always Cold. It's beautiful, more than beautiful. Jiang Nan took a step forward and whispered something in her ear. Swish. Moment. Meng Qingqiu's pretty face immediately turned red, and then she nodded shyly and whispered, Tonight. Let's talk about it tonight. Ha ha ha. Seeing Meng Qingqiu's shy and lovely appearance, Jiang Nan liked her more and more. Darling, I'll put on my makeup, you go downstairs and wait for me. Meng Qingqiu kissed Jiang Nan on the cheek and said softly. Good. Jiang Nan naturally knew that Meng Qingqiu wanted to give him a surprise. After all, she was already extremely beautiful with just some makeup or without any makeup. If she really put some effort into her makeup, wouldn't it be amazing? To this, Jiang Nan was really looking forward to it. Jiang Nan came alone and sat down on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. He crossed his legs and took out his cell phone. Bite. As soon as I took it out, a background prompt popped up. It is already past 1 o'clock. If it hadn't taken them 2 hours, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu would have had lunch early. At this moment, it is a live broadcast prompt. It's not Lin Manman, nor Su Yun, but Jiang Yan. To be honest, Jiang Nan is quite interested in this girl named Jiang Yan.
After all, she is a beautiful woman with a 92-point appearance, and her figure is amazing.
Which man would not be lustful? Immediately.
Jiang Nan also entered Douyin, thought about it, and recharged 1 million to enter.
10 million dudiums will be credited to your account within seconds without any delay.
After the recharge was completed, he clicked into Jiang Yan's live broadcast room.
Good afternoon everyone, I will officially start broadcasting on TikTok from today.
As soon as she entered the live broadcast room, Jiang Yan's cold voice immediately rang out.
As Jiang Nan, a level 63 account, entered, her eyes immediately locked onto the ID Yenyu Jiang Nan.
A smile broke out on her beautiful face for the first time. Then, a voice with some emotional fluctuations continued to sound, "Welcome this big brother Yenyu Jiang Nan to the live broadcast room." As she spoke, she clicked on the profile picture of this level 63 brother and started looking at him.
IP? Jiangchang?
When she saw that Jiang Nan's IP address was Jiangchang, for some reason, the first person that came to her mind was the sunny and handsome guy who she met by chance a few days ago and took the initiative to add her WeChat.
Yenyu Jiang Nan presented the anchor with a Carnival 1. Yenyu Jiang Nan presented the anchor with a Carnival 1. Yenyu Jiang Nan presented the anchor with a Carnival 1.
While Jiang Yan was still in a daze, Jiang Nan had already started brushing. When she came to her senses, she saw the entire live broadcast room filled with carnival special effects.
100 carnivals. Thanks to the boss for 100 carnivals.
The surprise came so suddenly that Jiang Yan, who had never received so many gifts before, covered her mouth with her hands and cried out in surprise.
See, the cool goddess isn't always cool.
Just like Jiang Yan now, she had a cold, dead cat-like expression, but when she saw the 100 carnivals worth 300,000, she couldn't help but pick them up and said in a sweet voice, "Thank you, brother Yenyu Jiang Nan, for the 100 carnivals, thank you." As she spoke, she quickly followed this big brother. The gift worth $300,000 dropped down upon her and made her feel dizzy. I've never heard Jiang Yan have such a soft voice, and I've never seen such a sweet smile. Wow, this smile is really not open to ordinary people, too realistic.
Just asking if you like it?
I like her. Whether she is aloof or sweet, she is my goddess. The live broadcast room of several people was filled with barrages of comments.
Is brother Yenyu Jiang Nan also from Jiangchang? At this time,
Jiang Yan's sweet voice rang out in the live broadcast room.
Yes. I met you last time near the university town, and we added each other on WeChat. Jiang Nan did not pretend to be a passerby and directly exposed his identity. Ah.
Seeing Jiang Nan's comment, Jiang Yan was stunned for a moment.
Immediately, she was shocked. It was really the sunny handsome guy from last time? In other words, the Porsche Cayenne next to him was really his? Jiang Yan's favorability plus 15.
I spent 300,000 but my favorability didn't increase at all. And just by revealing who he was, he instantly gained 15 points of favorability.
To this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and smile.
This woman seems to be a die-hard face control freak.
I didn't expect it was you.
When I saw your ID and IP, I immediately thought of you.
I never thought it was you.
Jiang Yan's tone became even more surprised, and then she began to thank him. I was a little confused by your 100 carnival gifts. After all, I have never received so many gifts.
Yeah? Jiang Nan chuckled and sent a barrage. Yenyu Jiang Nan presented the anchor with a Carnival 1. Yenyu Jiang Nan presented the anchor with a Carnival 1. Yenyu Jiang Nan presented the anchor with a Carnival 1.
The carnival floated onto the screen once again. This time, there were far more than 100, but as many as 200 arrived. After just a few minutes of broadcasting, Jiang Yan received 300 carnival gifts with a total value of up to 900,000. After deducting taxes, she can get at least 300,000 yuan.
Jiang Yan's favorability plus 10.
Oh. Another 600,000 came down, and Jiang Nan's favorability increased by 10 points easily. His eyes suddenly lit up.
Jiang Yan's favorability towards him is now quite high, having reached 35 points.
If we keep working hard, it seems that it won't be long before we reach 90 points of favorability. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for another 200 carnivals.
Thank you so much.
In the live broadcast room, Jiang Yan's pretty face flushed at this moment and she stood up from her seat. At this time, Jiang Nan also saw her outfit. It is not much different from the first time I saw her, the only difference is the socks on her legs.
Last time she wore over the knee white stockings, this time it was white 0D tights. The socks with skin beautifying effect matched with that pair of beautiful legs, and matched with her entire outfit, it is more than enough to attract men. Some women who like to look at beautiful women can't help but call out wife, wife when they see her. Kill all. That's all Jiangnan can say. You can continue with your live broadcast. I just came to see you. I'm going to eat now. We'll chat on WeChat later. Jiangnan still had 1 million Do diamonds left, and after giving Jiang Yan 33 carnivals, he gave the last 10,000 Do diamonds away as red envelopes, and then exited the live broadcast room. And when he exited the live broadcast room, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Byte. Congratulations host, consumption completed. Get 5 times the rebate on your spending, 5 million yuan. Having earned another 4 million, Jiangnan no longer had any emotional fluctuations. And at this moment, a message notification popped up on his WeChat background. He took a look and saw that it was Jiang Yan, who had never contacted him since he added WeChat. Brothers, please take the time to click and urge me to update. It's just a matter of time after reading it. There are also free gifts to support my love. Everyone, please take a look at the advertisement. After watching 3 of them, you can still support me a few cents. Thank you all. Take the time to click. Chapter 51, Junyu Chocho, it's really terrifying. Brother Jiangnan, can I invite you to dinner tonight? Jiang Yan's message came. After seeing this message, everyone knows what this woman is trying to do. Now she has a favorability of 35 points towards Jiangnan, which is not a small amount. As long as Jiangnan reveals his interest in her, the latter will definitely climb up the ladder. As the relationship gradually improves during the ambiguous period, the degree of favorability will definitely increase as well. Jiangnan is still very confident about this. I'm not free tonight. I've been busy these past 2 days. How about I treat you to a meal in a few days? Jiangnan thought about it for a while and finally decided on this answer. He rejected her but also offered to ask her out next time. This back and forth would not make the woman feel bad. Jiang Yan's favorability +2. Look, with this perfect answer of his favorability has steadily increased by 2 points. Okay, then Jiangnan, let me know when you're done. I'll be free anytime in the near future. This sentence was sent via voice, and the voice was empty. She probably took some time to go to the bathroom to reply. Moreover, she might not have noticed that she had emphasized the 2 words recently. Jiangnan sensed it easily and his eyes narrowed immediately. By emphasizing that he was free recently, wasn't she just trying to get him to ask her out on May 20th? Okay. Jiangnan casually replied, I'm going to eat first, chat later. He is not sure whether he will be free on 520. Landlady. Su Yun. And there is Lin Manman. From the mission perspective, he should definitely make an appointment with Jiang Yan first. But in terms of liking, Jiang Yan is still ranked 4th. Oh no, it should be the position of the 5th one. Speaking of this old 5, Jiangnan couldn't help but be secretly amazed. It hasn't been long since then, but he has gone from being a loser with nothing to now having over 100 million in savings, luxury cars and mansions, and even 4 confidants with a beauty score of 90. This growth rate is more than just exaggerated. You go eat first, and we'll talk later, brother Jiangnan. After reading Jiang Yan's reply, Jiangnan immediately quit WeChat, then went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator and took a look. As expected, there are all kinds of beers and drinks. These things can be refrigerated for a period of time without any problems, so there is no need to worry about any problems. He took out a can of Fat House Happy Water, glanced at the date, and then found out that it was okay. Phew! Jiangnan opened it and gulped down a few gulps. Cool. The iced Fat House Happy Water was so refreshing that a look of joy immediately appeared on Jiangnan's face. Walking out of the kitchen, more than half of a bottle of Fat House Happy Water had been used up, and at this moment, footsteps were heard on the stairs on the 2nd floor. Day. Jiangnan quickened his pace a little, arrived at the 1st floor, stood at the bottom of the stairs, and looked up. The first thing that catches your eye is a pair of legs that couldn't be more perfect. The white over-the-knee stockings with bows highlight the shape of the legs, making you want to get closer and closer. I'm not kidding. People like Jiangnan, who think they have strong willpower, all had this idea at this moment. Honestly speaking, I don't know what kind of outrageous ideas will come up from those hentai fans who are obsessed with legs, white stockings, and jade feet. Soon, half of his body was exposed, and Jiangnan couldn't help but gasp. A streak of white scenery came into his sight.
Then, after taking a few more glances, he suddenly started coughing awkwardly.
White leggings. All right.
In an instant, Jiang Nan felt that leggings were the most inappropriate invention in the world. The moment Meng Qingqiu's entire body was revealed, Jiang Nan held his breath a little. Her long hair was tied into 2 pigtails, each placed in front of her chest. There was no makeup on her stunningly beautiful face, just a little bit of bare face cream was enough. The difference is her eyeshadow, which outlines and brings out the charm of her foxy eyes to the fullest.
This is not the key point.
The most important thing is that she has a few small sequins under the corners of her eyes, and she has a pair of beautiful blue glasses, which gives her an exotic beauty.
Okay.
This so-called pure lustful beauty on the internet is nothing compared to my Qiu.
Jiang Nan couldn't help swallowing his saliva instantly.
This beautiful girl with a score of 96 is really terrifying.
Darling. A voice rang out.
Jiang Nan's eyes were drawn to her pink and slightly shiny lips again, and then he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The woman was wearing the mirror lip gloss, and it seemed that every time she opened her mouth to speak, her lips seemed to be shining, which was extremely attractive.
Invincible.
Jiang Nan could only say this, that at this moment, Meng Qingqiu had absolutely fully demonstrated the attribute value of her appearance score of 96, which could be said to be maxed out.
Soon.
Meng Qingqiu came down from the 2nd floor and very naturally hugged Jiang Nan's arm, rubbing his head against his shoulder.
What's wrong?
Jiang Nan stretched out his hand and grasped her slender waist, and asked softly.
Darling Qiu is hungry.
Meng Qingqiu pouted her pink and shiny little mouth, stared at Jiang Nan with her big watery eyes.
So cute. Meng Qingqiu's gesture almost melted Jiang Nan's heart.
This woman truly embodies what it means to be sweet, domineering, and salty.
Walk. Jiang Nan couldn't help but bent down and kissed her little mouth, then he waved his hand and went straight down to the underground garage on the 1st floor.
After getting in the car, Jiang Nan drove with one hand and slowly drove out of the underground garage.
Boom. 10 minutes later. On the streets in the center of the old city.
A black Pagani Zonda sped past, causing passers-by on both sides of the street to stop and look, with looks of shock on their faces.
What to eat? Jiang Nan inquired. Malatang, I really miss the malatang in Jiangcheng. Meng Qingqiu said with a blushing face. Miss? Jiang Nan looked at her in surprise.
Last year when I came here, I ate the spicy hot pot you always said was so delicious.
It was indeed delicious. Meng Qingqiu said. Oh. That one. Jiang Nan's phone rang immediately.
The house was just 1,000 meters away from the entrance of the landlord's community.
I see. Jiang Nan was naturally very familiar with the routes in the old city. 10 minutes later, he arrived at a street.
He slowed down a lot and soon stopped in front of a shop. And when the Pagani Zonda stopped, everyone's eyes within at least 100 meters immediately turned to it.
At the same time,
at a corner, Su Yun, wearing a cheongsam and a pair of flesh-colored stockings on her legs, walked by with her daughter, smiling. At this moment, the little girl she was holding suddenly pointed forward and exclaimed excitedly, "Mom, there's a really cool car ahead. I have to keep writing this book no matter what. It feels so good. I really like the heroine in this book." Chapter 52 Su Yun and Meng Qingqiu's first meeting. What a handsome car. Su Yun chuckled and looked forward. Just one glance and her eyes immediately revealed surprise. Then, an incredibly beautiful girl came out from the passenger door, and a look of astonishment immediately appeared on her face. Then, a sour feeling spread in her heart. Even though she knew that Jiang Nan was not destined to belong to her alone, she still wanted to cry when she saw this scene with her own eyes. At the same time, after getting out of the car, Jiang Nan looked forward and his gaze fixed on Su Yun, who had a lost look on her face. What a coincidence! However, he didn't care at all and blinked at Su Yun, who was looking at him. At this time, Su Yun saw Jiang Nan winking at her, and for some reason, her depressed mood inexplicably disappeared. At least, he didn't ignore me. Su Yun took a deep breath. Meng Qingqiu came over and put his arm around Jiang Nan's arm, and the two started walking. Wow, this sister is so beautiful. And this brother is so handsome. The two parties walked and met at the door of Malatang. Su Yun arrived with her daughter, and the little girl immediately shouted excitedly. Hearing the little girl's cry, Su Yun hurriedly said, "Nan Nan, why are you yelling so loudly?
After talking about her daughter, she looked at Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu again, smiled sheepishly, and said, "Children are like this, a little noisy." "Sister, it's okay." "What a cute little girl." Meng Qingqiu smiled nonchalantly, looked at the beautiful young mother for a few more times, then turned his gaze to the little girl. He was immediately stunned by the little girl with twin ponytails who looked like a porcelain doll. He couldn't help but bend down and touch her head. He, thank you, sister." The little girl is quite polite. As for Meng Qingqiu leaning over, he naturally couldn't see that Jiang Nan and Su Yun were flirting with each other at this moment. "Okay, little girl, say goodbye to your brothers and sisters." When Meng Qingqiu stood up, Su Yun said something with a slightly blushing face. "Let me tell you, this feeling of flirting with someone in front of his official girlfriend is really a bit weird. Goodbye, brother and sister." Little Nan Nan immediately waved happily and was led away by Su Yun. However, the little girl kept looking back every few steps, looking a little reluctant to leave. That little girl just now is so cute. Meng Qingqiu also looked back a few more times and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Our daughter will definitely be this cute in the future." Jiang Nan hugged Meng Qingqiu's slender waist and said with a smile. "Yes, definitely." Meng Qingqiu was not shy at all. There is a saying that goes, if you really love him, you should give birth to a baby for him. Meng Qingqiu loved Jiang Nan more and more, and she wished she could give birth to 7, 8, or even 11 children for him. This handsome man and beautiful woman walked into the small shop, and as everyone saw just now, they arrived in a super cool sports car. Therefore, as soon as the two of them entered, they immediately attracted the attention of all the customers who were eating malatang in the store. So beautiful. Is she a fairy? Is she a celebrity? This handsome guy isn't bad either, they are a perfect match. Oh my god, this world is still mostly made up of NPCs. We can tell who the male and female protagonists are in this crowd at a glance, aren't they just passers-by NPCs who can only marvel at the sight of us? Hey, what you said is a little too true. A series of discussions arose. Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu also found an empty seat and sat down. Handsome guy and beautiful girl, what do you want to eat? An auntie came over enthusiastically with a menu, her eyes fixed on Jiang Nan. I have to say that the charm of Jiang Nan is indeed exaggerated. Potato chips, kelp, fish balls, instant noodles. Meng Qingqiu ordered it immediately, and finally said with a smile, "Thank you, medium spicy." Okay. The aunt took the menu and read it again. After confirming it, she smiled and said, "Wait a moment, both of you." Thanks. Meng Qingqiu thanked him again. Oh, this beauty is so polite. I'll secretly give you some more later. Auntie burst into laughter. This aunt is quite cute. After the aunt left, Meng Qingqiu immediately covered his mouth and laughed. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded. Most of the aunties in the restaurants in Jiangcheng were very enthusiastic, especially when they spoke some dialect mixed with unprofessional Mandarin, which was even more interesting. It's almost 2 o'clock. This time is too fast. At this time, Meng Qingqiu glanced at the pink watch on his hand and was immediately surprised. In her memory, she seemed to have just stepped off the plane. Who knew that several hours had passed since she arrived in Jiangcheng? As if she had thought of something, she couldn't help but look at Jiang Nan shyly. Among them, it seems that the 2 hours of happy time are indeed the most time-consuming and energy-consuming. When you're with the right person, time flies by really fast. Jiang Nan said with a smile. Yes, happy times are always short. This time I'm going to go back home after the weekend, and I don't know when I'll be able to see you again. There is still more than a month until the end of the semester, and she doesn't have much free time in the near future to come to Jiangcheng to meet Jiang Nan again. It's okay. I have quite a bit of free time. I can go to the Magic City to find you if I want to. Jiang Nan reached out and grabbed Meng Qingqiu's hand, patting it gently to comfort him. Okay, when you come I'll introduce you to my best friend Yao Yao, whom I've played with since childhood and is my best friend. Meng Qingqiu immediately became excited and said with a grin, she is also a top beauty, and a super high school tyrant. Yeah. Jiang Nan just smiled, not showing too much interest in Meng Qingqiu's best friend Yao Yao, and said, isn't it said that all best friends don't like their best friend's boyfriend? No, my darling is so handsome and outstanding, he is not an ordinary man. Humph, I'm afraid Yao Yao will fall in love with you. Meng Qingqiu said proudly. Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan just smiled. After a short while, the two started eating. The two were in a relationship, so they didn't order separate bowls of spicy hot pot, but shared a big bowl. Chatting and laughing, half an hour passed. It's delicious.
Meng Qingqiu put down her chopsticks with a look of satisfaction on her face. She had been craving for this spicy hot pot for a whole year.
And now, it has finally been realized today. Darling, I tend to feel sleepy when I'm full. Meng Qingqiu wiped her lips gracefully, squinted her eyes and looked at Jiangnan with a smile. Chapter 53 Using Body Transformation Fluid, Earth-Shaking Changes. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Click. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window.
Jiangnan lit a cigarette and looked outside while puffing out smoke.
A light snort came from behind.
Jiangnan turned around and saw Meng Qingqiu sleeping peacefully with his eyes closed and a sweet smile on his face.
Buzz buzz buzz. At this time, the phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated. Jiangnan glanced and saw that it was Meng Qingqiu's phone.
Seeing her frown slightly, he walked over slowly and saw the caller ID.
Yao Yao. Who is it? Meng Qingqiu asked in a half-asleep state. It should be your good friend Yao Yao. Jiangnan spoke.
Darling, please answer the phone for me and tell her I'm sleeping. Call her back when I wake up.
Meng Qingqiu said this nonchalantly, and then fell silent. Jiangnan picked up the phone and answered the call. You little bastard, why are you answering the phone so late? The call is connected. Yao Yao's voice rang out immediately. Not to mention, it's quite sweet. I'm Jiangnan, Qiuqiu's boyfriend. She's sleeping now.
She said she'll call you back when she wakes up. Jiangnan said softly.
Ah. Hearing Jiangnan's words, Yao Yao raised her voice a little more and said in shock, sleeping? You, ah?
Obviously, Yao Yao was extremely shocked and unbelievable that the two of them actually slept together on their first meeting.
What's wrong? Jiangnan asked back. He and Meng Qingqiu had been in an online relationship for 2.5 years. Isn't it extremely normal that they got married after meeting each other for the first time? It is not an exaggeration to say that Jiangnan is not as rich and handsome as he says.
To be honest, there is a great possibility that Meng Qingqiu will not refuse to have something unspeakable happen with him. Because Meng Qingqiu is a woman who pays more attention to feelings. As long as there is nothing missing in Jiangnan, or if she really can't stand it, then there is nothing wrong with it. This is also the reason why, after Meng Qingqiu secretly came to meet Jiangnan last year, he still asked for a date this year.
No. Nothing, I just feel a little weird.
Yao Yao was indeed shocked. The two have been good friends since childhood. They have been in kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, and even now in college, and they have been in the same dormitory. In this world, if she thinks she is the second person who understands Meng Qingqiu best, then no one can claim to be the first. Even Meng Qingqiu's family members don't understand her as well as her best friend. That's why she was really shocked. I'll reply to you when she wakes up. Jiangnan said softly.
Okay. You must treat my Qiuqiu well. Yao Yao's voice rang out. Definitely. Jiangnan smiled. The phone was hung up. Jiangnan also put his mobile phone on the bedside table. Coincidentally, Meng Qingqiu turned around unintentionally at this time.
He bent down and kissed her forehead, then walked out of the master bedroom quietly. After going downstairs, Jiangnan put out the cigarette in his hand and put it in the ashtray, then sat on the sofa. System, check my own character attribute panel.
Jiangnan called out. Host, Jiangnan.
Age, 21 years old.
Height, 182 centimeters.
Wealth, 187 million yuan. Abilities, Insight, Indestructible Kidney, Master Level Piano Proficiency.
Items, Porsche Cayenne, Pagani Zonda, Body Transformation Fluid. Life Experience, you will receive a big gift on your 22nd birthday. Moment.
A 3D virtual character attribute panel popped up in front of him.
187 million in savings.
This is quite fast progress.
Body Transformation Fluid.
Jiangnan's mind moved, and a small dark green bottle appeared in his hand. After shaking it gently twice, Jiangnan's eyes immediately flashed with a strange light.
Immediately.
He stood up from the sofa, then went to the bathroom on the first floor and started filling the bathtub with water. Soon, the bathtub was filled to 80% with water, and Jiangnan poured the body transformation liquid in his hand into it. In just a moment, the clear bathtub immediately turned dark green. Jiangnan didn't think about anything else and just took off all his clothes and got into the bathtub.
Is soaking for an hour enough? Jiang Nan asked in his heart. Host, yes. The system replied. Good. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, then slowly closed his eyes and began to rest. 20 minutes later. Jiang Nan suddenly opened his eyes and a look of surprise appeared on his face. At this moment, half of the dark green water in the bathtub has dissipated. It seems that a lot of the body transformation liquid has been absorbed by his body. This is not the key point. The key point is that he feels that his energy and spirit have become fuller. That indescribable feeling made him feel extremely surprised. Next, he continued to close his eyes. And another 40 minutes passed quickly. This time, Jiang Nan did not open his eyes immediately. He waited quietly for more than 10 seconds before slowly opening his eyes. What a magical feeling! Every part of my body feels filled with endless energy. Jiang Nan raised his right hand and clenched his fist, and immediately a crisp sound was heard. For some reason, he always had the feeling that if he punched him, even a wild bull would be killed on the spot. Good job. This idea is a bit too exaggerating. But he always felt that his thoughts seemed to be true. Fuck. At this time, Jiang Nan then discovered a more serious problem, that is, his skin was as white and smooth as porcelain. He even didn't know if it was his illusion, but it was actually emitting a faint light film. Combined with his absolutely perfect mermaid line, he really looks like a piece of exquisite work of art. It's too exaggerated. Squeak. While Jiang Nan was still marveling at the tremendous changes that had taken place after using the body transformation fluid, the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Darling. Darling? Are you in there? Meng Qingqiu's energetic voice rang out. It was obvious that an hour's rest had restored her energy and spirit to its peak state. Exist. Jiang Nan responded and was about to get up from the bathtub. At this time, Meng Qingqiu had already arrived outside the curtain. Swish. As Meng Qingqiu's little hand gently pulled open the curtain, her voice rang out, "There are only two of us at home, and you still pulled the curtain. Are you protecting me?" He. The moment the curtain was completely opened. Frog fun. Meng Qingqiu looked at Jiang Nan, who was standing naked in the bathtub, with an incredulous look on his face, and the decibel level rose several levels. Seeking free love power, please take time to watch the ads. I can't seem to update too much recently, there is no debut yet. I will try to update a few more chapters a day when the word count goes up. Chapter 54 Jiang Nan, it's all because of his handsomeness. Darling. How come your skin looks so much better than before? Meng Qingqiu walked forward excitedly and couldn't help but touch his perfect mermaid line with a look of shock on his face. Bang! She reached out and knocked gently. After hearing a sound like that of a steel plate, her mouth suddenly opened into a big O shape. It was incredible, this figure. Jiang Nan laughed, then dried his body with a towel. After putting on his clothes, he picked up Princess Meng Qingqiu and walked out of the bathroom. Meng Qingqiu put his arms around Jiang Nan's neck, with a look in his eyes, and he wished he could spend a few more hours of happy time with him. Arriving at the living room, Jiang Nan put her down and then stretched his body. Crackling. In an instant, the sound of small firecrackers exploding came from his body. Frog fun, what's that sound? Darling, don't tell me that this world actually has martial arts like those in movies and TV shows? Hearing the voice, Meng Qingqiu widened his eyes, swallowed and exclaimed. What are you thinking about? Jiang Nan stretched out his hand and pinched her nose, then scratched the tip of her nose, and said with a smile, I just exercise well normally, and I just took a unique medicinal bath, so I stretched a little to achieve this effect. As he spoke, he stretched his body again, but this time there was no sound. That's pretty cool too. Meng Qingqiu hugged Jiang Nan, her pretty face pressed against his chest. Listening to his strong heart beating, her face unconsciously turned red. I really want to hold darling like this forever. It makes me feel really safe, she said softly. Jiang Nan reached out and touched her head, smiling and saying, this day won't be too long. When you graduate, we will stick together every day. Great. Meng Qingqiu laughed happily. Cluck. At this time, a hungry sound was heard. Jiang Nan heard it and immediately smiled and said, Are you hungry? Yeah, I didn't eat any staple food at that time, and I consumed a lot of energy, so I got hungry quickly. When talking about the serious consumption, Meng Qingqiu smiled embarrassedly. It's her fault, she is both bad at it and loves to play. But there's nothing I can do. Because it is so wonderful. Just tidied it up briefly. 10 minutes later, the two of them went out. This time period was the rush hour after get off work, so we were driving in the old city and didn't go anywhere else. It took us about 40 minutes to find a parking space at a restaurant and get off. Time flies so fast, it's already 6 o'clock. Meng Qingqiu hooked his arm around Zhang Nan's and looked at the time with an expression of disbelief. Indeed. Zhang Nan also sighed and nodded in approval. Wait, my bag doesn't seem to be in the car, darling, wait for me. At the hotel entrance. Meng Qingqiu suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. Is there anything you need? Zhang Nan was slightly surprised. Yes, wait for me, I'll be back soon.
Meng Qingqiu smiled mysteriously, then let go of Zhang Nan's arm, took the car keys and walked quickly towards the Pagani-zoned parking space.
To this, Zhang Nan shook his head and smiled. Xiaoman, let's go sing karaoke tonight. Some of my good friends said they haven't seen you for a long time. It just so happens that everyone is free this weekend, so how about we meet up? At this time,
a man and a woman walked out of the hotel and their voices were heard.
Okay, but I have to go back home at night.
There is a curfew at home and I am not allowed to stay outside overnight.
Then, a delicate voice sounded. All right. The man's helpless voice sounded. Soon,
footsteps were heard, and the man and woman stood up next to Zhang Nan.
I'll take a Didi. The man spoke. Go ahead.
The woman said casually, and then inadvertently glanced at a man next to her.
Just his profile instantly fascinated her. Oh shit. So handsome? Wang Xiaoman's favorability plus 50.
Zhang Nan was still in a daze when suddenly a system prompt sounded in his mind, which made him stunned for a moment, and then he subconsciously looked around. Soon, his eyes met with a woman next to him.
You are Zhang Nan?
Wang Xiaoman also saw Zhang Nan's face at this time. Her first reaction was that he looked familiar. Then the next second, she immediately widened her eyes and exclaimed. Zhang Nan's face was still the same, but it was much whiter and had clearer edges. People who really knew him would not fail to recognize him.
Now,
the woman in front of him looked at him a few more times and immediately recognized who he was.
Zhang Nan. Her desk mate in high school. Who are you?
Zhang Nan was slightly surprised when he heard this woman, who looked to be around 60 points in height, calling out his name. The changes he has undergone now have made it possible to recognize who he is after taking a few more glances.
To be honest, he is quite something. I'm Wang Xiaoman. Wang Xiaoman immediately introduced herself happily. Wang Xiaoman.
Zhang Nan thought for a moment, then suddenly realized something and said with a smile, It's you, old classmate.
In fact, he didn't even remember who this woman was.
Yes, we were desk mates in high school.
They say girls change a lot when they grow up, and you, a boy, have changed a lot too. With your looks, I think you'll have no problem making your debut. Wang Xiaoman looked at Zhang Nan with careful eyes and was not stingy with her praise.
And with her attitude like this, the man next to her had a face that couldn't be any darker.
My girlfriend has never been so nice to me before, and now she is so enthusiastic towards a high school classmate. To be honest, which man can stand this?
The car is almost here, Xiaoman, let's go over and wait. However, when he thought about how he had been pursuing her for a long time, spending a lot of money, energy and time, and still had nothing to eat, he immediately endured it, put on a smiling face, and said softly.
Wait, didn't you see I was chatting with my old classmates?
Wang Xiaoman frowned, glanced at her boyfriend impatiently, then turned around and immediately gave him a smile, saying, Zhang Nan, how about adding WeChat? I'll treat you to a meal someday, and we can talk about interesting things in high school. Hearing this, the man's face changed.
I call myself Wang Xiaoman, Fenggafu, am I really your partner? You dated other men in front of me, do you really think I'm a cuckold who can endure it? Wang Xiaoman. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got.
He glanced at Wang Xiaoman coldly and said in a more serious tone, You're asking another man out alone in front of your boyfriend.
You really don't take me seriously. At this moment, he was not angry with Zhang Nan, because this was purely Wang Xiaoman's own problem. If someone is indifferent to you, and you still rush to get close to him and try to please him, isn't that a masochist? Zhang Yang, if you can be together, get lost. What's wrong with me meeting a high school classmate to catch up? Hearing the man's words, Wang Xiaoman immediately became unhappy. She turned around and stared at her boyfriend fiercely and said, I don't want to stay with you for a long time. I can't have a good meal every 2 or 3 days. As for today's meal, I asked you for a long time before you were willing to give it to me. You are really not a man. After saying this, Wang Xiaoman turned to look at Jiangnan again and put on a warm smile. Jiangnan, are you here to eat too? I think today is worse than today. I just didn't eat enough, how about I treat you to a meal? These two attitudes form a very sharp contrast. Jiangnan couldn't help but smile bitterly at this. What the hell is this? It's such a sin to break up a couple just because he's too handsome. Chapter 55. The landlady called. You.
Zhang Yang's face changed and he looked at Wang Xiaoman with a very gloomy expression.
At this moment, he finally recognized the true face of this woman and left. Cut. Wang Xiaoman sneered and was about to invite Jiangnan again with a smile. Darling.
Meng Qingqiu's voice suddenly rang out in the field.
Da-da-day.
The sound of trotting footsteps was heard. Wang Xiaoman subconsciously turned her head to look, and saw a girl who was so beautiful that she was in a completely different dimension from her, trotting towards her with a charming smile.
Soon.
While Wang Xiaoman was in a daze, Meng Qingqiu had already arrived beside Jiangnan, holding a delicate little bag in her hand. She leaned against Jiangnan with tenderness on her face, looked at Wang Xiaoman with a smile, and asked,
Darling, this is a high school classmate.
Jiangnan smiled and nodded at Wang Xiaoman, then hugged Meng Qingqiu and walked towards the hotel. After a long while, Wang Xiaoman came to her senses and immediately turned around to look inside the hotel.
There was no sign of Jiangnan and Meng Qingqiu. Damn it, my future husband. Wang Xiaoman's face suddenly turned gloomy, and then she walked out with a sad face.
She looked left and right, but didn't see her boyfriend. Her brows immediately frowned, and she hurriedly took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Zhang Yang. However, a red exclamation mark appeared in her sight, causing her face to turn pale instantly. The incident involving Wang Xiaoman was just a tiny episode to Jiangnan, and it did not leave any trace of his memory at all.
Now,
on the third floor of the restaurant, Jiangnan and Meng Qingqiu were sitting in a small cubicle.
This environment is pretty good.
Meng Qingqiu glanced at the small room, which was only about 10 square meters at most, but was decorated very warmly, without any feeling of oppression at all. That's right, it doesn't matter who chooses the place.
Jiangnan chuckled. Cut.
Meng Qingqiu rolled his eyes at him, then took out his phone, scanned the QR code on the table and started ordering. Seeing this, Jiangnan did not force himself to scan the code and place the order. After scanning the code, Meng Qingqiu handed it to Jiangnan first and said, Darling, take a look at what you want to eat. This well-behaved attitude made Jiangnan laugh. You order, I don't mind eating.
Okay. Meng Qingqiu started to order. Jiangnan also took a look at the exquisite little bag she placed on the small table and asked, What is this?
You guess.
Meng Qingqiu paused for a moment, and then without waiting for Jiangnan to guess, he immediately said with a smile, This is my 520 gift to you. Just hearing this one sentence, Jiangnan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Good job.
Meng Qingqiu was by his side that day, so it was impossible for him to buy the gift secretly. In other words, she had already prepared this gift when she was in the Magic City.
And what about him? Ahem.
When Jiangnan thought of this, he felt ashamed. The most important thing was that at this moment Meng Qingqiu was still looking at him with a slightly expectant look, which made Jiangnan feel even more guilty.
Where's darling? Didn't you prepare a 520 gift in advance for your favorite Qingqiu? Meng Qingqiu said with a smile. Cough cough cough. Jiangnan cleared his throat and was about to speak. Humph, I knew you definitely didn't think of preparing.
Meng Qingqiu immediately took out the thing from the exquisite little pocket. It was a very beautiful blue gift box. After opening it, he saw that it was a pair of red and blue couple watches. I can't tell what brand it is, but judging by its exquisiteness, it must be worth a lot of money.
Even if it is an unknown brand, it is definitely a high-end customized couple watch.
Meng Qingqiu took out the blue watch and nodded at Jiangnan, signaling him to take off his watch. Jiangnan took off the green submariner on his hand, and Meng Qingqiu immediately put it on him, then looked left and right, then lowered his head and kissed his hand, and then smiled and said, My darling's hands are so beautiful, so touching. Hearing this, Jiangnan was stunned for a moment, then he reacted.
No wonder she made that request in the afternoon.
It turns out this woman is a hand control freak.
This watch shouldn't be cheap, right?
Jiang Nanduan took a look at the blue watch on his hand.
The strap alone didn't look very impressive, but the watch had several sparkling diamonds inside. Moreover, the stainless steel case is coated with a layer of sparkling white gold, which looks quite beautiful. It's a little more expensive than your green Submariner.
Meng Qingqiu also took off the small pink watch on her right hand, and then put the green water ghost and her watch back into the small gift box, and then put on the red couple watch, smiling and said, "What a match. Red and blue have always been good couples. You have a good eye."
Jiang Nan nodded. "Of course, it doesn't matter whose wife I am," Meng Qingqiu said with a smile. "Whose wife?" Jiang Nan inquired. "Darling's wife." "Who is Darling?" "Hate it, Meng Qingqiu is Jiang Nan's wife." The conversation between the young couple was particularly interesting. The meal was over very quickly. Including waiting and eating, it took almost an hour. By the time the two walked out of the hotel, it was already dark. This day has passed by too fast. In the car. After fastening his seatbelt, Meng Qingqiu rolled down the car window, looked at the dark night sky, and said with a wry smile, "I always feel like I didn't do anything all day, and it just went by. I'll stay one more day tomorrow, and I'll have to go back the day after tomorrow morning. Oh my god, I can't think about it, or I'll feel like I'm going to become emo." "It's okay. I'll come to the Magic City to find you later."
Jiang Nan reached out and grabbed Meng Qingqiu's hand and said softly,
"Good." Meng Qingqiu came over and kissed Jiang Nan on the cheek. Boom. The car starts. Buzz buzz buzz. On the way. Sudden. The cell phone, which he had habitually put aside since getting in the car, began to vibrate. Moment. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat, because usually no one would call him in the past. But things have been different these days. Not answering the phone would only make people more suspicious. Jiang Nan couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then said to Meng Qingqiu, who was sitting in the passenger seat and looking at his phone with some curiosity, "I'm driving, you answer the phone." Meng Qingqiu blinked, then picked up the phone and looked at it, then said, "It's a call from the landlord's wife." "Do you want to answer it?" Hearing that it was the landlord's wife calling, Jiang Nan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, "Answer it." Fortunately, it was a mobile phone call, not a WeChat call. Otherwise, if Meng Qingqiu opened his WeChat, it would be disastrous. Chapter 56, Human Nature is Evil, and it's the first time I use insight on someone of the same sex. The call is connected. Jiang Nan. As soon as the call was connected, the landlord's wife's anxious voice sounded. "What's wrong?"
Meng Qingqiu turned on the hands-free mode, and Jiang Nan, who was driving, immediately took over the conversation.
"Xiao Ying is missing," the landlord's wife said in panic. "He was in the community just now, and then he disappeared. I am so worried now. I have called the police, but I am so scared now." It's okay, Sister Xia, we'll be there soon." This is no trivial matter. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and said hurriedly, "I'm so sorry, Jiang Nan. I don't have many friends. When this happened, I could only think of you and seek your help." When she heard us, although the landlady was very panicked at the moment, she was still more certain about who Jiang Nan was with, so she didn't say anything that would cause misunderstanding. "Sister, what are you talking about? You didn't reduce my rent before, so I'm still very grateful to you. Give me a location and I'll be there right away," Jiang Nan said in a deep voice. "I live in the neighborhood where my home is," the landlady said hurriedly. "Got it, coming right up." The phone call was decisive. Meng Qingqiu put the phone down, his expression a little serious, and said softly, "There shouldn't be any human traffickers these days, right? There are eyes everywhere. As long as we call the police immediately, nothing should happen." "It's hard to say. There are no surveillance cameras in those old-fashioned communities. If he really put a sack on his head and ran away, no one would know." Jiang Nan couldn't help but frown. 2. Meng Qingqiu nodded. "Soon." Because Jiang Nan increased the speed a little, he returned to the community in a short while. After parking the car downstairs of the building where he rented, he saw the landlord's wife not far away, looking panicked. "Sister Xia!" Jiang Nan waved his hands and shouted. Moment. When the landlady heard Jiang Nan's voice, she immediately looked at him as if she had found her backbone. The moment she saw him getting out of a Pagani Zonda, a look of shock appeared on her face. Then, she saw a young and beautiful girl getting out of the passenger seat, and her pupils dilated. My God, this girl is so pretty. Even the landlady felt ashamed at this moment.
Whether it is temperament or appearance, this beauty completely blows them away.
The two sides met.
Meng Qingqiu took a few more glances at this beautiful sister who was wearing high-waisted jeans and looked very delicate, and a look of amazement appeared on his face.
I'm so sorry to interrupt your date. The landlady apologized.
Sister Xia, there's always time for a date.
Finding Xiaoying is the most important thing right now. Right, Qingqiu. Zhang Nan spoke.
Yes, Sister Xia, don't panic. When Uncle Hat comes, he will definitely be able to find the little girl quickly.
Meng Qingqiu quickly replied.
Sister Xia, have you looked in the community?
Zhang Nan inquired.
We have searched everywhere, but we can't find any trace of Xiaoying. We also asked the children playing in the community, but they all said they didn't see Xiaoying.
As the landlady spoke, her eyes immediately became moist.
She was just sitting there and talking on the phone with Xiaoying's grandmother for a few minutes, but after the call she found that Xiaoying, who had been playing by herself, was gone. She really blamed herself for this. If something happened to Xiaoying, she would never be able to sleep well in her life. Xiaoqiu, you chat with Sister Xia for a while waiting for Uncle Hat.
I'll go search first. Hearing the words of the landlady, the thoughtful Jiang Nan's eyes couldn't help but flicker.
He immediately gave Meng Qingqiu a look, then said something, and then began to walk around the entire community. This old residential complex is not big, with only 4 buildings in total. The greenery consists of some simple lawns and a fountain and rockery at the back door of the community.
Could it be that these guys are forcing the kids to run around with the little girl?
Zhang Nan walked over and saw a few little boys playing on the slide. His eyes narrowed immediately. He still had some impression of these little brats, as they were the ones who bullied the little girl before. Human nature is evil, especially for these little kids. If the adults at home do not provide correct guidance, and the beam is not straight to begin with, the lower beam will naturally be very likely to become crooked as well. So, it is not necessarily impossible. There are countless cases online of kids banding together to kill another kid. Zhang Nan strode towards the little boys who were playing on the slide.
At this moment, these little boys also saw Zhang Nan instantly.
Soon, Zhang Nan came in front of them and glanced at the little boys calmly.
Stay calm. So calm. It even gives Zhang Nan an unspeakably calm feeling.
It was as if these little boys were not just 7 or 8 years old, but people who already had a certain level of cognition and were about to become adults, or even adults.
Have you seen Xia Yingying? Zhang Nan knew the little girl's name.
He squinted his eyes and looked at the little boys and asked.
No. No.
Hey brother, why are you asking us if Xia Yingying is missing?
Go call the police or ask Uncle Hat. A slightly taller boy looked at Zhang Nan in surprise and asked.
I didn't say the little girl was missing. Zhang Nan instantly locked his gaze on him and narrowed his eyes. This. Hearing Zhang Nan's words, the other 2 boys looked a little strange. The taller boy was very calm and said, You look like an adult, why do you seem so stupid? You ask such a question, isn't it just that the person is missing? If any adult heard such a little brat provoking him or she would definitely not be able to tolerate it. Not to mention beating him or up, she would at least give him a slap in the face. But
Zhang Nan just narrowed his eyes and stared at the boy with a chilling light.
This fierce look frightened the tall boy so much that he subconsciously took a step back. His face was no longer as calm as before. He threatened, Let me tell you, I'm only 12 years old. If you want to beat me up for no reason, you should think about whether you can withstand the pressure of public opinion.
Pressure from public opinion? Hearing these words, Zhang Nan couldn't help but sneer.
By now, he has basically decided.
Xiaoying's disappearance is definitely related to these little boys. He immediately came up with a solution in his mind and cast an insight spell at the little boy. Name, Zhang Dong. Age, 13 years old. Crime value, 50 points. Favorability, 100 points.
Life experience, recently, he was arrested and sent to a juvenile detention center for allegedly kidnapping a little girl. Psychological activity, oh, no matter how you think, you would never have thought that I hid that bitch Xia Yingying on the balcony of my rooftop. Zhang Nan, who already had a plan, was immediately surprised when he saw the insight spell cast on the little boy. The character attribute panels of women, men, and even himself are all different. With this setting, I wonder if any readers can guess what type of heroine will be unlocked in Chapter 15. That's right, it's
Chapter 57, As Handsome as a Banished Immortal, Crazy About Gaining Favorability. Zhang Dong, I know you.
Jiang Nan said calmly, you are obviously 13 years old, but you still say you are 12.
Are you trying to cover up and prove something? What? Zhang Dong's eyes flashed with panic, and he pretended to be calm and said, I'm not even 13 yet, is there any problem with saying I'm 12? Besides, even if I'm 13, so what? So what?
Jiang Nan laughed and then looked at the rooftops of the other 3 buildings. As he glanced around, Zhang Dong and several other little boys also followed his gaze nervously. Jiang Nan kept his eyes on them, and when he saw Zhang Dong and the other 2 boys lingering on the building on his left for a few seconds, he immediately knew which building the little girl was in.
Immediately,
he took out his phone and called the landlady directly. Jiang Nan, I was just about to call you, but Uncle Hat is here, how are you? The landlady answered the phone in seconds, and her anxious voice immediately rang out.
I'm over here at the slide, you bring them over. Jiang Nan said lightly. Good. Hearing Jiang Nan's calm voice, the landlady also calmed down her panic.
The phone was hung up. The 3 little boys immediately prepared to run. Jiang Nan simply grabbed one with each hand, and as for the 2 smaller ones, he held one in each hand.
Let me go, you are kidnapping me, do you know that? Zhang Dong was lifted into the air, waving his fists continuously. Kidnapping? You also know kidnapping. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes and looked at the boy. He already had a very good temper.
But when I meet this kind of little bastard who relies on his young age and acts lawless, I really want to slap him to death.
He had seen many cases of premeditated murder by children on the internet.
Every time he saw it, his blood boiled and he wanted to kill these bastards.
Now, this kind of thing has happened in reality, do you think Jiang Nan can bear it? Soon.
The landlady, Meng Qingqiu, arrived with a few uncles in hats. The moment Jiang Nan turned around, he glanced at everyone and his eyes were fixed on a beautiful lady in a hat for a few seconds.
Jiang Nan. The landlady and Meng Qingqiu came quickly and saw Jiang Nan grabbing a few little boys. They had no idea what was going on. Where did you take my little Yingying?
The landlady immediately stared at Zhang Dong with a gloomy expression.
Have no idea. Zhang Dong said in a very tough tone, you didn't take good care of your daughter, and you blame us for her loss? How shameless.
Also, don't think you are so arrogant just because you are the landlady of the community.
Let me tell you, this is a society ruled by law. So what if you are rich? He's still a bastard who hates the rich.
Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes and immediately slapped him.
How dare you hit me?
Zhang Dong was stunned by the slap. When he came to his senses, his face immediately became ferocious.
Handsome guy, let's talk it over nicely. Beating a child is a bit weird. Besides, it's not necessarily the boy who took the little girl away. An uncle in a hat stepped forward hastily.
Jiang Nan looked back at the man in the hat and said calmly, I dare to slap you, so I have my own confidence.
Follow me. After saying this, Jiang Nan strode towards a building. See here. The landlady and Meng Qingqiu followed without thinking.
The remaining uncles in hats and the sister in hat looked at each other and quickly followed.
Go straight up to the balcony door on the 6th floor. Xiaoying. Xiaoying. The landlady immediately shouted. Mom, Mom. Moment. The little girl's voice rang out. How is it possible? How did you know that she was hidden here by us? Zhang Dong's expression suddenly changed. Bang.
Hearing what he said, the landlady immediately stepped forward and slapped him hard on the face. When Zhang Dong wanted to say something harsh, he saw the landlady's fierce eyes and was immediately frightened and dared not speak. Women are weak by nature, but they become strong when they become mothers.
Wow. Mom, I'm so scared, I'm so scared.
The little girl's crying came from behind the door.
Don't be afraid, Mom will rescue you soon.
The landlady hurriedly said, I have a spare key to the main door of the top floor at home.
Jiang Nan, calm the little girl down and I'll get it right away.
At this time, several uncles in hats and the sister in hat also came up. When they heard the little girls crying, they were shocked.
It's really on this. Sister Xia, you don't have to go. Jiang Nan said lightly.
Then he put down the 2 younger boys in his hands, picked up Zhang Dongguan in his left hand, and then reached out and gently knocked on the door in front of him.
It is an ordinary aluminum door. What does he want to do?
Seeing this scene, everyone present showed confusion on their faces.
Xiaoying, be good. Hide aside, okay? I'll come in and rescue you soon. Zhang Nan's gentle voice rang out. Woo-woo, brother, brother. The little girl's crying got a little louder.
Be good, listen to your brother, stay away from the door, and don't stand right in front of it.
Find a corner and hide with your ears covered. Zhang Nan calmed him down patiently. Okay, Wu Xiaoying, be good. The little girl sobbed and found a good place to hide. Is Xiaoying hiding? Zhang Nan continued to ask. Hide, oh, hide well, brother. Quiet sobbing was heard.
Zhang Nan received it, took a deep breath, and under the shocked gaze of everyone in the audience, clenched his fist, took a horse stance, and punched the aluminum door hard.
Bang!
A loud noise sounded in the stairwell. This sound scared several people so much that they couldn't help but tremble. Then they looked towards the aluminum door, and their eyes widened instantly.
Fuck! He punched, and made a fist mark on the door? Even though it was an aluminum door, the power of his punch was incredible.
An uncle in a hat exclaimed.
Bang! At this time, the second punch landed. Bang! The third punch. After Zhang Nan threw 5 punches in a row, Zheng Dong, who was in his left hand, was frightened and fainted, so he threw him to the ground. Zhang Nan took a deep breath and then kicked hard. Boom! The aluminum door was kicked away in an instant.
Zhang Nan took a step forward, leaving the landlady, Meng Qingqiu, a few hat uncles and the beautiful hat sister standing there in amazement with a look of disbelief on their faces.
Xia Jiqing's favorability plus 12. Meng Qingqiu's favorability plus 2. Qiu Ruiyue's favorability plus 20. In an instant.
When everyone present came to their senses, they saw Zhang Nan arriving at the door holding the little girl. And it happened that at this moment the moonlight was bright, shining on Zhang Nan, as if he was a banished immortal. At this moment, the heartbeats of all the women in the audience accelerated.
Chapter 58 Qiu Ruiyue fell in love at first sight. I hit her, so what? Ha! Now. Zhang Nan listened to the prompt sound in his mind and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. The landlord's wife's points suddenly soared by 12.
If he remembered correctly, she already had 92 points for him at this moment, which was already the maximum and reached the same level as his appearance. Meng Qingqiu's increase was as much as 2 points, which was not a small amount. After all, her appearance score is 96 points, and this incident did not happen to her, so an increase of 2 points is already very good.
As for Qiu Ruiyue,
it increased by 20 points at once, which made Zhang Nan unable to help but look at the sister in the hat on the stairwell and cast an insight spell.
Name, Qiu Ruiyue. Age, 25 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Charging, 0. Appearance, 92 points. Favorability, 25 points. Zhang Nan. Xiaoying. At this time,
the landlady's voice of relief rang out in the room, and she immediately hugged Zhang Nan subconsciously.
To this, Zhang Nan couldn't help but comfort her. Sister Xia, it's okay. At this time, the landlady finally reacted and took the little girl from Zhang Nan's arms.
Her eyes were slightly red, and her pretty face was also slightly red. She looked at Meng Qingqiu embarrassedly, lowered her head like a little girl who had done something wrong, and said apologetically, Sister Qiuqiu,
Sister Xia, I understand. Why should I be jealous?
Meng Qingqiu took a step forward and grabbed the landlady's hand, patted it gently, and comforted her. I'm glad the little girl is okay. As she spoke, she also let out a long sigh, looked at the cute little girl in her arms, and couldn't help but reach out and touch her little head, saying, What a cute little girl, how could these damn brats bear to do that? Meng Qingqiu's temper is simply too good, but even so, he was still pissed off.
What to do with these kids?
Zhang Nan fixed his eyes on the uncles in hats and said in a deep voice, Although these are just children, this has also caused a crime.
We understand. The uncles in hats knew at first sight that Zhang Nan was no ordinary person. Moreover, they also knew that the landlady was no ordinary person either. The entire community belonged to her, which showed how amazing her financial resources were.
It was not something that the uncles in hats like them could afford to offend. Not to mention, these little boys were wrong in the first place. As an upright uncle in the hat, it is impossible for him to side with the violent party.
Don't worry, I will definitely give you an answer to this matter. At this time, Sister Hat stood up and walked over. She first looked with disdain at the three bad kids who were lying on the ground with snot bubbles and tears in their eyes. Then she assured Jiangnan and the landlady, "My name is Qiu Ruiyue. If I can't give you a perfect answer to this matter, feel free to complain to me." Xiao Qiu. Upon hearing Qiu Ruiyue's words, an older uncle in a hat changed his expression. "Brotherly, it's okay. I just can't stand guys like this who think they are kids and act recklessly. I won't say anything, but this older guy must be sent to the juvenile detention center." Qiu Ruiyue said calmly. Now that she has put on this dress, she must live up to it. Thank you, thank you." The landlady immediately thanked him. "We should." Qiu Ruiyue smiled, then looked at Jiangnan, her eyes suddenly flashing with excitement, and said, "Have you practiced before?" The power just now was too exaggerated. "I've been practicing kung fu for several years." Jiangnan continued. Hearing this, the excitement in Qiu Ruiyue's eyes became even stronger. Qiu Ruiyue's favorability +2. "Darling, is your hand okay?" At this time, Meng Qingqiu came over, first glanced at Qiu Ruiyue, and then picked up Jiangnan's right hand with heartache and looked at it. Except for a little redness, there was no other problem, which made her immediately relieved. "Fine." Jiangnan smiled and shook his head. Qiu Ruiyue looked at Meng Qingqiu twice more, and her eyes were truly filled with amazement. So beautiful. She thinks that since she was a child, the girls around her are basically not prettier than her. That's because the beauty is not obvious enough, far from enough to make her feel amazing. Just like when she saw the landlady just now, she didn't have much feeling. She just thought that this sister was pretty, that's all. But at this moment, after she looked at Meng Qingqiu a few more times, she felt that this girl was more and more beautiful, even so beautiful that she felt inferior to her. Besides, "Darling? Are the two people a couple?" Qiu Ruiyue frowned slightly without noticing it. If it's a woman who is not as good as her, honestly speaking, what's the point of falling in love with her? You haven't gotten married yet. These days, breaking up after a relationship is very normal. She just had to wait quietly. But Meng Qingqiu is so beautiful. Which man would be willing to give up such a super excellent girl? It's a bit difficult. Qiu Ruiyue took a deep breath, and a barely perceptible bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She is a person who hates evil, so it is impossible for her to force herself to do such a thing. But Meng Qingqiu is so beautiful, and her temperament and figure are better than hers. To be honest, there is no comparison. At the same time, she also felt that it would be difficult for her to wait until the day when they would break up. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Jiangnan deeply, and instantly buried this love at first sight deep in her heart. The rest is much easier. A group of people arrived at the institute. At the same time, it didn't take long before the parents of these three bad kids arrived. "Mom!" Zhang Dong hadn't said a word since arriving at the police station. When he saw his parents coming, he immediately started crying. "They slapped me in the face several times. It hurt so much. When I said I was going to cry, I really started crying right away, without any preparation at all. See here." Jiangnan narrowed his eyes slightly. This bad boy named Zhang Dong is really awesome. In other words, he is a born bad seed. Don't cry, be good, Mommy Xiaodong. Whoever the FCK beat my son, get out here and apologize to me. Zhang Dong's mother first comforted her son, and then glanced at everyone present with a gloomy face. Among them, her gaze stayed on Jiangnan for a moment. Her powerful charm also made this pig-headed woman's expression ease a little. Yes, who hit my child? A middle-aged man wearing glasses, who looked very thin and had a pale face, stood weakly next to Zhang Dong and his mother and said something in a seemingly tough manner. "I hit him, so what?" The landlady was about to admit it when Jiangnan took a step forward and said it very calmly. This small plot is to bring out the line of Qiu Ruiyue. 15 is not without a main line, and it is not written wherever I think of. This line has been foreshadowed before, so please feel free to use it. There is a 1,000,000-word outline. Please generate electricity for love for free. Chapter 59, The Look in the Eyes of a Dead Person, the show begins. "I hit him, so what?" Jiangnan took a step forward, looked at the thin middle-aged man calmly, and said lightly, "Do you know what your son did? Kidnapping. Do you know what crime can be convicted of kidnapping? My child is only 13 years old. What crime can he be convicted of?" The thin middle-aged man pushed up his glasses and sneered. As soon as he said this, the faces of everyone in the audience changed. Good job. He really has no fear at all when he says such things. Okay. Jiang Nan laughed out of anger and then cast an insight spell at the thin man. Name, Qingqiu. Age, 38 years old. Crime value, 100 points. Favorability, 100 points. Life experience, due to long-term illegal injection of banned drugs, he will die suddenly in the near future. Psychological activity, damn it, I was just about to give the injection, and the damn Zhangdong came into the station. I am about to die, it's so uncomfortable. After reading about the attributes of this thin middle-aged man, his life experiences and his current psychological activities, my pupils suddenly dilated and tightened. Good fellow, you dare to touch that stuff? At this moment, Jiang Nan looked at this guy with eyes that were undoubtedly as if he were a dead person. This parent, you can't say that. An older man in a hat stood up with a frown on his face. Although Zhang Dong is under 14 years old, his behavior, language and logic are not what he should do at his age. Although he is not criminally responsible, we will send him to a correctional facility if necessary. Don't scare me. I'm just an ordinary citizen and I can't stand your threats. Zhang Qiqiang said calmly, Mother, take out your phone and take a good picture of these guys. I don't believe it. Ordinary kids playing hide and seek, do you think it's kidnapping? Good. Zhang Dong's mother immediately took out her cell phone. See here. Jiang Nan looked at the somewhat flustered uncles in hats, and then fixed his gaze on the Qingqiu Ruiyue. At this time, Qiu Ruiyue also set her sights on him. Eyes met. For some reason, Qiu Ruiyue seemed to see what he was going to do, and immediately walked up to him and asked in a low voice, What's the matter? Have. Jiang Nan nodded, then took a step forward and approached Qiu Ruiyue. The male hormones hit Qiu Ruiyue, who had fallen in love with Jiang Nan at first sight, and her pretty face turned red instantly. Thump. 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 The heart also started beating rapidly. Qiu Ruiyue's favorability +3. Jiang Nan nodded secretly after gaining another 3 points of favorability. He then said softly, I have studied traditional Chinese medicine for a few years. Through observation, I can tell that this guy is extremely weak. Moreover, the symptoms are exactly the same as those recorded in medical books for excessive opium consumption. You should be able to see this, right? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Qiu Ruiyue's face was stunned at first, and then turned into a look of shock. Good job. It's both martial arts and medical skills. This man named Jiang Nan is so outstanding. And at this time, she finally realized what Jiang Nan meant by that. When she was about to exclaim, he immediately gave her a look. She also came back to her senses instantly, swallowed her saliva, and said in a low voice, I think I understand what you mean. Go to his house and check. Jiang Nan rode. I see. You can't break into someone's home without a search warrant. But she looked at Jiang Nan's confident eyes, and for some reason, she subconsciously wanted to blindly follow his arrangements. Immediately, she took a deep look at the thin middle-aged man and his family, then returned to the uncles in hats and whispered something to them. They immediately looked at Jiang Nan in shock. Xiao Chou, this is not a trivial matter. The slightly older uncle in the hat said in a deep voice. I believe him, and, look at that guy, isn't he the same as someone who smokes a lot or injects a lot of illegal drugs? Qiu Ruiyue said, this young man named Jiang Nan is not an ordinary person. I think he must be quite powerful. Hearing this, the uncles in hats looked at each other, recalling Jiang Nan's exaggerated strength just now, and fell silent for a moment. Xiao, you, Xiao Zhao, and Xiao Qin go take a look. Yes. This way. Jiang Nan simply ignored the pig-headed woman's phone that was filming the whole time, whispered a few words to the landlady, and took the sleeping girl in front of her shocked gaze. Da day. The landlady walked quickly towards Qiu Ruiyue. The group left under the strange looks of several parents of bad kids. As for Zhang Qiqiang's family, they were still recording the video like mad dogs, shouting, Dear netizens, my child was playing hide and seek with other children in the neighborhood. It was just a game between children. This family couldn't find their child, so they said my child kidnapped someone and even beat him up. This is so abominable. Jiang Nan took 2 stools and sat down with Meng Qingqiu. What's wrong? Meng Qingqiu asked in a low voice. Let's watch a show later. Jiang Nan said with a smile. Good. Meng Qingqiu didn't ask any more questions, but became excited. Jiang Nan was so calm that it was fascinating. She had the aura of being in control of everything. If there weren't so many people around, she would have been unable to resist sitting on her darling's lap, hugging his neck, and then, "Ah! You little girl, what are you thinking about?"
Meng Qingqiu's breathing suddenly became a little faster, and her pretty face was flushed. She really found that the more she got along with Jiangnan, the more she could see his excellent side, which was simply crazy.
Brother Zhang, if you ask me, don't make such a big deal about it, right? Family members naturally know their own children's personalities.
The parents of the other two bad kids immediately came over and whispered something.
And Xia Jiqing is the landlord of an entire community.
They are all migrant workers from towns and villages.
There is really no need to provoke them.
Besides, where can you find a community with such cheap rent?
Don't make it such a big deal.
Zhang Qiqiang glanced at the man who was speaking and said coldly, "Old Wang, I tell you, you can't be overwhelmed by these people.
We are protecting our own rights, do you understand? I'm from the countryside, I don't understand these things."
But,
Lao Wang said timidly, "I always feel uneasy. How about we make a big deal out of it? Get out of the way. It's not your son who's being beaten."
The pig-headed woman gave Old Wang a cold look.
The next period of time passed quite quickly.
The stalemate lasted for about 20 minutes. The landlady who had left, Shou Ruiwei, and the two uncles in hats returned to the station with extremely strange looks on their faces.
Xiao Ruiwei's favorability +5. Xia Jiqing's favorability +1. Here we come. Bite.
At this moment, Jiangnan slowly stood up, and at the same time, a system prompt sounded in his mind.
Chapter 60. If you want compensation, Brother Tongzi will really give it to you. Bite.
Congratulations to the host, Xia Jiqing's favorability +1, appearance score +1, and you get a chance to draw a lottery.
A system prompt sounded in his mind, and Jiang Nan's eyes suddenly lit up.
He immediately headed towards the landlady, whose appearance score had improved from 92 to 93. At this moment, she really had undergone a huge change inexplicably, and her entire condition was more than just a level up compared to before. This change only happened in a moment, and for most people, the most they would think was that the landlady suddenly looked a little better.
But for Jiangnan, that radiant feeling is quite different. Even
at this moment, Shou Ruiwei, who was beside the landlady, seemed to have noticed something. She looked at the landlady in surprise, with a look of shock on her face.
How? Suddenly I feel that this intellectual sister looks much better? Brotherly.
The two uncles in hats stepped forward immediately and opened a recorded video with their mobile phones. After Brotherly finished reading, his face turned red and blue, and then he immediately looked at Zhang Qiqiang, his eyes full of fanaticism.
This guy is really asking for death. Get it?
Brotherly shouted loudly.
Yes. The two uncles in hats immediately went towards Zhang Qiqiang. What do you want to do?
Hey, are you crazy?
Uncle Hat is beating people. Uncle Hat is beating civilians. Help! In an instant, Zhang Qiqiang's family started howling. Shut up! Look at what this is.
An uncle in a hat took out his mobile phone and slammed the video and the things he had searched into his face. Not only that, the other uncle in the hat took out a small black bag, which made Zhang Qiqiang shut his mouth in an instant, and beads of sweat as big as beans instantly appeared on his forehead. His already pale face turned even paler, his lips trembled constantly, and his body also began to shake violently.
I want. Next second.
His eyes turned red instantly, because he was extremely nervous.
What do you want your admiration to be?
The uncle in the hat slapped him and knocked him to the ground.
Seeing the scene, Jiangnan couldn't help laughing. Well done. Meng Qingqiu immediately applauded.
Zhang Qiqiang had been barking like a dog for more than half an hour, and she had been holding it in until now.
If her darling had not remained silent, she would have spoken out long ago.
Now that she saw the scene, she was finally happy.
Darling, how did you know that? Sudden. Meng Qingqiu thought of something again and looked at Jiangnan in disbelief.
I know a little bit of medical skills, and through the aura reading technique, I feel that this guy is a drug addict. When Jiangnan brags, he does it without any preparation.
There are plenty of opportunities.
He believes that one day he will be able to acquire the skills of this medical master.
Frog Fun, darling, you are really so awesome. Meng Qingqiu's eyes immediately filled with hearts. The more she got along with Jiang Nan, the more she could see how amazing he was. Now he was also good at medicine. What else could he do? Meng Qingqiu's favorability +1. Added a little more. At present, Meng Qingqiu's favorability towards Jiang Nan has reached an astonishing 93 points. I'm still 3 points away from reaching the height of my appearance score. It's still a bit difficult to increase it. Jiang Nan secretly complained in his heart. If it were an ordinary 90-point beauty of the opposite sex, he would have already gotten 3 chances to draw the lottery. However, Jiang Nan didn't care too much about this thing. Brother Tongzi is not so stingy. If he treats me unfairly in this aspect, I believe he can compensate me in other aspects. Isn't it, Brother Tongzi? Jiang Nan said in his heart. Bite. Next second. As soon as he communicated, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ha? Really coming? The host is brave enough to explore the system's functions, so I will give him a chance to win a prize. The system prompt sounded. Okay. How could Jiang Nan not be happy to have gotten a chance to draw a lottery for free? The most important thing is that this system is so user-friendly. If you have complaints and want compensation, it will really give it to you and really do something about it. 5-star praise, must be 5-star praise. Jiang Nan gave likes crazily in his heart. Thank you, Brother Jiang Nan. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to find Zhang Qiqiang, the hidden agent. I just checked this guy and found that there are many people in Jiangcheng who buy and sell these things. Half an hour later. At the main entrance. Brother Li, Qiu Ruiwe and others saluted Jiang Nan. This is no small achievement. If we really rely on their intelligence and subsequently take down an organization that buys and sells this thing, it will really add a huge achievement to our credit. It's what I should do. Jiang Nan said in a deep voice, this thing is very harmful. Now that I have seen it, I can't hide it. Besides, it's a good thing that Sister Qiu believes me, otherwise, I would be in a difficult situation. In half an hour, Jiang Nan also added Qiu Ruiwe's WeChat, and the group chatted. At least on the surface, their relationship did not seem like strangers. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Qiu Ruiwe immediately laughed happily, looked at Brother Li with her head held high, and did not say anything, but seemed to have said something. Indeed. I will follow up on the kidnapping of Zhang Dong and his bad boys, and I will definitely give you an explanation. Brother Li said in a deep voice. Okay. In that case, let's go back first. Jiang Nan waved. Wait, I'll take you back. Qiu Ruiyue said hurriedly. That's too much trouble. Jiang Nan hesitated. No trouble. I like your calling me Sister Qiu very much. I have to send you back. Qiu Ruiyue said with a smile. Her favorability towards Jiang Nan has reached 35 points, which is extremely high. As long as there is a little intimate contact, the favorability will definitely rise. Jiang Nan, you are so amazing. I never thought that the inheritance of our ancestors would help us to take down a drug trafficking organization. In the police car. Qiu Ruiyue's face was full of excited smiles. It's just a coincidence. Jiang Nan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said modestly. Too modest. Qiu Ruiyue looked at Jiang Nan, who was sitting in the passenger seat from time to time, and the excitement in her eyes was not concealed at all. In the rearview mirror inside the car. The landlady in the back seat hugged the sleeping little girl and pursed her lips, obviously understanding why Qiu Ruiyue was so talkative. So normal. Which woman, after meeting Jiang Nan, can resist the overwhelming charm he exudes all the time? How can we resist? The landlady really thinks that a lesbian is here. If he gets more contact with her little man, he will stand up straight. Ahem. At this time, Meng Qingqiu cleared his throat slightly for some unknown reason. Moment. Qiu Ruiwe, who was chattering happily, stopped immediately.